The voice was menacing, and everyone was taken aback. They judged that the speaker should be an old man, unlikely to be an expert based on the energy in his voice. Nevertheless, it was strong enough to echo throughout the mountain. Cultivators scattered across the mountain looked up in surprise as Witzard approached on the clouds. Legendary mounts were rare, and even rarer was one that came with an auspicious aura. Who was the speaker? Inside Evil Sky Pavilion, Duanmu Xing, who was chained, was the first to recognize his master's voice. He cried out loudly, "Welcome back, master." His voice rang out like thunder, frightening all the righteous cultivators and causing them to tremble with fear and run out in panic. Soon, all the empty fields on the mountain were packed with cultivators. Duanmu Xing straightened up and stepped outside Evil Sky Pavilion. When he saw Witzard diving down fast from the sky, his excitement reached its peak. At that moment, he felt a rush of pride and a great sense of confidence. Not good. It's the old villain. Don't panic. According to internal intelligence, the old villain is at the end of his tether. He has relied on the secret drug of Primal Fiend. Form the array. I want all Divine Court experts and above to assemble right now. More than a dozen Divine Court cultivators soon gathered above Evil Sky Pavilion. A short moment later, Fang Jinshan and Zhou Jifeng arrived as well. Everyone looked at the auspicious aura swirling in the sky over Evil Sky Pavilion with disbelief. Lu Zhou stood on Witzard's back and glanced at the entire Golden Court mountain. As Yi Tianxin had said, the mountain was invaded by a group of ignorant cultivators. Yi Tianxin's lips twisted into a smile. She wanted to laugh out loud, but she could not. The intense pain from the destruction of her dantian had drained her strength to speak. The reason she had stayed awake until now was to see how the old villain would handle the situation. Lu Zhou was considering his options. He had two choices. The first was to use the last peak form experience card. However, this was his ultimate trump card, and he would have no other means to protect himself after using it. The second option was to flee Golden Court Mountain with Witzard. After all, Duanmu Xing and Mingshi were villainous disciples, and their deaths would not trouble him. Should he use the last peak form experience card or flee? He had already used one peak form experience card to capture Yi Tianxin, which he considered a significant loss. The only consolation was the substantial merit points he received after the battle. Yi Tianxin could see that Lu Zhou was deep in thought. With great effort, she managed to say, "Let me go, you have no more trump cards." Little Yuaner tightened her grip on Yi Tianxin and snorted, "In your dreams." The cultivators of the righteous sect had gathered, ready to face the formidable enemy. Those below the Brahma Sea realm were smart enough to hide behind their stronger counterparts. Lu Zhou glanced at the crowd. Through the eye of truth, he saw that the frenzied cultivators were all hostile toward him. Wait, is that Zhou Jifeng? His loyalty is 15%? It has increased by 5% since he left the Heavenly Sword sect? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Fang Jinshan looked up and said coldly, "I thought we were facing formidable foes, but it turns out to be the old villain from Golden Court Mountain. Duanmu Xing has been captured by me, and Mingshi is seriously wounded by us. Golden Court Mountain now belongs to the righteous sect. Come down now, to face your death. Come down. Come down. Come down." They were facing a legendary mount, one that only nascent divinity tribulation experts could catch up to. Fang Jinshan was trying to provoke Lu Zhou into descending. As long as the old villain came down to the ground, they would have a chance to catch him. This is a tough decision. How I wish I could save a peak form experience card. Lu Zhou shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Well." Bam. At that moment, Zhou Jifeng moved as quickly as lightning, thrusting a sword beam toward Fang Jinshan, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The moment the beam pierced Fang Jinshan's heart, it was blocked by a strange object. At the same time, a violent force hurled Zhou Jifeng back, numbing his arms and shaking his qi and blood. Why is Fang Jinshan so strong? What are you doing, Zhou Jifeng? Someone cried out in shock. Fang Jinshan did a backward somersault, dodging the fatal blow, and glared furiously at Zhou Jifeng. Why did you do this to me? Zhou Jifeng did not expect the assassination to fail at such close range. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou still hovered in the sky, watching with great interest and surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to block my attack, Zhou Jifeng said. Fang Jinshan laughed. Didn't anyone tell you there's a huge gap between a cultivator with a heaven-grade weapon and one without? A heaven-grade weapon? Zhou Jifeng was very confident in the attack he had been preparing for a long time. If he could get close enough, even a nascent divinity tribulation expert might not be able to block it. However, he did not expect his target to have a heaven-grade treasure. What kind of weapon was it? Why do you think sect leader only sends me, a divine court cultivator, to Golden Court Mountain? Fang Jinshan sneered. Little Yuan grew anxious as she watched. Master, they make me so angry. I can't believe a group of mere divine court cultivators can be so wanton. Lu Zhou shook his head as he looked at Fang Jinshan and said, the shield of the Dragonheart. I don't think it can be considered a heaven-grade treasure. Fang Jinshan was startled. How do you know it's the shield of the Dragonheart? Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He did not need to argue with a junior, it would only drag him down in status. Little Yuan snorted and said, what's so strange about it? You were still playing with mud when my master ruled the world. She was telling the truth. When Tianxin became famous worldwide, none of the people present were born. In the face of the old villain, they were all ignorant kids who had not seen the world. I'm giving you all a chance to live. Put down the weapons in your hands, fix the damage you have done to Golden Court Mountain, and serve me on the mountain for 3 years. If you agree, I can forget everything you have done today. He spoke neither too slowly nor too quickly, and his voice was light and calm. Hearing him, Fang Jinshan suddenly burst into laughter, and the dozen divine court cultivators in front of him followed suit. They all seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The old villain had finally given up evil and returned to the path of good. Instead of killing people, he now wanted to let them live, and all they had to do was fix Golden Court Mountain and serve him for 3 years? Wasn't this hilarious? It was too funny. I had offered you the chance. Since you don't cherish it, you might as well stay here forever. At that moment, Tianxin lifted her heavy eyelids and saw a shocking scene as the old villain's aura flared up once again. She tried to tilt her head to get a better look, but managed only to see the 9-leaf golden lotus appear next to the old villain before she fainted. It was a 9-leaf 100 tribulations inside avatar. The world seemed to have changed color in that instant. In the blink of an eye, the sky over Evil Sky Pavilion was dominated by the colossal avatar, leaving the cultivators in stunned awe. Why did he use his ultimate skill as his first move? Shouldn't he have attacked with a few normal skills first? Master is the mightiest man in the world. Duan Muxing's face was filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly put down the sword in his hand and dropped to his knees, shouting, Old Senior is the mightiest man in the world. Both men's loyalty increased by 5% simultaneously. Lu Zhou did not choose to run away, instead, he crushed the last peak form experience card. The moment his weakened, dried-up sea of chi was filled, he knew he had returned to his peak. Lu Zhou did not choose to save the last peak form experience card. On the day he became Tianxin, his decision had been made, he was destined to keep going down this path. There was no safe place in this treacherous cultivation world. Golden Court Mountain was his haven and foundation, and he would not allow anyone to take it away from him. He had 2 more intentions. He wanted to use this opportunity to warn the world and those eyeing Golden Court Mountain that he relied not on a secret drug but on his own strength. Only the strength that truly belonged to him could erupt continuously. No secret drug, external force, or trick in the world could achieve that. The disciples of the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect were struck dumb. Under the deterrence of the 9-leaf 100 tribulations inside Avatar, they seemed to have forgotten how to move. In addition to amplifying the caster's power, an avatar had a certain deterring effect against enemies. Moreover, the greater the gap in cultivation bases, the stronger the effect. As a result, cultivators below the divine court realm all lay face down on the ground, trembling. Even Fang Jinshan, the strongest among them, could not help but swallow and take a step back. He was scared and panicked, wanting to flee. With the shield of Dragonheart, he could escape, but he needed to find an opportunity first. Lu Zhou floated in the sky and looked down at the crowd, his eyes resting on Duan Muxing. Duan Muxing. Yes, master. Duan Muxing trembled. The final part of the Divine One technique includes a sword technique and a spear technique. I will demonstrate them to you now, but only once. Watch carefully. Duan Muxing was overjoyed when he heard this. He joined the sect very early, but his progress was slower than that of other disciples. Although Ji Tiandao had taught him the complete Divine One technique, he failed to master the final part even after years of cultivation. He had been studying it on his own, which was like walking in total darkness, leading to his slow progress. Lu Zhou used his fingers in place of a sword, and a sword beam condensed from energy appeared on them. Use your fingers to condense energy into a sword. Imperfect divine intervention. A terrifying power exploded from between his index and middle fingers, accompanied by a blinding light. The sword strike then shot straight down toward Fang Jinshan. Nuo. Fang Jinshan's eyes grew wide as he screamed at the top of his lungs. A powerful energy burst from him, and the heaven-grade treasure was instantly triggered, releasing a beam of golden light. It's the shield of the Dragonheart. The primary function of the shield of the Dragonheart was to provide defense, protecting Fang Jinshan from being defeated. It was also the reason the sect leader of the righteous sect sent him here, as he could fight even a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Even if he could not win, he would still have a chance to escape. Second Elder. The cultivators around watched as the sword strike fell and exploded into a blinding light, forcing them to close their eyes. Boom. Before the cultivators could determine the outcome of the attack or if Fang Jinshan was still alive, Lu Zhou's old but powerful voice rang out again. Use your palm as the base and condense your energy. 1,000 waves. This was the result when the Divine One technique was used in the form of a spear technique. It was a ranged attack, and as its name implied, it overlapped a stream of energy into 1,000 waves, which were then thrust out like 1,000 spears. This move was also a key ultimate of the Divine One technique. At the sight of the attack, all Divine Court cultivators gaped, their expressions changing drastically. Not good. Run. They quickly abandoned the array and turned to flee. The attack was so monstrous that even a nascent divinity tribulation expert would not dare to face it. However, it was not aimed at the group of cultivators. Instead, it struck the spot where Fang Jinshan stood. Boom. No one knew if he was still alive after the attack, as their vision was blocked by a cloud of dust. No one knew if he could withstand such a mighty attack, even with the shield of the Dragonheart. The collision generated powerful blasts that spread in all directions, knocking and throwing all the Divine Court cultivators to the ground. For a moment, the air was filled with miserable shrieks and screams. Even Zhou Jifeng, a cultivation genius, was hit by the blasts and had to use his own energy to block them, just to remain standing. He is stronger than when the top 10 experts besieged Golden Court Mountain. Is it because of his 9-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar? Zhou Jifeng thought. One thing was certain, Ji Tiandao had become stronger. However, he could not understand why Lu Zhou used such a powerful move to deal with Fang Jinshan, who was merely a Divine Court cultivator. It felt like using a sledgehammer to swat a gnat. There was no way the shield of the Dragonheart could withstand the attack. He had no doubt that the heaven-grade treasure was already destroyed by the first strike. He reckoned that Lu Zhou continued to attack either to vent his anger or to guide his disciple. After the 2 strikes, the wind subsided, the clouds cleared, and the dust and energy blasts that had darkened the sky gradually dissipated. Lu Zhou, with a calm expression, clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at the time on the system panel, noting it had only been 3 minutes. Using the last peak form experience card to deal with this group of cultivators would be a waste. In fact, he planned to do more than that. Did you watch them carefully? Duanmu knelt down and said, "Yes, thank you, master. Watching you demonstrate the techniques is better than practicing alone for 10 years. Very good." As the dust settled, a large pit was revealed beneath the avatar, but Fang Jinshan was nowhere to be found. He had vanished completely. At that moment, the cultivators began to flee in all directions in panic. "Master." Little Yuan grew anxious. If he didn't let her attack soon, they would escape. The group of cultivators was attempting to replicate the strategy they used during the last siege of Golden Court Mountain. Zhao was formidable, but he wasn't omnipresent. By fleeing in different directions, they believed he wouldn't be able to catch them all. This was the perfect strategy they had devised, sacrificing a few to save the majority. Since they couldn't defeat him, they would run. "I said you all have to stay here, and that means none of you can escape from me." The 9-leaf 100 tribulations inside Avatar flickered and appeared over Golden Court Mountain. Then, Zhao directed it into the eyes of the mountain's restrictive array. "Master," Duanmu was stunned, unsure of what Zhao intended to do. Little Yuan also looked up, confusion in her eyes. Meanwhile, the cultivators dared not look back and continued running desperately. Unfortunately, they were not nascent divinity tribulation cultivators and lacked the divine abilities to escape. Right then, Zhao poured all the energy from his dantian into the eye of the array. "Master is fixing the shield?" How is this possible?" The shield of Golden Court Mountain was constructed by generations of senior experts. It absorbed a vast amount of energy and worked in conjunction with the weather and geographical position. Previously, when Zhao had his 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples fix it, it took them at least 3 years to complete the task. Moreover, it would take at least 10 years for one person to repair the shield. "Master is old. Shouldn't he be conserving his strength? Why is he doing this?" This was Zhao's real intention, also his second plan. Since the peak form experience card could keep replenishing his dantian, and it didn't take too much time to finish Fang Jinshan, he thought he might as well use the remaining time to fix the shield. Why waste such a good opportunity? As the tremendous amount of energy poured into the array's eyes, a glass-like shield immediately appeared around the mountain, blocking the fleeing cultivators. The realization hit Duanmu right then. Master wants to trap them all with the shield and then catch them one by one. The old saying was true, the older, the wiser. Zhou Jifeng was also shocked by the terrifying, unlimited energy. Previously, when he led other cultivators to destroy the shield, he had used all his strength, but it wouldn't budge. He never thought Ji Tiandao could fix it alone. At that moment, Zhao did not stop but continued to pour in energy. The shield was not fully repaired yet, and he needed to connect the eye with the arrays in different places. Only when they formed a continuous connection could the energy flow through the entire shield without interruption. To be honest, Zhao was also surprised by the unlimited energy provided by the peak form experience card. If not for the time limit, this card would be truly invincible. With it, he no longer needed to improve his cultivation base. He had lost count of how many times his dantian had emptied, as it would instantly refill whenever that happened. In total, it took him 25 minutes to fix the shield, which finally stabilized. When he touched it, bright and terrifying ripples spread like waves on the ocean. Zhao took a deep breath, looked around, and glanced at the system panel. He still had 3 minutes. "Yuan, kill the rest," he said in a calm voice. Little Yuan was enough to handle them, there was no need for him to do it himself. "I understand, master." Fang Jinshan had been blown to bits. Among the remaining Divine Court cultivators, the strongest were only at the Dao controlling stage. The Divine Court realm was divided into 3 stages, Dao shaping, Dao controlling, and Dao transforming. There was a huge gap between each stage, and the gap was even greater between those with precious treasures and those without. However, these cultivators would never be a match for the 9 disciples of Golden Court Mountain, even if their cultivation bases were on the same level. At that moment, little Yuan could finally vent her pent-up anger. She made full use of the 7 stars cloud treading steps, killing 1 Brahma seed cultivator with every step, while the Divine Court cultivators became the targets of her pursuit. It was nothing out of the ordinary for a villain of Golden Court Mountain to kill people. Some frightened cultivators were able to resist her attack, but only for a brief moment. They were like sheep waiting to be slaughtered in a cage, while little Yuan was the hunter with a knife in hand. Despair and fear permeated the air. Lu Zhao did not join the battle. With a wave of his hand, the huge avatar disappeared, and he flew back to Evil Sky Pavilion. Master! A trace of blood trickled from the corner of Duan Muxing's mouth, showing he could bear no more. Lu Zhao glanced at him and saw his loyalty had reached 80%, which surprised him. He had simply taught him the Divine One technique. Nevertheless, it was good to have one more loyal disciple. His injury must have been from his battle with Duda Feng of the Righteous Sect. It was remarkable that he could bear it for so long. Of course, it was also due to Ji Tiandao's past torture that he had become so tough today. An ordinary cultivator would have collapsed by now. Where is old Fourth? Lu Zhao asked faintly. Fourth junior brother fought a fierce battle with Fang Jinshan and others. Outnumbered, he was wounded and eventually fled, Duan Muxing replied, pausing for a moment before adding hastily, I don't know where he is now. Lu Zhao waved a hand. At the gesture, Wizard carried the Komatoshi Tianxin and landed in the courtyard within Evil Sky Pavilion. After placing her on the ground, it flew up again and disappeared into the sky. Sixth junior sister? Duan Muxing looked surprised. Yi Tianxin possessed the amorous hoop, a heaven-grade weapon, and was ranked 9th on the black roll. Even so, she was severely wounded, which he found hard to believe. At that moment, all the disciples there were wounded except for little Yuan, who was slaughtering cultivators like a ruthless wolf, filling Lu Zhou's ears with system prompts about the merit points he was earning. Lu Zhao turned slowly, and Zhou Jifeng, trembling, approached from a short distance away. Dropping to one knee about 5 meters away, he said, I wish to join Golden Court Mountain and serve you. Ding! You have gained a subordinate, Zhou Jifeng, a Divine Court cultivator. You are rewarded with 100 merit points. Lu Zhao glanced at him, neither nodding nor shaking his head, and said in a faint tone, tidy up the place. He had no time to listen to Zhou Jifeng's explanation and did not want to know what had transpired after he left Heavenly Sword Sect, so he simply issued the order. Yes, senior. Zhou Jifeng was overjoyed, unsheathed his sword, and with a fierce look in his eyes, leaped toward the fleeing Brahma sea cultivators. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao turned and walked into the Evil Sky Pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was a secluded cultivation venue specially built by Ji Tiandao. Even a nascent divinity tribulation cultivator would need a very long time to break it by force. Lu Zhao pressed a secret switch, causing a door to buzz and slide open to the left. He stepped through and closed it again. The world fell silent, and the effect of the peak form experience card ended simultaneously. The enormous amount of energy in his dantian receded instantly, like tides. Nevertheless, Lu Zhao remained quite calm. The interior of the pavilion was dimly lit, with only a faint light shining through the ceiling. This place was truly suitable for cultivation. Lu Zhao did not need to pay more attention to the outside world. He needed to sort out his thoughts and reorganize his trump cards now. Name, Lu Zhao. Race, human. Cultivation base, the qi refining and soul forming stage of the sense condensing realm. Merit points, 6,674. Avatar, 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life, 5,506 days. Items, critical block cards, passive, X7. Cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of heaven writing. Weapons, amorous hoop, owner, Yi Tianxin. It needs to be refined again before it can be used. The peak form experience cards were indeed gone, and he only had 7 critical block cards left. A powerful enemy could attack 10 or even 100 times in the span of a breath, so 7 blocks did not mean much. Now that he had no more trump cards, what should he do? As the greatest villain of Golden Court Mountain, he was the target of many cultivators. Lu Zhao sat cross-legged between the shafts of light, lost in thought. The shield had been fixed and could stop any formidable enemies for 10 to 15 days. Moreover, after using 2 peak form experience cards in a row, Lu Zhao had shocked the righteous cultivators. No matter how foolish they were, they would not dare to invade Golden Court Mountain again like this. The trip to Anyang had earned him over 6,000 merit points. Along the way, he had heard many system prompts, and it was no surprise that he had accumulated so many merit points. The kidnapping of the CI family, the submission of Pan Zhong, and the capture of Tianxin had all contributed to his merit points. As for those he had killed, he did not have the mood to count them. Talking about weapons, Lu Zhao had not expected that the heaven-grade treasure he seized from his disciple could be used again. However, refining a heaven-grade treasure was not easy, as it was extremely difficult to change it after it had recognized a master. In fact, it was more challenging than changing a person's mind. Ding! A divine court cultivator is killed. You are rewarded with 100 merit points. Ding! A Brahmasi cultivator is killed. You are rewarded with 10 merit points. Lu Zhao shook his head. They were only 1 realm apart, yet the reward was tenfold different. Now that he had plenty of merit points, he needed to think about how he should use them. Should he try his luck with draws? To him, it was like gambling. Although he could accumulate luck points through draws, what if he was unlucky and kept losing? He thought it best to wait a little longer until Little Yuaner and Zhou Jifeng had killed the remaining cultivators. With that thought, he rose to his feet and glanced around. It seemed he had not entered the secret chamber for a very long time, so there were many things left forgotten here. Although the chamber was dimly lit, he could still roughly see the items. Many cultivation techniques of the righteous sects were kept here, such as the ancient one-sword technique, the tranquil spell, the Tao Heart Sutra, and many others. From what he knew, none of his disciples practiced them. He understood the reason: these techniques were far inferior to those provided by the system. In addition to cultivation techniques, there were also some weapons. Most were just mystic grade and yellow grade, which were considered inferior by nascent divinity tribulation cultivators. The same was true for Lu Zhao, who lost interest after a brief glance. They were all covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating they had not been touched for a long time. Most were old, and Lu Zhao could not remember their origins or how to use them. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Evil Sky Pavilion, Tianxin woke with a start, her abdomen throbbing with excruciating pain. She opened her eyes with great difficulty and looked around. This is Evil Sky Pavilion? It was the place where her sect initiation ceremony was held many years ago, and she recognized it immediately. Everything here was familiar to her, the trees, the walls, even the lines on the walls. Suddenly, a somewhat weak voice rang out. Sixth junior sister? Tianxin was taken aback. She hurriedly turned toward the voice and saw Mingshi staggering toward her. His hair was disheveled, his face dirty, and his chest stained with blood. 4th senior brother? Mingshi sat down beside her and offered a weary smile. Junior sister, it's right to come back. What? Tianxin frowned slightly, not understanding what he meant. Just get used to it. It's all tricks. Cough. Cough. Mingshi coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Tianxin placed a hand on the ground and pushed herself up. The look on her face was one of misery and confusion. Tricks? None of that mattered anymore. She focused her gaze on Mingshi. In addition to the bloodstain, his body was covered in dirt. There was also a long, narrow gash on his chest, which looked quite frightening. Under the bright sunlight, she saw that the wound had not yet scabbed over. Flies buzzed around the injury, drawn by the smell of blood and flesh. Was this the fourth senior brother the world feared? Was this Mingshi, the Tao-transforming divine court expert? Even flies were tormenting him now. I never thought I would see you like this one day, Tianxin said weakly. The hot sun and dry air made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Mingshi raised his hand and waved. She wasn't sure if he was shooing away the flies or dismissing her words. I'm just tired. That old man left you all on the mountain to die. I can't believe you stayed behind to work yourself to death for him. Are you crazy? Tianxin sneered. Mingshi was so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open, but he still managed to reply, You don't understand. I'm not like you. I still respect Master very much. Once he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. At that moment, something wondrous happened. Tiny seedlings sprouted from the cracks in the ground around Mingshi and began to grow at a visible rate. The branches thickened and broke through the earth and rocks, wrapping around Mingshi and shielding him from the harsh sunlight and the flies. Tianxin frowned and looked at the scene in disbelief. She instinctively took a small step back. The courtyard in front of Evil Sky Pavilion was vast enough to accommodate over 1,000 people, but she still moved back, worried. A moment later, she realized what was happening and murmured to herself, Senior brother has mastered the complete Bluewood technique. It was the essence of the Bluewood technique. When cultivated to its peak, it could revive and grant the cultivator a new life. This meant that after transcending the tribulation, Mingshi would become an expert of the same realm as Tianxin, stepping into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When did the old villain become so generous? Tianxin stared at the area covered by woods, stunned. Master. A figure in blue descended from the sky into the courtyard. It was little Yuan. She glanced around and saw Tianxin. Humph. Where is my master, traitor? She put her hands on her waist and looked at Tianxin with some hostility. The latter raised her head and glanced at the cute and innocent little Yuan, shaking her head and saying, Little junior sister, come over here. I don't want to, said little Yuan. Can you tell me what the old man has been doing all these years? Little Yuan crossed her arms and ignored her. Tianxin frowned and shook her head helplessly. She knew it would be very difficult to learn more about the old villain from her little junior sister. Little junior sister, Duan Muxing's voice sounded from behind. Third senior brother. Duan Muxing was in no better shape. He was chained all over, covered in wounds, with a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, he could still walk and fight. Tianxin sneered again, but she stopped immediately when she saw Duan Muxing glare at her. Tianxin, you have deserted the sect, betrayed your master, and your treachery is abhorred by both man and heaven. How dare you laugh? Unlike Mingshi and little Yuan, Duan Muxing had a calmer demeanor, but he also had a fiercer temper. He knew Tianxin played a major role in the recent disaster at Golden Court Mountain, which infuriated him. Senior brother, now that we are at this point, you don't have to be hypocritical anymore. Have you forgotten how the old master used to treat us? Duan Muxing paused, reflecting on his early days in the sect, where he had first-hand experience of their master's treatment of his disciples. If not for that, how could he have been betrayed by so many of them? Tianxin continued, look at how bedraggled you all appear now. The old master is about to die. When the time comes, I hope you will be as righteous as you are today. Shut up. Duan Muxing's nostrils flared. Yuan, since master is not here, I want you to slap her in the face for me. Ah? Do as I say. Oh. Little Yuan walked to her senior sister, closed her eyes, raised a hand, and slapped Tianxin across the face. The slap was loud and clear, numbing Tianxin's cheek. Duan Muxing admonished, with this slap, I hope you will remember that this is the Evil Sky Pavilion, the very place where you learned all your skills from master. If you dare to say anything rude again, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. His voice was so loud that it shook Tianxin, causing her qi and blood to tremble. Although Duanmuxing was wounded, he had no problem making such a loud sound. Since Tianxin had lost her cultivation base, she could not withstand it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother, let me help you remove the chains," little Yuan suggested. "No need. The chain is made from cold iron that is over 1,000 years old. I'm afraid only eldest senior brother's Jasper saber and second senior brother's longevity sword can cut through it." Duanmuxing shook his head and sighed. Just then, Zhou Jifeng walked nervously into the courtyard, his sword on his back. This was the second time he had entered Evil Sky Pavilion, and his heart was racing. Even though the 3 villains were wounded, he was still very nervous and afraid, not to mention the presence of another moody young villain. "Stop!" Little Yuan shouted at him. "Greetings, SA seniors?" Zhou Jifeng cupped his fists and stammered. "You were a disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect, a famous righteous sect. Why do you want to join Golden Court Mountain? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Duanmuxing asked. However, Zhou Jifeng remained unperturbed. "If I were afraid of being laughed at, I wouldn't be standing here. Now that I'm here, it means I've thought it over. Old senior, where are you? Please give this junior a chance to explain." He dropped to his knees. Tianxin gave Zhou Jifeng a complicated look before laughing. "Crazy, you're crazy. So many people are eager to stay as far away from Golden Court Mountain as possible, and yet you chose to join it. Are you so impatient to get yourself killed?" Zhou Jifeng did not look at Tianxin. "Old senior has bestowed me with an act of kindness. Kindness? This is so funny, so damn funny." Lu Zhou sighed after he roughly went through all the items in the chamber. They were all old, but some were quite good and might come in handy later. He noticed that his merit points had not increased for a while, so he walked back under the light, considering how he would use them. 7,540 points. Lu Zhou looked at the merit points on the system panel as he opened the shopping mall. A mighty 4 quadrants avatar costs 5,000 merit points. He shook his head. The avatar could at most improve his cultivation base to the peak of the sense-condensing realm, which was not enough to ensure his safety. A 5 energies universe avatar was out of the question, as it cost 8,000 merit points. Weapons? Lu Zhou glanced at the weapons in the system. They were categorized into types such as sabers, spears, cudgels, halberds, and many others, with 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. However, good weapons required a powerful cultivation base to support them. Cards. A reversal card cost 500 merit points, and a critical block card cost 100 merit points. They were expensive and not worth being his trump cards. Lu Zhou shook his head and glanced further down. An impeccable card? Impeccable card provides 10 seconds of damage immunity. 500 merit points. This card is not bad. It's almost like invincibility, but 10 seconds is too short. I will still be under threat after that. If there are no good counterattacks, I'd rather use a card that can help me flee. Nevertheless, it is still a good card, but it must be used based on the actual situation. Lu Zhou did not rush to buy it but continued to look at other cards. Deadly Strike card provides an unspeakable power to deliver a fatal blow to the target. 500 merit points. Lu Zhou looked at the description of this card carefully. As an online game enthusiast in his previous life, he knew that if an item he got from killing a monster had the Deadly Strike ability, it usually had a very low chance of being triggered. However, this card did not have such a limitation. He looked to the right and then to the left, but found no other description or limitation. Unspeakable power. What does it mean? Lu Zhou was lost in thought. No matter what power it is, this card should not be bad based on the description. I might buy it later. Top grade defense card, reduce damage by 90% for 30 seconds. 500 merit points. Asterisk second grade defense card, reduce damage by 60% for 30 seconds. 300 merit points asterisk. The more than a dozen cards after that were all defensive cards. Since Lu Zhou's current cultivation base was only at the sense condensing realm, they were pretty much useless to him. After all, even after 90% of the damage was reduced, the remaining 10% was still more than enough to kill him. He shook his head. These cards are less useful than the impeccable card. Wait a moment. Why are most of them defensive cards? Is the system trying to make me a coward? Does it want me to let others beat me like a punching bag without fighting back? This is not the fighting style of the villainous patriarch. He looked further down. There were only a few cards with question marks that did not have descriptions. He guessed the system must have hidden their descriptions and prices, just like it did for the avatars of Thousand Realms Whirling and Myriad Supreme. All online game enthusiasts knew this meant they were superior and powerful. After going through all the cards, Lu Zhou chose 3 impeccable cards and 3 deadly strike cards. The combination gave him both offense and defense. Suddenly, he had a terrible idea. What would happen if he attacked an impeccable card with a deadly strike card? Would it be the same as the tale of the strongest spear and the strongest shield? Just thinking about it made him feel a little embarrassed. Nonetheless, he chose to ignore the rest of the defensive cards because offense was the best defense. In just the blink of an eye, he had spent 3,000 merit points. However, these cards were worth the price, so there was nothing to argue about. How should I use the remaining 4,540 merit points? Should I buy a few reversal cards to restore my lifespan? His body was key to the recovery of his cultivation base, but the remaining merit points were only enough to buy 9 reversal cards, which would give him about 2,700 days of life. This was still much shorter than the lifespan he had previously, which was about 1,000 years. It was worth noting that the reversal card focused on reversal, which meant it could reverse growth, but not add extra lifespan to his old body. What about lucky draws? He didn't know what was wrong with his head, but the words lucky draws suddenly popped up. With the experience of the last round of lucky draws, Lu Zhou knew that the game could swallow all his merit points and give him nothing if he had bad luck. I should use the remaining merit points to improve my cultivation base, because it is the root of everything. Lu Zhou thought back to the scene when he last produced the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. He noticed that the 8-leaf golden lotus beneath it had changed to 9 leaves. He had used several peak form experience cards, and they all produced the same result, so why were the outcomes different? Is it because of the heaven writing? He wondered what kind of cultivation technique it was. It was different from any technique in his memory. It had no actual moves, no breathing methods, and no scriptures for controlling energy. Well, my cultivation base is indeed the root of everything, but before that, let me just try a few lucky draws. The headquarters of the Nether sect was located on Pingdu Mountain in the northern part of Yu, a province in the western part of Great Yin. Inside the Great Hall of the Nether sect. My lord, I found out everything. The Patriarch single-handedly captured the Palace Master of the Derived Moon Palace, and none of the experts from the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect who invaded Golden Court Mountain survived, the speaker reported. In front of him was a throne shrouded in a cloud of black mist that blocked the view. I see, a hoarse voice drifted out of the mist. My lord, the Palace Master of the Derived Moon Palace was your junior sister. Her assault on the Patriarch with the righteous cultivators ended in disaster. The Yun sect, Tian sect, and Luo sect are infuriated and swear to kill everyone in the Derived Moon Palace as a tribute to their dead disciples. Do you think we need to help her? The great hall fell silent. After a moment of quiet, a voice rang out from the mist. She deserves it. We don't have to do anything. Understood, my lord. The man cupped his fist and bowed before continuing, there is one more thing. Tell me. The spy we planted in the imperial household reported that Lady Jade plans to wipe out Golden Court Mountain. She even tried to convince the emperor to mobilize the imperial army. And? The emperor punished her by forbidding her from leaving her chamber for 3 months. The black mist fell silent, as if the speaker behind it was considering something. A brief moment later, the voice said, Great Yan is always at war, and the imperial army is the force guarding the capital city. How can it be transferred so easily? Lady Jade has shot herself in the foot this time. But... The voice paused and then continued, she comes from the western regions, and is not one of us after all. Keep a close eye on her. I will do as you bid, my lord. Also. The voice rang out again, Sword Freak loves to challenge others. Since the Clarity sect has many experts, send him there. Tell him to avoid the Sword Devil. I'll do it right away. Duan Mu Sheng, Little Yuaner, and the others waited anxiously in the courtyard. The sun was already setting, but their master had not yet appeared. It's normal for master to calm down and recuperate after the battle. Little junior sister, stop pacing. You're making my head spin, Duan Muxing said, rubbing his temple with his thumb. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng said respectfully, Old Senior is a mighty expert, he will be fine. Look at how bright this shield is. Little Yuaner glared at him and said, Idiot. Yi Tianxin disagreed and said in a faint voice, If I were you, I'd go inside and have a look. He is very old, and anything might happen to him. Right then, the mechanical sound of a secret door moving came from inside Evil Sky Pavilion, accompanied by the familiar voice, Come in, all of you. Everyone, including Yi Tianxin, trembled, and their weariness seemed to vanish in that instant. Little Yuaner walked over with a smile, grabbing Yi Tianxin's shoulder and saying, Let's see how master will punish you. Lu Zhou had emerged from the secret chamber and was standing outside with his hands clasped behind his back. Greetings, master. Greetings, old senior. Yi Tianxin was thrown to the ground. She raised her head, wanting to see the old man's face, but all she saw was his back. Lu Zhou did not answer them. Instead, he paced from left to right, stroking his beard. Master? Little Yuaner called tentatively. Just then, she heard Lu Zhou murmur to himself, Why can't I draw even a single prize? Ah? Little Yuaner could tell that her master was not happy, so she laughed playfully and said, Don't be angry, master. I've killed all the invaders. If you're still not happy, I can go back and stab their bodies a few more times with my knife. Zhou Jifeng? Lu Zhou raised a hand and said lightly, Where is Old Fourth? Old Fourth is badly wounded, but it also brought him a rare opportunity. He is now protected by the woods and cannot come to see you, master, Duan Muxing answered, dragging the chain with him. Lu Zhou was surprised before saying, No one shall approach the woods for 7 days. It would take Mingshi 7 days to break through under the wood's protection, and if the process was interrupted, he would never be able to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm again. Yi Tianxin looked Lu Zhou in the eyes and said disapprovingly, You don't have to be a hypocrite. I'm pretty sure you'll sneak up on him in the middle of the night and give him a slap. Lu Zhou ignored her and said in an indifferent voice, Yuaner. Yes, master? Put her in the back of the mountain and let her face the wall to reflect on her misdeed. Yes, master. Little Yuaner walked up and grabbed Yi Tianxin. The thought of the cold and lonely environment in the back of the mountain made Yi Tianxin shiver. She wanted to resist, but her dantian was empty, and she could not even summon a trace of energy. Lu Zhou's eyes then fell on Zhou Jifeng, who immediately knelt and said respectfully, Old Senior, I am willing to join Golden Court Mountain. Please take me as your disciple. Lu Zhou hadn't considered taking on a disciple since he arrived in this world. From what he knew, the old villain only began accepting disciples after reaching the peak of his cultivation. With his current cultivation, he couldn't be certain that he wouldn't inadvertently take in ambitious and treacherous people as disciples. Moreover, the 9 disciples he already had were enough to give him a headache, and he had no extra energy to teach others. The bright moon shines over the sea, from far away we share this moment together. He thought of the poem the old villain used to seek disciples. There was one spot left unfilled. He wondered why the old villain hadn't filled it, but it no longer mattered. You have great talent, but it's a pity that you have cultivated the heavenly sword sect's sword Dao. If you change to another cultivation technique now, you will achieve half the result with twice the effort, Zhao said. His message was clear, he would not take Zhou Jifeng as a disciple. Senior. Zhou Jifeng pleaded with an eager expression. Zhao slowly raised a hand to cut him off, then picked up a book from the table beside him and gently placed it in front of Zhou Jifeng. This is the Heavenly Sword Sect's ancient one-sword technique. With your talent, you should have no difficulty mastering it. Zhou Jifeng's eyes widened as he looked at the book with excitement. He was once the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect and understood the significance of this book. The ancient one-sword technique was always taught by the master to the disciples, level by level. Only after the disciples mastered the first level would the master teach the second. Though Zhou Jifeng had almost completely mastered it, Luo Changfeng had never taught him all the sword techniques. The phenomenon was not only present in the Heavenly Sword Sect, but also in other righteous sects around the world. Everyone considered it a tradition, and the disciples found it normal, so no one ever questioned it. He never thought that Zhao would impart to him a sword technique, which the Heavenly Sword Sect regarded as a precious treasure, as if it were something worthless. How could he not be thrilled? With the sword technique, he did not have to worry about failing to reach the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Thank you, old senior. Thank you. Zhou Jifeng held the book with both hands and kowtowed, touching his forehead to the floor, making a loud sound. Duan Muxing said, as you are not a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, you will address my master, Lord Pavilion from now on. Yes, I understand. Zhou Jifeng replied respectfully. There are many accommodations in the evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from the East Pavilion and the South Pavilion, you can choose anywhere to stay. I understand. You may leave us now. With the book in his hands, Zhou Jifeng bowed and withdrew from the evil Sky Pavilion. Zhao nodded slightly. It was clear that Duan Muxing was more experienced in managing disciples. When Zhou Jifeng was gone, Duan Muxing bowed and said, Master, this Zhou Jifeng is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect after all. It would take too much time for Zhao to explain, and he had to tell Duan Muxing about Zhou Jifeng's parents and the murder of his father. It was too troublesome, so he merely waved a hand and said, I have my own plans. I understand, Master. Duan Muxing dared not to question what he did not understand. Zhao took one look at the chain around him before turning and walking toward the inside of Evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Muxing was about to say something when he vaguely heard his master murmur, luck should have turned. He quickly dropped to his knees and said, have a good rest, Master. By the time he looked up, his master was already gone. He wiped the sweat from his cheek and tugged at the chain around him. He thought of asking Zhao to remove the chain, but it seemed he would have to bring it with him for the time being. He realized that his master's indifferent attitude toward the disciples had not changed. After locking Tianxin in the back of the mountain, little Yuan returned to Evil Sky Pavilion. She did not see her master, but only her third senior brother, who was sighing with a sad face. What happened, senior brother? She asked. Duan Muxing waved his hand and said, nothing. I just feel that master seems a bit absent-minded. Absent-minded? Did master ask you to do anything just now? No, he didn't, but he did say something. What did he say? Master seems dizzy, said Duan Muxing. Dizzy? Little Yuan nodded and said, Master must be dizzy from all the riding and flying with Wizard. After all, he is getting old. That makes sense. Senior brother, how should we deal with that traitor? We'll discuss it after Old Fourth transcends the tribulation, since he's the cleverest among us. If such a traitor is not punished, how can we face Master again? Duan Muxing said sternly. There's one thing I can't figure out, senior brother. She had already deserted the sect, but why does she still want to kill Master? Little Yuan felt angry at the thought. Duan Muxing sighed. Junior sister Tianxin is actually an unfortunate girl. Unfortunate? Little Yuan lifted her hands and pointed her index fingers at each other. I'm also very unfortunate. Duanmu Xing was speechless. I'm going to heal my wounds. I'll leave this place to you. Oh. Take care, senior brother. Lu Zhou looked at the remaining merit points on the system interface. He had spent 3,000 points on lucky draws, leaving him with 1,540 points. His luck points had accumulated to 60 as well. He wondered if he should try again. He had truly been down on luck. Lucky draw. Ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying, you have received 1 luck point. He now had 61 luck points. Very good. Lu Zhou was in a calm state of mind. He decided to stop for now, thinking he should wash his hands before he tried again. Suddenly, he remembered the ripples he saw when he read the heaven writing in the CI family's residence, and he said to himself, I will read the heaven writing to change my luck. Footnotes. H5 CH46 footnote 1/H5. What Lu Zhou said was, my luck should have changed/turned. In Chinese, change or turn is zhuan, and luck is yun. However, spin is also zhuan, and dizzy is yun. When Duanmu Xing heard this, he mistook it as spin until dizzy. Lu Zhou opened the interface of the heaven writing and glanced at the characters he could read. The number had not increased, and the number he could not read had not decreased. He concluded that he needed to repeatedly read and comprehend the contents in the early part of the human scroll before the latter part would gradually be revealed to him. He wondered why there were some extra characters the last time he read it, even though he had not comprehended anything. This suggested that the heaven writing was comprehensible, but it was challenging. The light in the chamber was still dim, but Lu Zhou immersed himself in reading and understanding the heaven writing. Time ticked away, and at some point, the magical scene reappeared, faint specks of light flickered over the dim light source. However, Lu Zhou was unaware of this. He remained seated cross-legged, reading, and soon 3 days had passed. On Golden Court Mountain, Zhou Jifeng was absorbed in practicing his sword technique, Duanmu Xing was healing his wounds in seclusion, and Mingshi was at the critical juncture of breaking through. Little Yuan was the only one with nothing to do. She was bored but could not leave the mountain. Fortunately, the mountain was protected by a shield, so she did not need to worry about possible enemy invasions. On the 4th day, when she came to the courtyard again, there were movements in the cluster of wood. She thought she heard a creaking sound and bolted into the courtyard, glancing around. 4th senior brother? She noticed that the wood stacked on top of each other was expanding and growing at an incredible rate, finding it strange. Master said it will take 4th senior brother 7 days to transcend this tribulation. How can he be so fast? Before long, the wood had grown to almost the same height as the evil sky pavilion. Little Yuan was forced to keep moving back because half of the courtyard was occupied. She couldn't leave, so she simply flew up into the air and wheeled around it. Boom! Suddenly, the wood burst apart, scattering broken branches across the sky. Little Yuan quickly released her energy to avoid being hit. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the cluster, his body radiating waves of energy that rippled through the void like water. Little Yuan retreated further and managed to block the waves, which even shook the evil sky pavilion. An energy vortex formed in the courtyard, with Mingshi floating in the center, his eyes closed and arms outstretched. Congratulations, 4th senior brother, on stepping into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Little Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Lu Zhou, who was studying the heaven writing in the secret chamber, was also alerted by the shaking. Absorbed in reading, he was jolted from his thoughts as the bookshelves, weapons, and other items around him swayed and jumped. No one would feel happy in such a situation. It was like being suddenly woken from a sound sleep. He had only neglected to discipline the group of villainous disciples for 3 days, and now they were making so much noise that it almost brought the roof down. How dare you? Lu Zhou scolded in a faint voice, waving his arm before continuing to read the writings. Mingshi, supported by the energy vortex in midair over the courtyard, savored the pleasure of his new realm. His arms were outstretched, his eyes closed, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. Little junior sister. Why did you wake up so soon, senior brother? It feels so good to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Now that I have an avatar, the world will soon be mine. Senior brother, you've gained 100 tribulations insight avatar? Little Yuaner asked enviously. Mingshi Yin's eyes were still closed as he said lightly, before you all came back, I had already stayed in the earth for a long time, so I didn't need 7 days to break through. Watch closely, little junior sister. Buzz. At the moment he produced his 100 tribulations insight avatar, a faint speck of light drifted over from the top of Evil Sky Pavilion, accompanied by a solemn voice, how dare you? A sizzling sound filled the air as the faint light corroded the energy waves, turning them into nothing in an instant. What would happen when Mingshi was no longer supported by the energy vortex? Plop. He fell straight to the ground. Ouch. He did not dare to continue showing off. Hurriedly, he struggled to his feet and turned to Evil Sky Pavilion, dropping to his knees and saying, I'm sorry, master. He should have gone to another place to show off and not floated over where his master was resting. Mingshi was too panicked to get up, both amazed by his master's skill and thankful that he was not hurt. Eh? Fourth senior brother, do you need to kneel to release your avatar? Little Yuaner slowly descended from the sky. Cough. Cough. Mingshi rose to his feet embarrassingly when he noticed no more reactions from Evil Sky Pavilion. He cleared his throat, pretending nothing had just happened, and said, I've just stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and I'm still not used to it. Where is master? Little Yuaner told him what had happened over the past few days. After listening to her, Mingshi furrowed his brow slightly and said, 6th junior sister's cultivation base is destroyed, and she is now locked up at the back of the mountain? Yes. I'll go and see her. Leave everything on the mountain to me. I need you to gather information at the station in Tianxin. Master will certainly ask about that when he comes out of seclusion, Mingshi said. Fourth senior brother is so thoughtful. I'll go right now. Little Yuaner jumped happily. Stay out of trouble. After saying that, Mingshi scratched his head. It didn't sound like him, but why did the words come so naturally out of his mouth? Don't worry, I'm a very kind girl. Little Yuaner turned and bolted down the mountain at an astonishing speed. Mingshi turned and looked at Evil Sky Pavilion. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the warning he had just heard. He thought he could relax a bit after stepping into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, but it seemed he still had a long way to go. He stepped out of the courtyard, moving like a phantom. Before, each step would take him 100 feet, but now it took him 300 feet. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the back of the mountain. Eh? You? Mingshi saw Zhou Jifeng practicing with a sword. Zhou Jifeng panicked when he saw the phantom-like Mingshi. He quickly put away his sword and the book before cupping his fist guiltily at Mingshi. Greetings, fourth, senior brother? He was not a disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion, so he did not know how to address the man. Mingshi grinned wickedly and said, I heard little junior sister say that you are a rare genius of the Heavenly Sword sect. She's flattering me. I don't deserve that. Well, you can be my practice target, Mingshi said, flexing his muscles. What? Zhou Jifeng did not understand what he meant. Buzz. 100 tribulations insight. A 20-foot-tall, 5-foot-wide avatar emerged behind Mingshi. Zhou Jifeng glanced at it and murmured, such a small 100 tribulations insight. What did you say? Plop. Zhou Jifeng fell to the ground, tilting his head. It's so strong. Mingshi frowned slightly, wondering if the avatar of the nascent divinity tribulation realm was really so powerful that it had made Zhou Jifeng faint before it could attack. A rare genius? You are mediocre at best. He turned and started toward the cave of reflection at the back of the mountain. Zhou Jifeng carefully opened his eyes, patted his chest, and took a deep breath to calm the boiling qi and blood within him. If he did not make it look real, he would not be able to deceive a villain like this. He would rather hurt himself than be beaten by others. Inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Just then, the light specks near the light source disappeared. After studying it for a few days, he had a new understanding of the heaven writing. He felt as if he had just woken from a long dream. However, many of the meanings were obscured and hard to understand, so he needed to continue studying them. He opened the system interface. I have 61 luck points. Lucky draw. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. My luck hasn't changed. Is it because I used the wrong posture to draw? He slowly rose to his feet and continued drawing, but he got the same result 4 times in a row. What a rip-off. It turned out that his posture had nothing to do with the outcome. Although he repeatedly complained in his mind, Lu Zhou kept a straight face, which was already very dark. 66 luck points. Will they bring me better luck? Women have a sixth sense, while men have keen intuition. He was certain that he would get something this time. Lucky draw. Asterisk ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points and 66 luck points. You have received 1 reversal card asterisk. Lu Zhou was on the verge of flying into a rage. But, he took a deep breath and looked into the dark distance with his deep, old eyes. Fuck. Never mind. Swearing is not the style of a villainous patriarch, nor is it consistent with my status. After spending so many merit points and luck points, he only got a reversal card. He didn't know whether to laugh or weep. He wanted to complain about the system, but whom should he turn to? He had never been so angry before, not even when he had failed 15 times in a row while trying to craft a weapon in an online game in his previous life. Lu Zhou glanced at the remaining merit points. He still had 1,190 points. It seemed that the game of lucky draws was dangerous. Should he stop playing now, while he still had some points? Lucky draw. Asterisk ding. This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received a weapon, unnamed asterisk you have received a mount, by Lu Zhou? The draw that cost him 66 luck points only gave him a reversal card, but this draw, which cost 0 luck points, gave him a weapon and a mount. Lu Zhou was at a loss for words. Unnamed. The weapon had a casual name, but it didn't matter. He had spent so many merit points on it. It had to be better than the pile of scrap metal in this secret chamber, right? As Lu Zhou called its name, a vaguely glowing, irregular-shaped object slowly appeared in his palm. It was round one moment and oval the next. What is this thing? Lu Zhou frowned. He tried asking the system for some hints, but the system was silent. With a wave of his hand, the black object disappeared. It then appeared in the item menu of the system, looking like a black stone. He glanced at it and saw a line of tiny text beneath it. Unnamed can transform into any weapon according to your thoughts, and the higher your cultivation base, the stronger it becomes. It seemed to be an extraordinary item, and Lu Zhou's interest was piqued. He lifted his right hand, and a weapon appeared in his palm. This time, it was a sword, an exquisite short sword that looked more like a dagger. It then transformed into a saber, a spear, a club, a halberd, and many other weapons. I see. It was a weapon that could change form at will. Though it was only one weapon, it was better than 10. He had hit a jackpot. Let's try its power next. Meanwhile, Mingshi arrived at the Cave of Reflection. When he saw the sad-looking Tianxin, he said, "Junior sister, do you want to see my 100 tribulations inside Avatar?" Tianxin? She frowned slightly and stared at Mingshi, who had appeared all of a sudden. If you're here to kill me at the old villain's order, just do it. You don't have to show off. Mingshi scratched his head and said, somewhat embarrassed, well, that wasn't my intention. I don't care if you want to kill or torture me. Just get it over with, Tianxin said, turning her head away. Mingshi shook his head and sighed. Junior sister, if master wanted to kill you, he would have done it. Then why did he send you here? He didn't. I came on my own. After all, you are my junior sister, and I can't let you go astray, Mingshi explained. Tianxin laughed. Go astray? You are the ones who have gone astray. Are you still holding a grudge against master over that incident? Tianxin turned away from him again, her face and eyes growing cold. She didn't want to talk about the past. Mingshi walked over and sat down beside her. He waved his hand, and the cave lit up instantly. I joined the sect earlier than you and suffered more than you. Did I ever complain about anything? Bah. I seem to remember you cursing the most behind his back. Cough. Cough. Mingshi glanced nervously out of the cave and said, somewhat embarrassed, times have changed. Master is very kind now. Kind? Fourth senior brother, this joke isn't funny at all, Tianxin said, shaking her head and looking down at her bedraggled appearance. The message was clear. I'm not joking, Mingshi said, standing up and clasping his hands behind his back. After living for so long, Master's thoughts have become clear. His attitude today is quite different from what it used to be. So what? Tianxin replied. Why can't you understand me? Mingshi said angrily. Master didn't even take what we did to heart. But I did. As long as that old man still lives, my heart will not be at ease. Bang, Mingshi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Tianxin. He did not use any energy, just struck her face like an ordinary person. The slap left Tianxin stunned, but she looked up stubbornly into his eyes. Mingshi raised his hand again. Swoosh, Tianxin closed her eyes. However, the palm stopped a foot from her cheek and did not hit her. Mingshi shook his head, sighed, and patted her shoulder instead. You should ask master yourself. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. He felt there was no need to persuade her further. He turned to leave, but Tianxin called out, wait a moment. What else do you want to say? My sisters in the derived moon palace will definitely come to rescue me. If possible, I hope senior brother can show them mercy. Tianxin's voice grew softer, sounding like a plea. When he heard that, Mingshi laughed. You really flatter yourself. How would they come to rescue you when they are mired in their own problems now? What do you mean? The Yun sect, Tian sect, and Luo sect have lost so many divine court experts. Do you think they will blame it on master? No. Their first target will be your derived moon palace. After saying that, his body flickered, and he was gone in the next instant. The cave of reflection was silent, and Tianxin looked stunned and at a loss. When Zhao produced Unnamed, he heard a system prompt. Ding. You have disciplined Tianxin and are rewarded with 100 merit points. He did not expect that. Well, no matter which disciple disciplined her, at least it shows that Tianxin still has some value. He controlled the unnamed sword, making it spin rapidly in his palm, before stopping and grabbing its hilt. With my cultivation base in the sense-condensing realm, I still can't control it at will. The sword cut at a saber placed on the weapon rack beside him. Bam! Sparks flew everywhere. Both the saber and the unnamed sword remained intact. This was the item he got from the lucky draw when he had 0 luck points. It is indeed a piece of junk. The unnamed sword flew back into Zhao's palm, a faint, pale blue light flashing across its edges. Just as he was about to test it further, he heard a call from outside the chamber. Master, Pan Zhong from the Clarity sect begs for an audience with you. He clenched his palm, and the sword disappeared. Although his few attempts at the lucky draw had not been smooth, he had managed to get something. At present, he was still not familiar with the unnamed, and he would need to take some time to understand it. Moreover, due to his weak cultivation base, he could not fully unleash its power. As for the saber, he could only study it when he had free time. After Lu Zhou left the chamber, the edge of the saber on the weapon rack flashed with a pale blue light and cracked slightly. When he stepped outside, Lu Zhou realized he had been in the chamber for a long time. The bright world outside made him feel uncomfortable for a moment. A few people were waiting for him in the great hall. Old Senior. Old, Mr. Two men hastily knelt upon seeing Lu Zhou. Little Yuan trotted over to assist him, smiling. Master, when I went to the station to gather information, I saw both of them kneeling outside the shield, so I brought them in. Master won't blame me, right? As he knelt on the ground, Pan Zhong glanced at the old man in front of him from the corner of his eye. It was hard to believe that this ordinary-looking old man was the notorious patriarch of Golden Court Mountain. Beside him, Morong Hai trembled and dared not lift his head. You're not causing any trouble at the station, are you? Lu Zhou lightly tapped her head. No, I didn't, and I got a lot of information. Little Yuan said. Lu Zhou nodded and turned his eyes to the two men. Stand up and talk. Pan Zhong stood up without a problem, but Morong Hai staggered as he rose and nearly fell back down. When he finally stood straight, his eyes met Lu Zhou's, and he trembled, dropping to his knees again. Old sir, please spare my life. I was blind not to recognize a powerful figure like you. What have I done to you? I treated you kindly along the way, yet why do you sound as if I've murdered your whole family? Lu Zhou thought to himself. However, he remained calm and expressionless. Yuan, he called in an indifferent voice. Yes, master? Send him away. I understand, master. Morong Hai paused, but before he could say anything, little Yuan had lifted him like a chick and bolted down the mountain. Pan Zhong was speechless and swallowed hard at the sight, thinking his plan to join Golden Court Mountain would not end well. Pan Zhong, Lu Zhou's eyes fell on him. The other man shuddered as he cupped his fist and said, Old Senior. Lu Zhou did not speak but turned to a chair and sat down slowly. Do you really want to join my Golden Court Mountain? Lu Zhou's eyes were deep, his voice aged yet powerful. Plop. Pan Zhong knelt and cupped his fist. Yes, I wish to join the Golden Court Mountain. Please accept me, Old Senior. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and glanced at Pan Zhong's eyes. Although he only cultivates the 3 yin styles and has brought himself a body filled with a bitter chill, he is actually a talented man. After a brief moment of consideration, he said faintly, people all over the world are afraid of me. Righteous sects and cultivators everywhere want to get rid of me. Even my disciples want to kill me. Pan Zhong's heart fluttered when he heard this. He did not know what Lu Zhou intended to do or what his purpose was in saying these things. After you join Golden Court Mountain, I will naturally protect you. However, if one day... Lu Zhou paused. Pan Zhong finally understood and quickly kowtowed, saying, if I ever harbor ill intentions against Master, may I be cut into 1,000 pieces alive. His loyalty had increased by 10%. Very good. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said. I always honor my words. You may rise. Thank you, Old Senior. Pan Zhong stood up nervously. At that moment, Mingshi walked into the great hall, grinning broadly and in high spirits. He nodded at Pan Zhong and then fell to his knees before Lu Zhou. Master, I've broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Pan Zhong was shocked upon hearing this. Any cultivator who could reach this realm was considered an expert, and Golden Court Mountain had only produced a few. How could he not be amazed? Lu Zhou nodded and said, when you enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm, you will gain the 100 tribulations insight avatar. Each leaf your avatar opens will signify a different cultivation base. Remember, you must not be arrogant and look down on others. I will remember Master's teachings. Mingshi kowtowed honestly. Ding, you have disciplined Mingshi and are rewarded with 100 merit points. Pan Zhong watched, puzzled. He had heard that the old villain of Golden Court Mountain was a short-tempered man, who killed without a second thought and treated his disciples with cruelty and mercilessness. However, what he witnessed now was entirely different from what he had heard. Instead, he felt that the old senior was a good teacher and far better than the old bigots of the Clarity sect. "Master, I went to teach Tianxin a lesson when I heard she was being locked up in the Cave of Reflection," Mingshi said. Lu Zhou's face remained calm. So, it was Old Fourth who did that. However, he thought it was inappropriate to rush into dealing with Tianxin, so he said, "Let her reflect on herself in the cave." Also, Old Eighth and Old Fifth are involved in the kidnapping of the CI family. Mingshi rolled his eyes and said, "Master, since I have just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, I need to practice my skills. Why don't I go capture Old Eighth and bring him back so that Master can punish him?" He did not mention his fifth junior sister, Zhao, because no one knew where she had gone. Although Old Eighth is weak, he has Old Seventh's backing. Even if Mingshi brings him back, it won't do much good and will also alert Old Seventh. After considering for a moment, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Leave him alone for now." Mingshi was puzzled but bowed and said, "I understand, Master." "I'm tired, leave me." "Yes, Master." Mingshi winked at Pan Zhong, who looked somewhat absent-minded. "Say senior?" However, Mingshi dragged him out of Evil Sky Pavilion. Once outside, he grinned wickedly and said, "You're the newcomer?" "Greetings, fourth mister." "Haha. I like that. Hey, do you want to see my 100 Tribulations Insight avatar?" Pan Zhong was taken aback. Right then, little Yuaner bolted up the mountain, leaving numerous afterimages behind her. "Fourth senior brother. Little junior sister? You're here just in time. Come and see my 100 Tribulations Insight avatar." Mingshi stretched out his arms as if he were about to hit someone. Little Yuaner hurriedly said, "I'll look at it next time, senior brother. There's a group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain. I suspect someone is trying to invade Golden Court Mountain again." Mingshi was overjoyed when he heard that. "Excellent. I'll go and check it out now. You don't have to trouble Master with this kind of minor issue. I can handle them all on my own. Senior brother, they are all female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace." Before she could finish, Mingshi had already disappeared. Pan Zhong looked confused and did not know whether he should follow or not. Little Yuaner stamped her feet helplessly. When she turned around and saw his stupid look, she said angrily, "What are you looking at? I'll cut your eyes out if you look again." Pan Zhong. When did I look at her?" Mingshi couldn't wait to show his new prowess. He unleashed his energy as he made his way down the mountain, eager to reach the foot as soon as possible. When he arrived and saw the cultivators outside the shield, he grinned wickedly and said, "100 Tribulations Insight." After all, he was a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Although his avatar was only 20 feet tall, its power was far beyond that of any divine court cultivators. So, when the group of female cultivators outside the shield saw the avatar, their expressions changed. "An avatar? 100 Tribulations Insight?" The leading female cultivator frowned. "Run." Someone wanted to flee. "Wait. This 100 Tribulations Insight avatar is smaller. He should be an early-stage nascent divinity tribulation cultivator. The Villainous Patriarch's avatar is over 100 feet tall. This is not him. Besides, where can we run to?" As the female cultivators discussed worriedly, the 20-foot-tall avatar arrived above them. Mingshi glanced at them and said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on Golden Court Mountain?" All the female cultivators dropped to their knees. Mingshi furrowed his brow slightly, as this was not what he had expected. The scene he had imagined was that he would force them to surrender, but they would refuse, and he would eventually kill them all with an ultimate skill. He didn't understand why they were on their knees, begging for mercy as soon as he appeared. The leading female cultivator summoned her courage and looked up at Mingshi, who floated midair above them. She found that she did not know this man, but she was sure that he was not the villainous patriarch of Golden Court Mountain. "We are the disciples of the derived Moon Palace. Please help us, Senior. Please save us, Senior." All the female cultivators bowed and cried out in unison. Mingshi was taken aback and felt embarrassed. It turned out that these female cultivators were not there to attack Golden Court Mountain, but to seek help for his sixth junior sister. Their master had destroyed Tianxin's cultivation base and locked her away in the Cave of Reflection, leaving the disciples of the derived Moon Palace without a leader. Meanwhile, the three sects in the southern part of Great Yin, not wanting to clash with Golden Court Mountain, had instead vented their anger on the derived Moon Palace. However, even if they needed help, they should not have come to Golden Court Mountain. Mingshi was puzzled and carefully observed them. There were about 100 disheveled female cultivators, some with messy hair, some badly wounded, and some who could barely stand on their own. He sighed and retracted his avatar as he descended from the air. For her crime of deserting the sect and betraying her master, sixth junior sister is being held in the back of the mountain. According to the rules, all of you from the derived Moon Palace should be punished as well. I don't understand why you are here. Are you tired of living? Mingshi glanced at them with a menacing look, striking fear into their hearts. The notoriety of the villains of Golden Court Mountain was well-deserved. "Senior, please save us for the sake of our palace master," the female cultivator pleaded. This was beyond Mingshi expectations. He wondered if the derived Moon Palace was truly in such dire straits that they had nowhere else to turn. No. He turned away from them. "Are you kidding me? Your survival has nothing to do with me. You should count yourself lucky that I chose not to kill you." He was about to leave when he heard a bizarre bell drift over from a distance. "Oh?" Mingshi frowned slightly and turned around to look at the sky in the distance. The sky seemed to be enveloped in a dark cloud, from which came the sound of the bell ringing. Hearing this, the female cultivators of the derived Moon Palace turned pale with fear and quickly got up to run toward the shield. Unfortunately, only the people of Golden Court Mountain could travel freely through the shield. No matter how they tried, the shield stood solidly before them, blocking them outside the mountain. Mingshi ignored the group of female cultivators and focused all his attention on the dark cloud. His intuition told him that the dark cloud carried ill intentions. Moreover, anyone who could travel in such a way must be a mighty figure. "The people of the Fiend Temple are here." "It's the Fiend Temple. Please, Senior, let us through. We are willing to serve you." Are these really the female cultivators of the derived Moon Palace, led by Tianxin, who once took the world by storm? Mingshi thought as he glanced at them sideways and felt slightly disappointed. When a power lost their nascent divinity tribulation expert, the remaining divine court cultivators were just underlings, incapable of accomplishing anything, no matter how strong they were. The Fiend Temple? Mingshi felt strange. He thought the derived Moon Palace should be attacked by the three sects from the southern part of Great Yin. What was the Fiend Temple doing here? He glanced at the female cultivators again and felt unhappy when he saw them trembling in fear. This is ridiculous. How can there be another power that is scarier than Golden Court Mountain? Why are they afraid of Fiend Temple, but not Golden Court Mountain? It was not until the dark cloud drew near that Mingshi could see what it was. It was not a dark cloud, but a square formation with many cultivators forming a ring, all dressed in black robes. In the center of the formation was a large, ink-colored dragon chariot. Interesting. Mingshi clasped his hands behind his back and waited quietly. The top three men on the black roll were Tiandao, Yu Jinghai, and Zhuo. The black roll's ranking was based on the evil deeds of cultivators, not the level of their cultivation. However, in general, those listed on the black roll were either extremely powerful or very cunning. The person in the chariot was Zhuo, ranked third on the black roll and the top expert of Fiend Temple, second only to the sect leader. What puzzled Mingshi was why they suddenly attacked the derived Moon Palace. Fiend Temple and Golden Court Mountain had always maintained their distance. Ding! The bell from the ink-colored dragon chariot was grating to the ears. Finally, the chariot stopped about 100 meters from the shield, hovering in the air while the bell ceased ringing. Mingshi did not move, observing the chariot and the cultivators around it, finding them quite intimidating. After a moment of silence, a divine court cultivator flew out of the chariot. He stopped halfway between the chariot and the shield, bowed, and cupped his fists, saying politely, "Fiend Temple has no intention of offending Golden Court Mountain. Mr. Fourth, can you let us have this group of female cultivators?" Mingshi glanced back at the trembling female cultivators and thought, "I think I will look scarier if I dress like this guy." "Suit yourself," he said as he turned around and stepped through the shield. "Thank you, Mr. Fourth. We will certainly come back one day to express our gratitude," the black-clad cultivator beckoned. At his gesture, the cultivators around the chariot swarmed toward the group of female cultivators like locusts. "Hold on." Right then, Mingshi walked out again. "Is there anything else, Mr. Fourth? I almost forgot about Master's new routine. He likes to treat people kindly these days." As he said this, he lifted a hand. The shield beside him wobbled, and then the female cultivators staggered and fell through it. From the black-clad cultivator, the group of female cultivators learned that this man was the fourth disciple of Golden Court Mountain. So, after they all passed through the shield, they knelt and cried out, "Thank you for saving us, Mr. Fourth." Meanwhile, the black-clad cultivator frowned slightly. "Don't you think it's bad to go back on your word, Mr. Fourth?" he demanded in an unhappy, hoarse voice. Meanwhile, in Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhao leaned back in his chair, taking a small break, when he heard a system prompt, "Ding. You have received devout worship and are rewarded with 1,450 merit points." The sudden merit points stunned Zhao. Devout worship? Are all those villainous disciples out doing good deeds now? As he pondered this, little Yuan burst in from outside. "Master, fourth senior brother, killed someone." Zhao straightened up and said calmly, "What happened?" Little Yuan recounted what she had seen and heard at the foot of the mountain. After listening, Zhao frowned slightly. The female cultivators from derived Moon Palace were Tianxin's subordinates. With her confined in the back of the mountain, they were now leaderless, yet they still dared to come to Golden Court Mountain. It seemed they were bolder than some men out there. However, they were just a group of female cultivators, the strongest of whom were divine court cultivators. Zhao thought it would be exhausting for someone his age to handle everything himself. "It's a minor matter you can handle yourself," he said softly. "Oh. Have a good rest, Master." "I'll keep an eye on senior brother," little Yuan said. Zhao leaned back in his chair, resting his forehead on his hand. "My head is already spinning from all the lucky draws these days. I need a break. If I have the time to deal with such a minor matter, I might as well use it to figure out the pattern of the lucky draws." At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Mingshi grinned maliciously. "What? Are you unhappy with me?" The black-clad cultivator was taken aback. Before he could speak, a clear bell rang from the ink-black dragon carriage behind him. Suppressing his displeasure, he flew back toward the carriage while the other black-clad cultivators formed up in orderly ranks and waited quietly for orders. Then, a voice echoed from the chariot, "Sir Fourth, may I see your master?" The voice was not loud, but the energy that accompanied it could make an 8 meridians Brahma sea expert suffer. Mingshi replied disapprovingly, "My master will not entertain a nobody like you." The chariot fell silent. Although the other black-clad cultivators did not move, he could sense that they were all fuming. "Since I'm in a good mood today, you're all allowed to return to where you came from," Mingshi said. He was indeed in a good mood today and spoke truthfully, but his words sounded like an insult to their ears. Just as he was about to turn and pass through the shield, he heard a resonating sound of energy. Buzz. The female cultivators of derived moon palace slumped to the ground, staring in horror at the black avatar hovering over the dragon chariot. Mingshi looked up and saw an ink-colored 100 tribulations inside avatar, standing about 50 feet tall with a 4-leaf lotus beneath it. The avatar's power triggered a magical resonance with the black-clad cultivators around the chariot, causing their auras to grow several times stronger. Sir Fourth, am I now qualified to meet your master? Mingshi frowned. The man was very strong, and he knew that, apart from his master, only his eldest and second elder brothers were strong enough to handle him. However, Golden Court Mountain had long since lost its glory. A nascent divinity tribulation expert. If you are here to show off your prowess, I'm afraid you have come to the wrong place, he said coldly. I would never dare to do that, the voice grew louder. I'm Zhuo of Fiend Temple, and I'm here to beg an audience with old Senior G. I hope Mr. Fourth can bring me to your master. As the voice faded, the surrounding black-clad cultivators began to descend, followed by the ink-colored dragon chariot landing on the ground. Soon, Zhuo slowly emerged from the chariot. He had a black, haggard face and deep-set eyes, making him look like a malnourished old man. I hope this shows my sincerity, he said, waving a hand. At his gesture, dozens of black-clad cultivators around him stepped back, leaving only 4 standing to his left and right. He then fixed his gaze on Mingshi. Mingshi shook his head, thinking, is he trying to threaten and scare me? Just as he was about to refuse, he heard little Yuaner's voice. Fourth senior brother, little Yuaner appeared outside the shield and said, Master asks you to bring them up the mountain. Zhuo looked up slowly. When he saw little Yuaner floating in midair, he nodded admiringly. Ah, Mr. Ninth. I've heard a lot about you. Oh? Am I so famous? Little Yuaner laughed. Mr. Ninth is more than famous, Zhuo said calmly. After joining Golden Court Mountain at the age of 10, Mr. Ninth took only 10 days to step into the mystic enlightenment realm, 3 months to reach the sense-condensing realm, 2 years to open all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm, and 3 years to enter the Divine Court realm. I'm certain there is no one else in this world who can be a greater genius than Mr. Ninth. Mingshi was speechless, thinking to himself, is he really an expert with an avatar that has a 4-leaf golden lotus? Why is he so good at flattery? Little Yuaner was very pleased when she heard this. She smiled and said, you have a glib tongue. Master says he will meet you in the Great Hall. Zhuo nodded slightly and glanced over his shoulder. With that, the dozen cultivators moved back another step. After that, Mingshi led 4 of his men and walked into the shield. As he stepped through it, he paused briefly, causing the female cultivators of the derived moon palace to tremble with fear. He snorted at them before ascending the mountain. In the great hall of Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhao sat on the throne overlooking the audience. It had been a long time since he last sat on the seat, and he found it rather cold and uncomfortable. Duan Muxing, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong stood to his left and right. Before long, Mingshi led Zhuo into the great hall. Zhuo of the Fiend Temple greets old Senior G, he said, cupping his fists. Zhao glanced at him but did not speak. The great hall fell silent. Since the villainous patriarch did not speak, no one dared to make a sound or move. After a while, he finally said, have a seat. Thank you. Zhuo sat down in a chair and finally had a chance to look up at the villainous patriarch who shook the world. He did not dare to actively sense the mighty expert's cultivation level, so he briefly judged it with his intuition. To him, the villainous patriarch's aura seemed somewhat ordinary. However, it was common in the cultivation world to conceal one's cultivation base, so he was not surprised. Then, he glanced around. The great hall was neither luxurious nor majestic, it looked just like an ordinary sect, with nothing unusual. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion, the lair of villains that frightened countless people. What do you want from me? Zhao stroked his beard and asked. Zhuo cupped his fist and said, I've long heard of Golden Court Mountain's great reputation, There are 3 matters I wish to discuss with Old Senior today. In the past, Derived Moon Palace has attacked Fiend Temple many times. I am glad to learn that Old Senior has captured their palace master. She deserves all the punishment from her master. However, I hope Old Senior can let me have the other female cultivators. He paused, but before he could continue with the second matter, Duan Muxing shook the chain that bound him and said, Derived Moon Palace was founded by a traitor of the Golden Court Mountain. You have no right to punish them. Mr. Third makes a valid point, Xuexinchan did not refute this. Instead, he continued, the second matter is a task entrusted to me by Clarity Sect. Pan Zhong is a traitor of Clarity Sect, and they have given Fiend Temple the right to deal with him. Perhaps you do not know, but Pan Zhong showed interest in joining Fiend Temple not long ago. A man who changes his mind so often is not qualified to stand within the Evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Muxing wanted to refute Xuexinchan again, but Lu Zhou slowly raised a hand to stop him. Continue. Xuexinchan bowed slightly and said, if we can both agree on the third thing, we can forget about the first 2. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, and his voice grew louder. We, the Fiend Temple and the Golden Court Mountain, are on the same boat, hated by those so-called righteous sections. Their top 10 experts have fought many battles with Old Senior, and their powers are only increasing. If Evil Sky Pavilion is willing to join hands with the Fiend Temple, no one in this world will be a match for us. Bullsht *T. Duan Muxing suddenly cursed. The swearing came too suddenly. Duan Muxing was a prudent man, but even he could not take it anymore. After all, no one had ever challenged Golden Court Mountain like this before. Xuexinchan had mentioned 3 points, each revealing his blatant disrespect for Golden Court Mountain. A lowly sect like your Fiend Temple is not qualified to speak to Evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Muxing glared at him with angry eyes. Everyone present looked at Duan Muxing, stunned, while Lu Zhou remained calm and hid his thoughts well. Instead of getting angry, Xuexinchan said, Mr. Third, please forgive me if my words have offended you. Duan Muxing was not good with words and was always annoyed by cheeky people who spoke vaguely. He was about to explode when Mingshi rose and said, let me tell you something, Xuexinchan. Please enlighten me, Mr. Fourth. First, Derived Moon Palace belongs to Tianxin. Do you agree that when one beats a dog, one must answer to its master? Asked Mingshi. It makes sense. Second, since Pan Zhong has joined Golden Court Mountain, he is one of us, and Evil Sky Pavilion will not question his past. If you harass him, you are harassing Evil Sky Pavilion. It makes sense. Lastly, you are not qualified to join forces with Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm sorry. The Great Hall fell silent again, while Lu Zhou remained calm. He neither nodded nor shook his head, only listening quietly. All of a sudden, Xuexinchan laughed, shook his head, and said, I don't agree with your last point. Why? Fiend Temple was not qualified to join hands with Evil Sky Pavilion, but that was when you were at your peak. Times have changed. Evil Sky Pavilion is growing weaker, and even with his profound cultivation base, Old Senior G cannot reverse its decline. On the other hand, Fiend Temple is getting stronger every day, which has been witnessed by the cultivation world. Besides, making a friend is better than making an enemy. Once he finished, Xuexinchan looked up and fixed his eyes on Lu Zhou, as if he were waiting for his response. He made it clear that he would ignore the opinions of others and would not be bothered by them, as he only cared about Lu Zhou's attitude. Lu Zhou still wore the same calm expression, revealing not even a hint of emotion. Then, he raised his hand and lightly stroked his beard. A few moments later, he finally said, You are right. This gave little Yuaner a pause. She wondered if her master had become confused in his old age. Shouldn't he be angry when a lowly sect like this made such a bold remark in Evil Sky Pavilion? Xuexinchan nodded and said in a cheerful voice, Thank you for being so understanding, Old Senior. Lu Zhou suddenly said again, Do you know why I asked you to come up here? Tianxin asked doubtfully, is it because old senior has guessed my purpose for visiting Golden Court Mountain? Shaking his head, Zhao asked, you are cultivating the fiend Zen, are you not? Yes, I am. There is no wisdom tree, nor a stand of a mirror. A fiend Zen is rarely cultivated in this world. I heard you are the only one who has cultivated 100 tribulations insight avatar. Is that correct? Zhao continued asking. Old senior is flattering me. That is correct, Tianxin said, unable to hide his pride when someone mentioned his greatest achievement. I've cultivated the fiend Zen for over 100 years, and it is because of this fiend Zen hand seal that I can rank third on the black roll. Good, very good. Zhao nodded and praised, which left his disciples puzzled. Tianxin's words were sharp, hinting at the decline of Evil Sky Pavilion. How could their master not understand? Why was he praising this man? What kind of new strategy was this? Just then, Duan Muxing stepped forward and thrust his palms out several times in quick succession. Show me what you can do. The sudden change startled everyone, and they watched in shock. Meanwhile, Tianxin's eyes lit up as he said, that is exactly what I intended. This was his chance to demonstrate the power of Fiend Temple. Waves of energy clashed as the two began to fight in the Great Hall. Master, they. Little Yuaner was worried about the building being damaged. It doesn't matter, let them fight, Zhao watched calmly. Both men had precise control over their energies. Whenever a wave of energy was about to hit the building, it would automatically. This was how experts fought. Despite the injury, Mr. Third is still so strong. I really admire your strength, Tianxin praised as he moved backward. However, Duan Muxing had not yet reached the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Over the years, he had failed to break through due to Ji Tiandao's suppression. As a result, when he truly fought Tianxin, his weakness began to show. Tianxin, on the other hand, looked very relaxed. Hand seals. Little Yuaner pointed at the hand seals thrown by Tianxin and exclaimed worriedly. With the appearance of the hand seals, the strength of Duan Muxing's energy significantly decreased, as if it had been weakened. At the sight of this, Zhou Jifeng shook his head and said, after all, he is one realm weaker. In fact, it was more than that. Duan Muxing was already wounded before the fight began, and he was also chained. Third senior brother, beat him. Beat him hard. Little Yuaner shouted. Bam! A hand seal hit the cold iron chain, sending sparks flying everywhere and pushing Duan Muxing back. Then, more hand seals flew toward him, each glowing faintly and resembling a real palm. Zhao shook his head. Duan Muxing could be considered invincible below the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He was not only tough, but also fierce. Unfortunately, he was one realm weaker than his opponent. However, it did not matter, as Zhao had no reason to continue suppressing his disciples' cultivation bases, like Ji Tiandao. The path of cultivation was long, and all his disciples were incredibly gifted. He knew it was only a matter of time before they became mighty experts. Let me try. Mingshi leaped, moving as fast as lightning. The endless energy emanating from his body devoured the hand seals in an instant. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Fourth to have stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Tianxin seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed. The 4 men he brought with him stood straight like spears. They had absolute confidence in the strength of their sect's deputy chief. Bam! 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 The arrival of Mingshi slightly stabilized the situation. After all, he was also a nascent divinity tribulation expert. As the battle intensified, it became impossible to prevent the energy waves from touching the building structure, no matter how precisely they were controlled. Eventually, some pillars were hit and cracked. This. Pan Zhong and the others looked at Zhao, but he just watched quietly, as if what was happening had nothing to do with him. Mingshi Yin's bluewood technique showed its remarkable power at this moment, allowing him to reverse the situation and gain the upper hand. For a moment, energy waves and hand seals filled the entire hall, dazzling all eyes. Suddenly, Zhuo said in a deep voice, "Watch out. I am not going to hold back my power anymore." Buzz. Right then, an avatar appeared. The source of a nascent divinity tribulation expert's strength lies in their avatar. Measuring 50 feet tall, the ink-colored avatar was large enough to destroy Evil Sky Pavilion, but strangely, it stood inside the building like a shadow without causing any damage. At the sight of it, Pan Zhong was speechless with fear, and he suddenly realized where Zhuo confidence came from. This man is unusually strong. As soon as the avatar appeared, the situation reversed, and the terrible strength of a nascent divinity tribulation expert was fully demonstrated. In the blink of an eye, hand seals several times larger than before shot toward Duanmu Xing and Mingshi. Mingshi quickly produced his 20-foot-tall avatar to block the hand seals, but the impact knocked him back several steps. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, he felt his chi and blood surge, and his arms turn numb. After gaining the upper hand, Zhuo said indifferently, "Is Fiend Temple qualified to speak to the Evil Sky Pavilion now?" "Qualified my ass." Duanmu Xing's sudden outburst surprised everyone. Even Lu Zhou did not expect his third disciple, who was usually calm, steady, and behaved like a kind senior brother, to turn so boorish. After shouting, Duanmu Xing channeled his energy into the chain that bound him and swung it with great force. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough, or it would have been destroyed. Bang! 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 He lunged forward, dragging Zhuo into another fierce battle, filling the air with waves of energy. Despite the intensity of the attack, everyone could see the gap in their cultivation bases, and that Zhuo was deliberately using Duanmu Xing to display his prowess. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou watched the fight in silence. He did not speak or intend to stop them. By observing the battle, he could gain a better understanding of his disciples' strength and cultivation while also assessing the power of Zhuo, the deputy chief of Fiend Temple. Although Tianxin had defeated many righteous sect experts and demonstrated his formidable might, every righteous cultivator knew that he would eventually grow old and weak. So far, no one in the cultivation world had managed to break this limitation. Fiend Temple, the most ambitious sect in today's cultivation world, had been building its strength by consuming other sections. In the past, it had even clashed with the Nether sect, but there was never a large-scale conflict due to mutual fear of each other's strength. The attack on the female cultivators of Derived Moon Palace was merely a pretext. The true purpose was to visit Golden Court Mountain, form an alliance, and display its strength. However, did Lu Zhou really need an ally? What made the Fiend Temple think they were qualified to be his ally? There were many powers in this vast world. The Fiend Temple was not the only one who wanted to join hands with Golden Court Mountain, and it was far from the best in terms of status, qualification, and strength. It was somewhat ridiculous for them to propose an alliance with just a deputy chief who ranked third on the black roll. Therefore, Lu Zhou did not stop his disciples from getting angry. As the battle progressed, the gap in their cultivation became more apparent. Then, Zhuo delivered a powerful blow, knocking Duanmu Xing back into Pan Zhong's arms. Bang! The impact sent Pan Zhong several steps backward, his arms numb. "Mr. Third, you shouldn't fight him again," he urged. At this point, Duanmu Xing finally realized that the gap in their cultivation could not be made up by his incredible resistance. Mingshi leaped back into the center of the Great Hall. The battle between the two nascent divinity tribulation experts became livelier, as they needed to find ways to defeat their opponent while controlling their attacks to avoid major damage to the building. Just like Duanmu Xing, years of suffering under Tianxin had made Mingshi stronger than any opponent of the same cultivation level. However, his opponent this time was a nascent divine tribulation expert with a four-leaf avatar. The battle had made Zhuo so overconfident that he forgot himself. Enhanced by his four-leaf avatar, he cried out in a deep voice, "Understand the mind, see the disposition." Then, he placed one palm on top of the other over his dantian and calmed his mind. The move was called Dhyana Mudra, one of the most powerful techniques in Zen teachings. As soon as the seal appeared, it suppressed all the energy waves in the surroundings and sent Mingshi flying backward. "Senior brother!" Little Yuan exclaimed, looking worried. The outcome alarmed Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong as well. They could hardly believe that the deputy chief of Fiend Temple, Zhuo was so powerful. They finally understood why Fiend Temple had become a terrifying force among the evil sects in just 3 short years. The battle was over, but Zhuo did not retract his ink-colored avatar or the Dhyana Mudra. Satisfied with the result, he looked up and said, "Are the 3 gentlemen satisfied with the outcome of the battle?" The great hall fell silent, and no one answered his question. "How dare you show off? You're a nascent divinity tribulation cultivator with a 4-leaf avatar." Little Yuan protested, unconvinced. "Mr. Third and Mr. Fourth are no ordinary cultivators. I was forced to use the Dhyana Mudra. Yes, I admit that using this skill was a bit unfair, and I beg your pardon." Little Yuan had never seen such a shameless person before. If eldest senior brother and second senior brother were here, they would definitely beat the sh*t out of you, even if you had a 6-leaf avatar. Little Yuan said angrily. Zhuo knew it was just a face-saving remark and did not take it to heart. It was then that Lu Zhou spoke again, his old but powerful voice drawing everyone's attention. "You have used your Dhyana Mudra cleverly. I thank old Senior Ji for the compliment. If possible, I wish to have a practice fight with old Senior Ji." This surprised Duan Muxing, Mingshi, Little Yuan, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong. The 4 men behind Zhuo also appeared slightly taken aback. It was not part of the plan. Even peak nascent divinity tribulation experts who owned 7 or 8-leaf avatars would not dare to make such a request. They wondered what their deputy chief's purpose was. He had already achieved his goal after defeating Duan Muxing and Mingshi, so why did he need to make an unnecessary move? Lu Zhou's eyes were indifferent, and his expression was calm. He was not surprised by the request. In the center of the great hall, the Dhyana Mudra glowed like ink, while the avatar maintained its illusory form, displaying its mighty power. They seemed to be waiting for Lu Zhou to challenge them. Zhuo raised his voice and said, "Old Senior Ji doesn't have to worry. My Dhyana Mudra can block ultimate skills. If Old Senior can defeat me in less than 10 moves, I'll be at your disposal." His tone was proud and somewhat arrogant. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and fixed his gaze on Zhuo. "Evil Sky Pavilion is no longer as powerful as it used to be." His strong voice grew louder, "but it is still not a place where despicable creatures like you can act wantonly." When he finished speaking, he stretched out a hand, spread his fingers, and faced his palm outward. Meanwhile, a deadly strike card formed a tiny vortex in his palm. Spinning counterclockwise, the vortex suddenly expanded and burst into a blinding light. When the light reached its brightest level, Lu Zhou gently flicked his sleeve. A supersized hand seal flew towards Zhuo, resembling the Buddha's palm. "The Great Seal of the Fearless?" Zhuo cried out. His Dhyana Mudra was tiny in comparison. "Deputy Chief," the 4 men shouted in unison. The indescribable power had frightened everyone present. How did the Buddha's palm hold down the monkey? It was exactly like the Great Seal of the Fearless. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the Great Seal of the Fearless devoured the Dhyana Mudra. Zhuo widened his eyes and raised both his arms, producing thousands of Dhyana Mudras, while the power of his 4-leaf avatar exploded out. Despite his efforts, the Great Seal of the Fearless pressed on, swallowing all the tiny Mudras. Then, with a loud boom, the supersized seal crashed onto Zhuo chest, knocking him flying backward into the courtyard outside Evil Sky Pavilion. Bam! The crowd was surprised by his strength, as he managed to survive the attack from the Villainous Patriarch. When Zhuo was thrown into the courtyard, he did a backflip and landed on both feet, cracking the stone slab beneath him. He managed to stand firm and straight, but his eyes were full of fear. Footnotes. H5 ch 53 footnote 1/H5. A reference to Journey to the West, a Chinese novel published in the 16th century during the Ming dynasty and attributed to Wu Qing'an. It is one of the 4 great classical novels of Chinese literature. The great hall was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop on the floor. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. So, this is the indescribable power, he thought to himself. He never expected that the deadly strike card would come in the form of a great seal of fearlessness, as he had never cultivated Zen teachings. In his memory, he only knew some of its basic seals and ultimate moves, but he had never tried to cultivate them. He did not understand why the card would produce such an effect. He had barely thought of them when he used it. Deputy Chief. Deputy Chief. Shuxinchan's men rushed out into the courtyard, their faces filled with fear. Their intuition told them that their leader could not withstand this attack. Duan Muxing, Mingshi, Little Yuaner, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong also emerged from Evil Sky Pavilion, following them. Lu Zhou was the only person left in the great hall, and he slowly sat down. There was no need for him to follow them. The moment he attacked, he already felt the strength of the power. He was the only one who had experienced the peak form experience card of Jitian Dao, so he knew how powerful the card was. How strong was it, exactly? Judging from what he felt just now, it seemed to be stronger than the peak form experience card, as it could knock Shuxinchan away. However, the latter managed to resist it, which seemed to indicate that it was only slightly stronger than him. Is it a card that adjusts its power according to the opponent's strength? Lu Zhou wondered. Unfortunately, he only used it once, so he did not have enough data to draw a conclusion. Nevertheless, it was indeed an indescribable power. The 4 black-clad cultivators approached Shuxinchan first, stopping about 10 meters away from him. From the scattered broken stones and damaged ground, they could tell how much force he had used to stabilize himself upon landing. Deputy Chief. They noticed that Shuxinchan stood rooted to the spot, as if turned to stone, staring in horror at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Without experiencing what he had endured, they could never grasp his present mood and feelings. However, they were certain of one thing: he had been defeated in a single move. The 4 men gazed at Shuxinchan in horror. They had never seen him like this. One of them cautiously approached him and raised a hand to wave it in front of his face. Yet, he continued to stare straight ahead at the Evil Sky Pavilion, unblinking. At that moment, a gust of wind swept across the courtyard. Shuxinchan's ink-colored energy began to drift from him, and in the next instant, his whole body disintegrated into a cloud of dust, which was then carried away by the wind. In the span of a few breaths, he had vanished from the world, leaving only the damaged ground and the 2 holes created by his feet. The expert ranked 3rd on the black roll had fallen. Duan Muxing, Mingshi, and the others watched the scene in disbelief, swallowing hard. They were shocked, yet they felt a sense of catharsis. The reckless individual had brought this upon himself by acting recklessly in the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, they couldn't help but think it was a bit too savage to eliminate him with a single palm strike. They wondered about the depth of their master's cultivation and the many hidden abilities he possessed. As the disciples who had followed him for so many years, they had never seen him use a hand seal of the Zen teaching before. So, how could they not be shocked when he suddenly used one to kill Shuxinchan? After a long silence, Mingshi said, "Master's temper. He deserved to die." Duan Muxing nudged Mingshi. Mingshi nodded and said, "Yes, they all deserve to die." The 4 black-clad cultivators found themselves in an awkward situation. With Shuxinchan dead, they had lost their leader, so they trembled with fear and no longer wore their proud expressions. They were peak divine court experts, but what did that matter? Every person in Evil Sky Pavilion was at least a divine court expert. Mingshi flexed his muscles and grinned wickedly, saying, "Do you want to see my 100 tribulations insight avatar? 4th Master, Mr. Fourth, you. The 4 men were so frightened they could hardly speak. They kept stepping backward when they saw Duan Muxing and Mingshi about to leap toward them like prey. Just then, Lu Zhou's voice rang out from Evil Sky Pavilion. Go back and tell your sect leader to restrain his men. Now that their master had spoken, Mingshi naturally dared not attack the men again. Get out of my sight, he glared at the black-clad cultivators. Inside Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou heard a system prompt that he had been rewarded with 1,000 merit points. He had spent 500 merit points to purchase the card and received 1,000 points after killing a nascent divinity tribulation expert with it. In other words, his earnings were double the cost. Although the card was powerful, he had to use it with care in the future. With its power so indescribable, he could not use it on someone he did not wish to kill. Previously, Lu Zhou asked Xuexinchan if he knew why he had been summoned up the mountain. He had two purposes, the first was to learn about Fiend Temple's motives, and the second was to try the card. To be honest, he did not intend to kill Xuexinchan. Nevertheless, the man was already dead, and he might as well use it as a warning for the Fiend Temple. Duanmu Sheng, Mingshi, and the others returned to the Great Hall. Master is indeed the mightiest man in the world. The hand seal reduced that guy to ashes. Mingshi flattered. Master, I want to learn that skill. Little Yuan ran beside Lu Zhou and massaged his shoulders like a filial granddaughter. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Don't be silly. You are cultivating the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, which focuses mainly on movement techniques and fist styles, and they contradict the Zen teaching. Aren't you afraid you will go down an evil path? People out there already call us evil. Little Yuan muttered. Pipe down. Lu Zhou raised his voice. Little Yuan pursed her lips and stopped talking. Duan Muxing felt a bit puzzled and asked, Master, why did you let them leave? Before Lu Zhou could answer, Mingshi said, Master just wants to make an example of Xuexinchan to scare the rest. He doesn't really want Fiend Temple to fall. Fiend Temple is ambitious and wants to expand its power, but eldest senior brother, the Nether sect is its hindrance. If the Fiend Temple is gone, who will contain the Nether sect? Duan Muxing seemed not to quite understand. Xuexinchan is the deputy chief of the Fiend Temple. Now that he is dead, won't the Fiend Temple avenge him? You're thinking too much. What can they do even if they're angry? Are they going to bring all their disciples and attack Golden Court Mountain? He left some words unsaid, but his meaning was clear. Would the Fiend Temple dare to attack Golden Court Mountain when even Yu Xinghai didn't dare? Besides, Golden Court Mountain had recently repelled the top 10 experts, and even the sect leader of Heavenly Sword Sect, Luo Changfeng, who possessed a 7-leaf avatar, was defeated by their master. Who would dare to attack them now? When he finished, Mingshi looked proud of himself. Fourth master has a point. It enlightens me, Panzhong said, bowing. He had been puzzled, but the explanation cleared his doubts. Fourth master is indeed a genius. That answers my doubts too. Zhou Jifeng said seriously. Mingshi was confused. Aren't these two fools flattering the wrong person? He thought, glancing carefully at Lu Zhou from the corner of his eye. Lu Zhou wasn't angry. He was just thinking, this guy is really good at analysis, and his points are clear and logical. There seems to be some truth in what he said. Meanwhile, the 4 black-clad cultivators returned to the ink-colored dragon chariot. When the other cultivators learned that their deputy chief was dead, they found it hard to believe and didn't dare to stay at the foot of the mountain any longer. However, without Xuexinchan, it became extremely difficult for them to control the chariot. In the end, they managed to take it to the air, but it flew very slowly. The dragon chariot returned the same way it came. It was flying so slowly that after 1 hour, it had not even covered 100 miles. Cultivators in black robes surrounded it, continuously pouring their energy into the vehicle. Suddenly, they saw a figure hovering in midair ahead. He wore a blue robe and had disheveled black hair. His arms were crossed over his chest, and a sword was carried on his back. The swordsman floated in midair with a relaxed expression, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Faint wisps of energy swirled around him, shrouding him in an unspeakable, bizarre aura. The sword on his back glowed with a faint red light. Even if this group of black-clad cultivators had not seen much of the world, they could still recognize the aura of an expert. As a result, the ink-colored dragon chariot was forced to stop. One of the cultivators flew out and asked politely, "May I know your name and the reason for blocking our way?" The swordsman slowly turned around. His sharp-featured face was smiling, but there was a strange, vague, and hard-to-explain feeling in that smile. With his arms crossed, he spoke with the demeanor of a gentleman. "I'm sorry." "Oh, so it's a misunderstanding." "Very well," the cultivator cupped his fist and said, "Farewell." However, the swordsman did not move aside. He still wore the same smile while looking at the chariot and the group of cultivators. "I'm sorry," he said again, and the atmosphere grew bizarre. Then, the black-clad cultivators saw the sword on his back rise, as streams of energy flowed from his body to surround the blade. At the sight, the cultivator who had flown out widened his eyes and shouted, "Sword devil? Abandon the chariot and run for your life." The black-clad cultivators moved as fast as lightning in all directions. However, the sword, glowing with a faint red light, split into 2, then 4, and finally 8, each heading toward one cultivator. A rain of swords pierced through the group as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The swordsman still wore the same smile and crossed his arms over his chest. After his sword left him, he stopped looking at the cultivators. "I'm sorry," he said for the third time. Then, his figure swayed and disappeared. Meanwhile, in the great hall of Evil Sky Pavilion. When Mingshi saw that his master seemed to be pondering something, he bowed and said, "Master, the cultivators from Fiend Temple have retreated. What should we do with the group of female cultivators from Derived Moon Palace?" He was unsure of his master's thoughts. In the past, the punishment would have been death, as their leader, Tianxin, had deserted the sect and betrayed the master. However, Zhao did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at little Yuan. The little girl was innocent and simple, but she sometimes came up with dangerous ideas. He wanted to test her. "What do you think we should do with them, Yuan?" "Ah?" For a moment, little Yuan was at a loss, then she said in a low voice, "Why don't we just kill them all?" Cough. Cough. Mingshi coughed and glanced guiltily at his little junior sister. Zhao shook his head and tapped her on the head. "I know, master. I'll set them free now," little Yuan said with a smile. "When did I say I would let them go?" "Ugh." At this point, Mingshi cupped his fist and said, "Master, recently I've found that many parts of Evil Sky Pavilion are broken, and many places need cleaning and fixing. Why don't we make them slaves to work for us?" Zhao glanced at him, considering the idea. What's on this guy's mind? He makes it sound as if I am the black-hearted supervisor in an illegal factory instead of his master. However, it is actually a good idea. Fine. Make them repair the Evil Sky Pavilion. When they are done, put them in the Cave of Reflection, so they will suffer together with Tianxin, Zhao said. This disciple will obey master's order. As if he had thought of something, Mingshi summoned his courage and asked, "Master, now that we have decided the punishment for the whole Derived Moon Palace, do you think we should?" "Well, Tianxin's cultivation base is destroyed, and the Cave of Reflection is cold. I'm worried that she might die after being locked up in there for too long." Zhao raised a hand and interrupted him. "Do you sympathize with her?" "No, I dare not." Mingshi got scared. Tianxin must be sternly punished for deserting the sect and betraying master. She deserves it. I have my plans. I understand, master. Mingshi did not dare to mention Tianxin again and turned to leave the great hall. After walking out of the Evil Sky Pavilion, he took a deep breath and thought, luckily, it was little junior sister who answered the question. Master's thinking is getting harder to predict now. When he thought of Zhuo miserable ending, he shook his head and decided he would not be so aggressive in the future. "Master, I'll take my leave now to heal my injury," Duan Muxing said, after he saw Mingshi walk out of the great hall. hold on. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and came in front of Duanmuxing, his eyes resting on the chain. Made of 1,000-year-old cold iron, the chain was impossible to be destroyed by ordinary weapons. It could only be broken with a heaven-grade weapon. However, Lu Zhou did not have a heaven-grade weapon he could use now, and he only had 2 deadly strike cards. The question was, could the cards be used on the chain? Would they also destroy Duanmuxing? Duanmuxing was overjoyed when he saw his master focus on the chain. He bowed and said, "Master, under your mighty power, this chain is like a pile of scrap metal or a sheet of paper." Little Yuan'er hopped over and touched the cold chain with her hand. She saw a row of tiny characters and read, "Heavenly Sword Sect." Upon hearing that, Zhou Jifeng hurriedly fell to his knees and said, This has nothing to do with me." Duanmuxing glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, Master can effortlessly destroy 10 or even 100 chains like this, let alone just one." After examining the chain, Lu Zhou maintained his calm expression, hiding all his thoughts. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back, turned around, and said, "Yuan'er, help me back to my chamber." "Oh. Duanmuxing?" Even after Lu Zhou and little Yuan'er were long gone, Duanmuxing still couldn't figure out what he had said wrong. Zhou Jifeng got up and said somewhat awkwardly, "Mr. Third. This chain, I really can't break it." "Me neither," Panzhong said. "Get out of my sight." Both men scurried out of Evil Sky Pavilion. Duanmuxing scratched his head. He wondered if his master was trying to give him some hints after watching him block many of Zhuo Xinchan's blows with the chain just now. Or was he trying to tell him that wearing the chain was beneficial for his cultivation base? Master is a man of great wisdom, I'd better stop guessing his thoughts, he thought. Yes, that must be it. Well, I'll just wear the chain for the time being. In the Great Hall of the Fiend Temple. "My lord, Deputy Chief was killed during his visit to Golden Court Mountain. Our men found his ink-colored dragon chariot about 80 miles north of the mountain, along with 150 bodies, who were his men." The man thought the chief would fly into a rage after hearing the report, but the chief did not. Deputy Chief had struck a deal with the Clarity sect for this operation, to suppress Golden Court Mountain, and he was even backed by His Majesty. And yet, that old villain. "Shut up." The chief's deep voice exploded in the man's ear like thunder, making him slump to the ground in fear, his face pale. "Please calm down, my lord. Inform those old men in the Clarity sect that I will not get angry because of this and will not take it to heart. The cooperation between the Fiend Temple and the Clarity sect will remain the same. However, I hope they can show us some sincerity." "Yes, my lord. There's one more report." "Tell me." "2 experts of the Clarity sect were badly wounded in a practice fight with Sword Freak yesterday. I'm afraid they can't meet my lord today. Get out of here." His thunderous voice sent the man running out of the great hall in panic, the chairs to his left and right cracking under the force of his anger. "When I have completed my cultivation of the divine technique, I will kill that old villain myself." Lu Zhou did not care what the Fiend Temple thought, he did not need to. Based on the situation at that time, no one in Evil Sky Pavilion could resist Zhuo Xinchan. It would have been fine if he had only wanted to show off his prowess by using the female cultivators of Derived Moon Palace as an excuse, but he went too far by challenging the Villainous Patriarch. If he had not sought death, he would not have died. It was only a matter of time before Lu Zhou struck, and he did not have the time or need to consider whether Zhuo Xinchan had any backing or if there were any schemes at play. Lu Zhou glanced at the 2,690 merit points on the system panel. He knew his luck was down, so after using the reversal card he got from the last lucky draw to add 300 days to his remaining life, he abandoned the idea of drawing another prize. He needed to focus on his cultivation base as it was the foundation. After that, he purchased another Deadly Strike card and saved the rest of the points to buy a higher level avatar later. Completing tasks is still the best way to get merit points, and the disciples are the main force for that, Lu Zhou mused. He thought of his sixth disciple, Tianxin, who hated him. If he were still Tiandao, he would have killed the treacherous disciple. However, he was not the other, and he did not choose to do that. What is her problem, he wondered. The answer lay within the missing memory. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He had assumed it was just a temporary symptom caused by the dimensional travel, and that he would soon recall all the memories. However, in recent days, he had gained full control over the body, yet those missing memories had not returned. After struggling to recall for a long time and only ending up with dizziness, he finally gave up searching his memory. Well, if I can't recall anything, it means this is her fate. Lu Zhou stopped all distracting thoughts and resumed studying the heaven writing. Mingshi paced back and forth in the cave of reflection, shaking his head and sighing occasionally as he saw Tianxin's face growing increasingly pale. I told you that the derived moon palace would face this calamity. If not for Master, your subordinates would have died by now, Mingshi said. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Tianxin said, albeit unconvincingly, they are just despicable creatures who take advantage of others in desperate situations. If I were with them, Zhao Xingqian wouldn't have had the chance to hurt them. Even so, what about the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects? You might be stronger than Zhao Xingqian, but can you resist their wrath? Mingshi asked. Tianxin was speechless. There were many experts in the three sects in the southern region of Great Yin, making them far more powerful than many other sects, including hers. Tianxin. I can't help you much, Mingshi sighed. I thought Master would fear the Fiend Temple and give them the entire derived moon palace, but... He paused and chuckled before continuing, Master turned Zhao Xingqian to ashes with just one move. One move? Yes, you heard right. Moreover, the move was the Zen teaching's great seal of fearless. Isn't he afraid of offending the Fiend Temple? Those hiding behind it are not just a few evil cultivators. I've thought about that too. Junior sister Tianxin, you are still too young, Mingshi said nonchalantly. What do you mean? She asked. Everything is under Master's control, Mingshi said, nodding. For a moment, Tianxin was silent. Then, she said, no matter what, I'll remember senior brother's kindness. No sooner had she finished speaking than she began to cough violently. Mingshi frowned, bent over her, and gathered some energy in his finger. He then pointed it at her acupoints, which alleviated her coughing, but her face grew paler. Your hair. Mingshi noticed the silver in her black hair. Leave me alone. With my cultivation base destroyed, I can no longer replenish the energy in my dantian. It's only a matter of time before I start decaying, Tianxin said indifferently. Listen to me. You should ask Master for forgiveness. Perhaps he will save your life after considering the bond between Master and disciple, Mingshi exhorted. Tianxin shook her head. Fighting back the pain in her body, she looked up at Mingshi and said, Senior brother, have you ever wondered why eldest and second senior brothers left? I don't know, and I don't want to know, Mingshi said, shaking his head. Seeing that Tianxin was about to say more, he waved his hand and said, I'll leave you here to reflect. Let me know when you've thought it over, and I will intercede with Master to let you out. With that, he disappeared from the cave, not giving Tianxin the chance to speak again. Outside the cave of reflection, he took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice, I'm not like you all. I still respect Master very much. With his hands clasped behind his back, he started toward the back of the mountain. To return to Evil Sky Pavilion from the cave of reflection, one must pass through the back of the mountain. The place was clean, quiet, and empty, very suitable for training. As Mingshi passed, he saw Panzhong and Zhou Jifeng training there. He thought of giving them some advice, but when he recalled their past, he gave up the idea. Please wait a moment, Mr. Fourth. Panzhong called out suddenly. What do you want? Mingshi asked suspiciously. While bowing, Panzhong said, I wonder if Mr. Fourth can help me with one thing? No, Mingshi turned to leave. Panzhong. At any other time, Pan Zhong would not have dared to stop Mingshi, but he had a very important request. Summing up his courage, he said, "Please listen to me, Mr. Fourth. The chill in my body is at its peak recently, and it's killing me. If this continues, I'm afraid I can't last 3 months. Lord Pavilion promised me the 6-yang technique. I hope Mr. Fourth can help me." His confidence grew weaker as he spoke. "That's all?" Mingshi glared at him. "Yes. Since Master has promised you, he will not go back on his word. 3 months is a long way to go. Many people fall asleep without knowing if they will see the next day's sun." After leaving this rather emotional remark, Mingshi blinked and disappeared. Pan Zhong looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Zhou Jifeng sheathed his sword, shook his head, and said, "I've told you that although Mr. Fourth looks kind, his words often have hidden barbs. I suggest you talk to Mr. Ninth. She is innocent, simple, and kind, and Lord Pavilion dotes on her. I'm sure she will help you if you talk nicely to her." "That makes sense." Pan Zhong nodded. After reading the heaven writing 3 more times, Lu Zhou found that it had not changed except for the 2 additional lines of characters. Comprehending them was a very boring and tedious task, so he closed the interface after a while. "Master." Little Yuaner's voice came from outside. "Come in." The little girl hopped in and said happily, "Master, I got information about senior sister Zhao. Tell me about it." Zhao Yu had not returned since completing the task Lu Zhou gave her last time, and he could not understand why. The reason for her absence should be different from that of Yi Tianxin, Yu Xinghai, and Yu Shangrong, and it should not be too complicated. "Senior sister might be in Yu province," little Yuaner said as she sat down on a chair. She poured herself a cup of water, took a sip, and sighed in relief before continuing, "I guessed it when someone at the station mentioned the brilliant jade technique." Lu Zhou did not understand. Orthodox sects and evil sects had always been at odds. Why would they now be mixing? Were they planning a war against each other? He had used all his peak form experience cards. If he fell into another trap, he would be finished for sure. Reflexively, he opened the system panel and glanced at the task field. Sure enough, there was a new task: bring Zhao Yu back. "What else have you heard?" "Some say senior sister is about to get married and will become a holy daughter." Lu Zhou paused. Zhao Yu's cultivation base largely came from the brilliant jade technique. The jade in its name referred to the essence of heaven and earth, a product of nature. If she were to cultivate it to the peak, she could not have distracting thoughts or indulge in a love affair. "What's the reason?" Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner shook her head, wearing a puzzled look. "I only heard that a grand ceremony will be held at the holy altar in Yu province." "A grand ceremony?" "By the way, it seems that the Fiend Temple will also send someone to the ceremony," little Yuaner added. When she mentioned the name, she carefully observed Lu Zhou's expression. "Master, why don't I go by myself? I will bring senior sister back, and when I see anyone from Fiend Temple, I'll kill them all for you." Lu Zhou knocked her head gently and said, "Don't cause trouble. Although I couldn't care less about Fiend Temple, its chief is a nascent divinity tribulation expert with a 7-leaf avatar. You are just a divine court cultivator. How are you going to fight them?" "Oh." Little Yuaner nodded. Lu Zhou searched his memory, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Besides Fiend Temple, what other powers will attend?" "The Righteous Sect and the Clarity Sect seem to be going too." "Bring Pan Zhong to me. I have something to ask him." "Master, you can just ask me," little Yuaner said confidently. "Go now." Lu Zhou raised his voice a little. "Oh." With her lips pursed, the little girl ran away. Before long, she returned with Pan Zhong, who looked listless and had bruises on his face. "Greetings, my lord." Pan Zhong cupped his fists and bowed. Lu Zhou glanced at him and asked, "What happened to your face?" "There are too many steep places on Golden Court Mountain, and I accidentally fell off one." Pan Zhong hurriedly explained. Lu Zhao did not care about how he got hurt. You are from the Clarity sect. Do you know anything about the grand ceremony at the holy altar? Pan Zhong nodded and said, yes, it's a long story to tell. Then make it short and tell it quickly, little Yuan urged. Pan Zhong shuddered at the thought of the violent beating he had just received and quickly said, since the human race drove the alien races to Rongbei and Rongxi, the righteous and evil sects in the cultivation world have been at odds. Every year, numerous disputes arise between sects, resulting in countless casualties. To ease the conflicts, some small sects have come up with the idea of holding grand ceremonies. On the one hand, it is to reduce tensions between sects, and on the other, it is to give them a chance to show kindness to each other, so as not to escalate the disputes. Lu Zhao nodded and said, do you know that the Clarity sect is going to the grand ceremony in Yu province? This surprised Pan Zhong. This? I don't know anything about it, as I left the sect 3 years ago. The Clarity sect is a major righteous sect, and I don't think its conflicts with the evil sects can be resolved with such a minor ceremony. Lu Zhao now had a rough idea. It is said that a holy daughter will serve as a bridge to reconcile the conflict between both sides. Is there such a thing? Yes, that is true, and the holy daughter will strengthen the bridge through marriage. No matter how slow-witted little Yuaner was, she understood now. Her eyes widened, and she said angrily, traitor. How could she do this? There was no need to ask any further questions. Lu Zhao waved his hand and said, you may leave us now. Old senior, Pan Zhong wanted to say something, but hesitated. What is it? Please teach me the 6-yang technique. Pan Zhong dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Before Lu Zhao could answer, little Yuaner said impatiently, how dare you trouble my master with such a trifling matter? Ah? Find that lousy technique yourself in the library within the West Pavilion, little Yuaner said. Pan Zhong looked embarrassed, wondering if they truly treated such an important cultivation technique so casually. Lu Zhao did not deny it and just waved his hand. Ji Tiandao had seized too many cultivation techniques from the orthodox sects in this world, there was no way he could keep them all with him. After Pan Zhong left, Lu Zhao pondered how to bring Zhao Yu back. From what he had learned so far, he guessed that she was most likely forced to become a holy daughter and would become a victim of the grand ceremony. So, what should he do next? Just then, Mingshi walked into Evil Sky Pavilion and saw Lu Zhao with an indifferent expression, as if deep in thought. Master, I have something to report. What is it? The traitor Si Wuya has sent Master a letter. Mingshi respectfully held out a letter with both hands. Old Seventh? Since he deserted Golden Court Mountain, he has never interacted with Evil Sky Pavilion. Why is he so bold now? He is a traitor, after all. Lu Zhao thought to himself as he took the letter and briefly glanced at it. What a coincidence. The letter happened to be about Zhao Yu as well. Master, what does the letter say? Little Yuaner asked impatiently. After reading it, Lu Zhao raised his hand and let the letter fall onto the table. He then furrowed his brow. Mingshi carefully picked up the letter and looked at it. As he read, his expression turned surprised, and then he frowned as well. Old Seventh has no motive to send us false news, he analyzed. Master, if the news is true, I fear junior sister Zhao Yu will not escape her fate. Lu Zhao glanced at Mingshi indifferently and said, what do you think we should do? Although Mingshi thought process was outlandish, he occasionally came up with good ideas. He thought for a moment and said, when shepherds quarrel, the wolf has a winning game. Since they want to reconcile, we will sow discord among them. This is an easy job, because they are always at odds. When he finished, Mingshi bowed and said, Master, you don't have to do this yourself. It's only a minor matter. I'm willing to handle it and promise to bring junior sister Zhao Yu back. Master will surely let me go out this time, he thought, bowing his head as he waited for his master's approval. Lu Zhao waved his hand and said, you will be reflecting on yourself for 3 days in the cave of reflection. Ding! You have disciplined Mingshi and are rewarded with 100 merit points. Mingshi was a little confused. He did not understand why he was being punished. In recent days, he had done everything he was told to do and had done it diligently. He had defended the mountain, fought the enemies, and even flattered his master. He felt he had performed excellently. However, he did not dare to disobey his master's order, so he bowed and said, "I deserve to be punished." After that, he turned and headed toward the cave of reflection like an obedient child. Why did Lu Zhou punish him? It was because he saw Mingshi loyalty fluctuate. The fluctuation was not significant, and his loyalty still remained around 70. However, as long as it was below 80, there was a chance he might betray him. Little Yuan looked puzzled, so she picked up the letter and read it. After reading it, she scratched her head as if she did not understand the contents and said, "This isn't a trap." Fifth senior sister was forced because some people want to vent their anger? Lu Zhou did not answer her, but said coolly, "Come with me to the holy altar." When she heard they were going out, little Yuan blinked her big eyes excitedly and said, "Master, master. Are we really going out? What's there to be excited about?" Lu Zhou walked outside and looked at the sky. It was already midday, and the weather was good. They should be able to reach Yu province before sunset. He needed to arrive in the city of Runan in advance to make some preparations. Without a peak form experience card, he would have to use his wits if he wished to bring back Zhao. He glanced at little Yuan's clothes, which were the attire she wore to gather information at the station. Thankfully, it was not too conspicuous. "Master, do we need to tell the senior brothers?" Little Yuan asked. "No need. It was pointless to tell them. With the shield's protection, Golden Court Mountain would be safe, and the few disciples he left behind were clever enough to protect themselves." Suddenly, he thought of his new mount, Bian, and decided it was time to see it. He had gotten to know Witzard well, but he hadn't yet tried Bian. So, he waved his hand. Soon, a strange power appeared in the bright blue sky. "Witzard?" Little Yuan looked suspiciously at the sky. As soon as she sensed the power, she knew it was a legendary mount. In this vast world, there were many unknown places that humans could not explore. These places were infested with terrible creatures, but very few could be captured and used as mounts. Before long, a mighty figure flew over. It appeared like a tiger and was emanating a menacing aura. Roar! Little Yuan took a step back in fear. Standing beside Lu Zhou, she muttered, why does Witzard look different now?" Witzard was somewhat similar to an antelope, while Bian looked more like a tiger, one gentle and the other fierce. She wasn't wrong. The mount landed and crouched, putting away its fierce look. It was showing its loyalty to its master. Lu Zhou was a little surprised as well. This Bian was clearly an aggressive creature. He wondered how strong it was and what level of cultivators it could rival. "Let's go," he gestured. Little Yuan approached with tiny, slow steps and said, "Master, can I not ride it? It looks scary." "It's not as scary as you. Don't be afraid." Lu Zhou walked over. Sure enough, the mount lowered its body so much that its stomach touched the ground. At the sight of this, little Yuan summoned her courage and approached it, giving it a good look. Roar! Suddenly, Bian let out a deep, powerful roar. However, instead of stepping back in fear, little Yuan jumped onto its back. "Master, it scares me," Lu Zhou casually waved his hand. At his gesture, Bian leaped into the sky and vanished into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. To Lu Zhou's surprise, Bian was as fast as Witzard. However, the difference between them was stark. Bian was fierce and aggressive, but not as clever as humans. As for how strong it was, that remained to be tested. Witzard, on the other hand, was calm and peaceful, making it comfortable to fly with. At the moment, it was unknown what other abilities the antelope-like mount possessed. Half a day later, Bian slowly descended near the city of Runan. Seeing no one around, little Yuan chuckled and said, "I know what Master wants. We need to avoid drawing attention. Lu Zhao nodded and said, Runan is not far from divine capital, where cultivators from all over the world gather, including almighty experts. We need to stay low. I understand, Master. Little Yuaner blinked her big eyes and asked, Master, are we going to divine capital after this? Lu Zhao knocked her head and stroked his beard, no, oh. After entering the city, little Yuaner could hardly contain her excitement. Fortunately, Lu Zhao had repeatedly told her not to resort to force, so nothing bad happened along the way. Grandpa, there's an inn up ahead. Shall we find a room to stay? All right. Just as they approached the inn's door, a group of cultivators flew past in the sky. The common people on the streets all looked up, letting out shocked cries. Lu Zhao looked up as well and saw cultivators, clad in black, surrounding a large flying chariot. That's the flying chariot of an evil sect. See, the banner belongs to Fiend Temple. Don't worry, disputes of the cultivation world won't affect common people. When can I become a mighty cultivator and own a flying chariot like this? Little Yuaner listened to the chatter around them disapprovingly and muttered, What's the big deal? My grandpa has a goat as his mount. A middle-aged man nearby heard this and said amusingly, Little girl, is your goat strong enough to carry you? Humph. It can not only carry me but also fly out of Great Yen in just half a day. Little Yuaner retorted. You go on with your boasting. You don't believe me? Little Yuaner frowned. The man said casually, Do you think I will believe you, little girl? I think you will. As she said this, she flexed her wrists and cracked her fingers. The streets calmed down after the chariot flew past in the sky. Lu Zhao was a little puzzled. He did not expect such a formidable presence to come to Runan as well. Could Fiend Temple be holding a grudge against him because of what happened to Zhuaxinchan? Judging by the number of cultivators and the size of the chariot, the person inside should be at least a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Who else could it be but the chief of Fiend Temple? Well, it's pointless to think about that now, Lu Zhao thought to himself. Then, he turned around and called out, Yuaner. Coming, Grandpa. Little Yuaner ran over, flexing her fists. Hee hee. Grandpa, let me help you. She ran directly into the inn and said to the innkeeper, Hey, give me the best room you have. The innkeeper said politely, I'm sorry, my respected guest, the inn is full. As the grand ceremony of the holy altar is about to be held, we have had too many guests recently. I hope you can forgive me. You have no more room? Little Yuaner scratched her head doubtfully. I'm sorry. You may want to find accommodation elsewhere. Fine. Just as little Yuaner was about to turn and leave, a faint gust of energy blew into the inn, spreading out in all directions before retreating. It all happened in a flash. The innkeeper, little Yuaner, and Lu Zhao, who had just entered the inn, looked toward the source. A man with two exquisite swords in his arms walked inside with a solemn look on his face. At the sight of him, the innkeeper said excitedly, A divine court cultivator. My lord? The man's eyes were slightly closed, and there was a noble pride on his calm face. In a soft voice, he said, Innkeeper, I will stay here. Welcome, my lord. It's my honor to serve you. I have only 2 heaven-grade rooms now. I hope my lord doesn't mind. The innkeeper's voice was so loud that it could be heard even outside the inn. The man said faintly, I want 2 of your best rooms. No problem. The innkeeper said excitedly. At that moment, 2 servants ran over with a fawning look on their faces. Little Yuaner's nostrils flared when she heard that. Old man, didn't you just say your inn is full? Why are there still rooms for him? Don't be rude. This is a cultivator who has opened 8 meridians and stepped into the divine court realm. Naturally, other guests have to give way to him. If it were another time, little Yuaner would have had a fit. However, they were in Runan now, and her master had repeatedly told her not to cause trouble. Why do you need 2 rooms? You're alone, she pointed at the man. Little girl, you. The man raised a hand to stop the innkeeper. Then, he spoke in a calm, soft voice, "Let me answer your question. I have the ashes of my deceased companion in my baggage. Although he died in battle, I'm deeply inspired by his unyielding spirit. He still lives in my heart, so he should be treated as a living person. My sword has fought alongside me for many years and has slain countless foes. It should have its own room. However, since I never part with my sword, 2 rooms will suffice for now." Lu Zhou appeared calm, but inwardly, he was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. He could hardly believe there was such a neurotic person in the world. To his surprise, little Yuan touched her chin thoughtfully and then nodded approvingly, saying, "I agree that you do need 2 rooms. Please forgive me, my esteemed guest." The innkeeper, seeing that the divine court expert was not angry, became much friendlier and more polite. "Hold on," Lu Zhou said suddenly. This made both the man and the innkeeper pause, turning to look at him, who appeared to be a frail old man they could easily push to the ground. "What is it, old sir?" the innkeeper asked. "I want a heaven-grade room." "But..." Lu Zhou waved a hand and said, "Yuan." The moment he spoke, little Yuan understood his gesture. In the next instant, a wave of energy erupted from her, swirling around them. Then, the energy, which should have returned to her, suddenly spread out in all directions like a ripple. Everything in the inn, the tables, chairs, and even those on the upper floors, shook simultaneously. If the energy wave had been slightly stronger, the inn might have collapsed. Divine court? The innkeeper trembled, his heart racing. He thought there seemed to be too many powerful figures visiting his inn today. For a moment, he was speechless and felt like crying for having offended an expert. The man's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "My brother respected experts when he was alive, and he aspired to become a nascent divinity tribulation cultivator," he said in a calm voice. "I respect what he respected. I will share 1 room with my brother. Innkeeper, give the other room to this old man." The innkeeper was overjoyed when he heard that. "Very good. Very good." Then, he hurriedly ordered the servants to tidy up the rooms on the upper floor. However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "It is not enough." "What?" "I want 2 rooms. This is not a problem at all." The innkeeper almost burst into tears. The reason Lu Zhou wanted 2 rooms was very simple. Although little Yuan was a simple and innocent girl, she was almost 16 and no longer a child. It was not convenient for them to stay in the same room. Lu Zhou slowly went up the stairs, with little Yuan following, looking triumphant. When he walked past the man, he glanced at the 2 swords in his arms. "The couple swords?" The man was a little surprised and puzzled. "You have a pair of keen eyes, old man. One of them is long and carved with dragons, and the other is short and carved with phoenixes. They are both peak earth-grade weapons, barely touching the heaven grade," Lu Zhou said while stroking his beard. "Since you know them, you should be careful about the way you talk to me. If it were at other times, I would certainly use them to teach those who insult them a lesson." While keeping a straight face and watching little Yuan, he shook his head and said, "The swords have killed countless foes and were tempered for dozens of years, making them heaven-grade weapons a long time ago. They are not earth-grade weapons, as you just said." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and did not refute. The man continued, "In my opinion, there is no weapon in this world sharper than the couple swords." Just then, little Yuan said curiously from the side, "Are you using both swords yourself?" The man shook his head. "I use the long sword, and my brother uses the short sword." "Oh, so you and your brother are a pair. Well, how did a neurotic man like you reach the divine court realm?" Lu Zhou thought as he stroked his beard. Of course, he kept a calm face, so no one could tell his emotions. "The swords are sharp?" Lu Zhou asked doubtfully. The man didn't say anything. Instead, he drew the short sword, the edge of which reflected a cold gleam as soon as it left the sheath. Then, holding it horizontally with his right hand, he plucked a hair from his head with his left hand and lightly blew it. The hair fell weightlessly onto the edge and was sliced in half. The sword was indeed extremely sharp. The man looked proud as he said, "As I said, there is no weapon in this world sharper than the couple swords. Do you have any other questions, old mister?" Zhao suddenly recalled his unnamed weapon and thought he might as well give it a try. It was rare to have a heaven-grade weapon available for testing. If it were destroyed, it would mean that the unnamed was just a piece of rubbish, and he wouldn't feel sorry about discarding it. With that thought, Zhao slowly raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was already holding an exquisite and tiny sword. He did not say a word, and just as he was bringing it down toward the short sword, the man hurriedly said, "Don't do it, old mister." "Why?" "I can tell that you have a good sword, and I'll feel bad if it is destroyed," the man said. "It doesn't matter." As he said that, Zhao hacked the man's short sword with unnamed. A crisp metal-on-metal sound rang, and sparks flew in all directions. Zhao looked at unnamed. It was not damaged, nor was there a scratch. Then, he looked at the short sword of the couple swords, and found that it was intact as well. This confused him. The result meant that unnamed was at least the same grade as the couple swords. The problem was, why it could not damage the piece of scrap metal in the secret chamber. Could it be that it was more suitable to take the form of a shield, since it could transform into all kinds of weapons? Meanwhile, the man gave unnamed a surprised look and said, "I can't believe there is a weapon in this world that can resist the couple sword's sharpness." Little Yuan muttered, "That's because you are ignorant. Do you believe that my grandpa can break your crude weapons in half with just his bare hands?" For some reason, a scene from Zhao's previous life came to mind. It was a video clip of two girls showing off their older brothers to each other, comparing whose brother was better at eating shit. He realized that little Yuan was showing signs of going down the same route, so he quickly reproached her, "Be quiet." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the heaven-grade rooms on the other side. Looking at the man's back, Shuaping said lightly, "My name is Shuaping. I hope I can see you again, old mister." The words sounded strange, but Zhao ignored them and went into his room. With the couple swords in his arms, Shuaping entered his own room. Once inside, he placed the swords down and then heard a clear cracking sound. Puzzled, he drew the short sword from its sheath. To his horror, he saw a clean cut in the middle of the blade, which split the sword in half like a piece of tofu. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, shocked and heartbroken. He had regarded the sword as his life, and now it was destroyed. Is this the work of that old man? A swordsman valued his sword above all else. When his beloved sword was destroyed, he would do anything to avenge it. Furiously, Shuaping stood up, took the longer sword, and pulled open the door, walking out in a towering rage. He had just reached the first corner when a man in blue robes blocked his path. The man was smiling with his arms crossed over his chest, and his aura was ordinary. There was nothing unusual about him at all. "Please let me through," Shuaping said, frowning. The man in blue robes kept his smile and said, "I'm sorry." "Make way," Shuaping demanded. No sooner had he said that than the man raised his right hand, drew a sword from his back, swung it with the speed of lightning, and sheathed it again. His movements were natural, smooth, and completed in the blink of an eye, as if he had practiced them tens of thousands of times. Without even looking back, he walked toward the heaven-grade room. Shuaping held his long sword, a shocked look on his face. He stood there, unmoving, as if he had turned to stone. A few moments later, the sword cracked and broke, falling to the ground with a plop. Then, Shuaping fell as well, blood gushing from his neck. Inside the room, the swordsman in blue robes sat expressionlessly beside the table. With a smile, he murmured to himself, "Where are you, master?" The swordsman in blue robes stopped smiling as a figure suddenly appeared outside his room's window. "What's the matter?" he asked faintly, without looking at the window. "Sect Master has ordered me to inform you that the sword freak, Chen Wenjia, arrived in Runan 2 days ago. He also asks you to be cautious of the experts from the Clarity sect and the Righteous sect," the figure reported. The swordsman glanced at the figure and replied politely, "Thank you. There's one more thing. Old Senior G, from the Evil Sky Pavilion, is likely in Runan as well. Sect Master wants to know your plans," the figure added hesitantly, sounding a bit fearful. "It has nothing to do with him," the swordsman's voice grew softer. The figure instinctively took a step back. The swordsman smiled again, took the kettle from the table, and poured a glass of water. "You don't have to be afraid, my friend. The wind is strong out there. If you have nothing else, please come in and have a glass of water. Tioch. This junior needs to report back to Sect Master. Farewell." The figure blinked and vanished into the night. The swordsman shook his head helplessly but did not stay in the room for long. After a short rest, he turned and jumped into the darkness, disappearing as well. The next morning. As soon as Zhao opened his eyes, he heard noise coming from outside his room. A knock on the door made him get up. Old mister. It was the innkeeper. Zhao got out of bed and opened the door suspiciously, only to find the innkeeper and several officers outside. The innkeeper's face was covered in sweat, but before he could speak, the leading officer already cupped his fist and said, "Did you see who killed Shuoping, old sir?" Zhao had a puzzled look on his face. Shuoping was dead? He turned to look at the door of the room where the man had stayed. 2 soldiers were dealing with a puddle of blood on the ground, beside which lay a broken sword. Meanwhile, 2 other officers searched the room, but it was empty, so they could not find anything. Shuoping was a divine court expert, yet he was killed quietly, without putting up a fight. This suggested that the murderer was most likely a nascent divinity tribulation expert. Zhao shook his head, indicating he had not seen anything. The officer sighed and said, "Shuoping was a swordsman. Whoever could kill him must also be an expert. It's normal that you didn't see it." "Did Shuoping have any enemies?" Zhao asked. The officer frowned and studied Zhao for a moment before speaking in an unfriendly tone, "Don't ask what doesn't concern you." Although Shuoping's death had nothing to do with Zhao, the fact that the murderer was an expert filled him with a bad feeling. If Runan were a huge trap and he discovered it too late, it would be very difficult for him to escape. "When I ask you a question, you just answer it." Zhao showed him the imperial token. The officer glared at him, ready to lose his temper, but upon seeing the token, he instantly wilted. "He's from the imperial clan." Trembling, he dropped to his knees and cried out, "My lord." The innkeeper was struck dumb. Meanwhile, the other soldiers knelt silently. When they saw the token, their faces froze and their hearts raced as they immediately went down on their knees with the official in charge. It was then that little Yuaner came out of her room, yawning and rubbing her eyes. When she saw the people kneeling in front of Zhao's room, she said, "Grandpa, do you want me to beat them?" As soon as the innkeeper heard her say that, he collapsed and sat down. Zhao waved his hand, signaling her not to interrupt. Then, he continued asking, "Who is Shuoping exactly?" "He is an expert in swords and killed his own brother to take the couple swords. Due to his profound cultivation, the local authorities could hardly touch him." "Then, why was he in Runan?" "This? I don't know. These people were just low-level officers and soldiers with little access to information about divine court experts. It was normal for them not to know such details." Little Yuana ran to the crime scene and glanced around before running back. As if she had made a major discovery, she said excitedly, "He was killed with just 1 sword strike, which cut him from here to here," pointing at her own body. "Oh, the murderer killed him from the front." Zhao nodded. The murderer should be a sword expert with a heaven-grade weapon. In his memory, a number of people met these criteria. The person who killed Shuoping could be the sword freak Chen Wenjia, the sword genius Jiang Aijian, Luo Chongqing from the Luo sect, or his treacherous disciple, Yu Shengrong. Just as Zhao was pondering, a loud noise was heard from outside. He and the kneeling officers and soldiers all showed puzzled expressions and looked outside the inn at the same time. "Yuaner, go and have a look." "Yes." Little Yuan jumped directly from the upper floor to the ground floor, ran out of the inn, and returned a short while later. There's a flying chariot outside, which belongs to the Temple of Great Emptiness, the little girl said. The Temple of Great Emptiness? Puzzled, Lu Zhou turned and walked downstairs. Little Yuan followed, leaving the group of people kneeling and looking at each other, unsure whether they should get up. When he came outside, Lu Zhou looked up at the sky. The large flying chariot had flown to the edge of the city, but the bald monks flying around it were still faintly visible. Judging from the symbols on the chariot, it indeed belonged to the Temple of Great Emptiness. Let's go, Lu Zhou said, and they headed north of Runan. As soon as they were out of the city, little Yuan whispered, "Master, we are being followed." Lu Zhou nodded, saying nothing. This was why he had taken little Yuan with him. She cultivated the supreme purity jade slip, which made her perception far exceed that of cultivators at the same realm. Moreover, she was clever and could protect herself even if they encountered a powerful enemy, saving Lu Zhou's energy. Lu Zhou had planned to ride his mount to the holy altar, but now that they were being followed, he had to deal with it first. Please wait a moment, old mister. The stalker finally lost his patience. Lu Zhou and little Yuan turned slowly and saw a young man who looked to be less than 30 years old. What do you want? Lu Zhou asked. I want to buy something from you, old mister. Little Yuan said angrily, we're not selling anything. Go away. The young man paid no attention to little Yuan and just stared at Lu Zhou. The fact that your short sword could destroy the couple swords proves that it is an excellent sword. I am willing to buy it at a high price, he said. Lu Zhou asked calmly, you were there yesterday? The young man nodded. That's right. I had intended to discuss this with old Mr. yesterday, but an expert was present, and I had to avoid him. Lu Zhou nodded and said, you like swords? I regard swords as my life and love them to the bone, the man said slowly. I was going to kill Zhao Ping and take the couple swords, but I didn't expect that someone killed him before I could do anything. It's a pity that the expert destroyed the sword too. What a pity. His words were filled with regret for the sword. Who is that expert? I didn't see him. However, his true identity is not difficult to guess. In this world, there are only 3 people who can use swords to such an extreme level. For a moment, the young man seemed to have forgotten his objective as he continued. One of them is the villainous patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao, who is also the one I fear the most. Little Yuan covered her smile with a hand and said, then you should be running right now. The young man said with a smile, why are you running away? Little Yuan was about to reply, but she suddenly remembered that she could not expose herself and swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. When the young man saw little Yuan hesitate, he continued with a smile, I've observed you all night, you can't fool me. Little girl, you're from the divine court realm. The old man's body is healthy, and his cultivation base is at the middle stage of the sense condensation realm. He gestured as he said, but that's not the point. Let's get back to the topic. The second person who cultivated the sword to the penultimate stage is Yu Shengrong, the second head devil of Evil Sky Pavilion. Who's the third one? The third person seems far away, but is actually very close. Are you the sword freak, Chen Wenjie? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. No. Chen Wenjie is obsessed with swordplay, but he doesn't love the sword. I'm different. I like the sword and I like swordplay as well. Someone like Chen Wenjie is ambiguous in his stance. He will meet a gruesome end sooner or later, the young man said. As soon as Lu Zhou heard this, he knew who the young man was. He stroked his beard and said, the one who loves swords to the bones, Jiang Aijin. Jiang Aijin had changed his name to reflect his deep love for the sword. He was the only person in the cultivation world to do so. His pursuit of the sword bordered on obsession, and he was a genuine rogue cultivator, adapted to survive in the treacherous path of the cultivation world. His skills were clearly high, given how he managed to escape from the elite who killed Zhao Ping. He had two obsessions, one was his love for the sword, and the second was to stay out of trouble. His second obsession played a significant role in keeping him, a neutral figure, alive for so many years. "You're exaggerating," Zhao Nijin said with a smile. Lu Zhou lifted his head slightly, and Unnamed materialized in his hand. It was short and exquisite. Zhao Nijin was visibly stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at it. The blade was truly beautiful, its length and design exactly to his liking. His voice tinged with excitement, he said, "Oh, old mister." Lu Zhou waved his hand, and Unnamed disappeared. He said emotionlessly, "If you wish to live, you do well not to covet this blade." Dong. 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 At this moment, the tolling of the bell could be heard from the holy altar. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The holy altar was where the grand ceremony of the righteous and fiendish paths was held. Why would there be a Buddhist bell there? Jiang Naijian exclaimed in surprise, "Old mister, the holy altar is filled with strange people. The cultivators from the noble and fiendish paths are gathered there, making it an extremely dangerous place. I suggest you stay away. I heard the holy daughter they selected this time is the fifth villain from Golden Court Mountain's evil sky pavilion." He laughed, continuing, "How ironic. A fiend is chosen as the holy daughter." Lu Zhou ignored him. Jiang Nijin spoke again, "However, if you really plan on going and getting yourself killed, I'll be able to obtain your sword, old mister. At that time I'll collect your remains and bury you in a sacred land where the elements are in harmony." As soon as Jiang Nijin finished speaking, little Yuano lost her temper. "Let me handle him." Her body was as light as a swallow, and her majesty could rival the heavens. Her fierce primal chi rippled out immediately. Jiang Nijin parried the incoming energy waves as he retreated, momentarily rendered speechless. "What a feisty young girl. You don't seem like an ordinary divine court realm cultivator." Little Yuan scoffed. "I'll hit you so hard that you'll be picking up your teeth from the ground, little girl, don't make me draw my sword," Jiang Nijin said, retreating again. Dong. Dong. The bell tolled again from the holy altar, its urgency increasing. Lu Zhou glanced at Jiang Nijin dismissively. "He's only a rogue cultivator who loves swords. There's no need to waste an item card on him." He motioned to little Yuaner and said, "Yuaner, we're leaving." Suddenly, a roar sounded from the nearby forest. The colossal mount, Bian, dashed toward them. Its roar frightened the beasts in the forest into scampering. The king of beasts' aura sent chills running up one's spine. Jiang Nijin was startled by the sight of the legendary mount. He quickly pulled his arms back, did a flip, and landed on the tips of his toes, moving backward at lightning speed to evade little Yuaner's attack. "So, you're an elite." Those who possessed legendary mounts were undoubtedly elites whose names alone would shock the masses. The old man might have a weak cultivation base, but it was clear his background was not as simple as it seemed. Although Jiang Nijin loved swords, he loved his life more. He cupped his fists as he hovered in the air. "Old mister. The holy altar is a dangerous place. Why don't you go somewhere else instead?" "I can take care of myself," Lu Zhou said, leaping onto Bian with light movements. Bian bared its fangs. Little Yuaner glanced at Jiang Nijin, scoffed, and leaped onto Bian as well. Jiang Nijin could only watch as the duo sped toward the holy altar. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Should I give chase? What if I run into that old villain? He was in a dilemma. After some contemplation, he finally made a decision. I'm not going to involve myself in their quarrel. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll just collect his corpse when he dies. Then, he followed them from afar. Dong. 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 On the holy altar, the massive flying chariot of the Temple of Great Emptiness hovered in the air. Dozens of monks chanted sutras with their palms joined together, their voices resonating through the air. Lu Zhou and little Yuaner were still some distance away, so the chanting sounded like the buzzing of mosquitoes to their ears. Instead of approaching the monks, they landed near the holy altar. The buildings on the holy altar occupied a vast space. The patio at the base formed a ring with 48 doors, and the plaza extended for several miles in all directions. Ordinary people were not allowed in the vicinity without a valid reason. When Lu Zhou stepped onto the holy altar, the tolling of the bells became agitated, which was annoying. Lu Zhou raised his hand slightly. The Buddhist's great meditation Dharani. What's a bunch of monks doing here? Little Yuaner muttered under her breath. The great meditation Dharani had a powerful and intimidating effect on enemies, achieved through the communal chanting of sutras. Only the monks of the Temple of Great Emptiness could pull this off. Stay calm and wait. The great meditation Dharani can only be recited 5 times in a row. Lu Zhou stood still, observing the flying chariot in the air. This might turn out to be a good thing. The great meditation Dharani could intimidate most cultivators, solving Lu Zhou's worry about his deadly strike card being unable to hit multiple targets at once. However, he was truly curious why the Temple of Great Emptiness would appear here, given they usually stayed out of secular affairs. The bell tolled again. The great meditation Dharani sounded like a swarm of flies having a party. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly, wondering if anyone could enjoy listening to the great meditation Dharani. After a few moments, the buzzing of the great meditation Dharani finally faded, and the holy altar fell into deadly silence. Let's go, Lu Zhou said as he and little Yuaner made their way to the center of the holy altar. Even as they approached the plaza, no one seemed to notice them. They successfully blended in with the crowd. Little Yuaner pointed at a nearby flying chariot and said, "There's the flying chariot from the Fiend Temple." Besides the Fiend Temple, flags from the Righteous Sect and the Clarity Sect also surrounded the plaza of the holy altar. As expected, the cultivators from the Noble Path and Fiendish Path around them had sour expressions on their faces. They were practically huffing and puffing as they looked up. Lu Zhou swept his eyes across the holy altar. With the eye of truth, everyone seemed like an enemy. He did not dare to think about what would happen if his identity was exposed. 3 impeccable cards and 3 deadly strike cards were more than enough for him to escape with his life, but it would be difficult to take Zhao Yu away. At this moment, a monk emerged from the flying chariot above the holy altar and descended slowly. His palms were joined, and his kasaya glittered with gold. Someone cried out in surprise, "Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness?" As Kong Xian slowly descended, he projected his voice, "The abbot has decreed that the holy daughter of the current grand ceremony, Zhao Yu, will be taken away by the Temple of Great Emptiness. I ask for your understanding and forgiveness, my dear benefactors." A man in long robes pointed at Kong Xian and said indignantly, "Bald donkey. How can we let you take the holy daughter away, just because you want to? What do you take our righteous sect for?" It was clear that the grand ceremony had reached an important stage, before the Temple of Great Emptiness. Lu Zhou looked around but could not see Zhao Yu. However, he was certain Zhao Yu was on the holy altar since members of the Temple of Great Emptiness, the Righteous Sect, Clarity Sect, and the Fiend Temple were present. A hint of excitement could be seen on little Yuaner's face. She enjoyed the commotion and looked around fearlessly. As Lu Zhou continued to survey his surroundings, a person approached him. "Old mister, you should take a few steps back." "Jian?" Lu Zhou was speechless. It seemed the rumor about this person's pathological obsession with swords was true. However, for someone who valued his life just as much, it was surprising that he would come to the holy altar. Jian glanced at the cultivators on the holy altar plaza, who had sour expressions, and said, "Old mister, if it weren't for your sword, I wouldn't come to this nonsensical place." Lu Zhou remained calm and did not dignify Jian's comment with a response. He looked at Kong Xian, the monk, who had descended to the center of the plaza. Jian whispered, "You should leave while you still have the chance." Lu Zhou felt suspicious about Jian's warning. He sensed that Jian was not telling him everything he knew. Jian looked around before speaking softly, "In a few moments, these monks will seal the holy altar. Old mister, the holy altar is just a pretense, and the holy daughter is the bait. Zhao felt skeptical. He asked with a straight face, how do you know this is a trap? If you sell me your sword, I'll tell you. You're only at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. Nobody will be able to save you if you don't leave now. He looked at the setting sun and continued, this is your last chance to survive. Zhao found Jiang Aijian's words amusing. He stroked his beard and asked, I thought you wanted me dead? No, no, no. I value life above all else. I would love to get my hands on that sword, but a righteous man should obtain the sword in a righteous way. Look around you. Jiang Aijian motioned to the left and right, clicked his tongue, and shook his head. All of them look like they have a short lifespan. You're a good person, old mister. Good people should live long lives. I'm a good person? Zhao was slightly taken aback by this compliment. Jiang Aijian said with a smile, that sword is a treasure. As its owner, I'm sure you won't have a bad character. What kind of logic was this? Zhao stroked his beard and said, there are so many elites here. Can the Temple of Great Emptiness deal with them? Jiang Aijian shook his head and pointed toward the Righteous Sect and Clarity Sect. Old mister, look closely, the elders from the Righteous and Clarity sects aren't here. Only the third seat of the Fiend Temple is present. They won't be able to do anything. When Zhao looked at the two flags, he discovered that indeed many of the seats were empty. Jiang Aijian said with a frown, they're being held back by the elites. They'll be lucky to keep their heads, let alone coming to the holy altar. Zhao looked at Jiang Aijian dryly. This fellow seems to have a knack for getting information. No wonder he's able to make a name for himself in the cultivation world. Meanwhile, in the center of the holy altar, Kong Xian bowed to the disciples of the righteous sect who were rioting. He then raised his hand and said, Zhao Yu is a villain from the evil sky pavilion. She bears many sins. Several years ago, Master Kong Ming lost his life at her hands. The Temple of Great Emptiness shall take her so that Buddha can purge her of her sins, allowing her to reincarnate as a human. The disciple of the righteous sect rose to his feet and retorted angrily, the she-fiend is the public enemy of the noble path. The Temple of Great Emptiness has never bothered with these matters, yet you suddenly show up and fill our ears with your intended acts of mercy? Here's what I think of all this. He spat on the ground as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing this, the cultivators from the righteous sect laughed uproariously. However, the people from the Fiend Temple remained silent. Zhao looked around. The Fiend Temple's second seat, Xuexinchan, had been killed by him. For this reason, they harbored a deep hatred for the evil sky pavilion, and it was logical for them to shift the blame to Zhao Yu. He was surprised the Fiend Temple had sent their third seat here this time. He did not know this person and had never seen him in his memories. Perhaps, this person was too insignificant for Tiandao to take note of. Meanwhile, the monk Kong Xian did not seem angry. He looked around his surroundings before saying indifferently, this old monk didn't come here to seek your approval, dear benefactors. I am only here to inform you of this decision. The Temple of Great Emptiness must take the villain of Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhao Yu, away. Suddenly, a figure leaped forward from the ranks of the noble path. Well, you'll have to take her by force, then. A long sword gleamed in his hand as he unleashed his sword chi around him. The crowd gasped at this sudden attack. Jiang Aijian glanced at the figure and shook his head. Just a cannon fodder, throwing his life away. The great meditation Dharani weakens and intimidates its targets. With the chaotic blood chi of these people, I'd applaud them if they can even unleash 30% of their strength. Zhao watched the proceedings calmly. If this did not involve Zhao Yu, it would have nothing to do with him. On the other hand, little Yuaner seemed more excited by this turn of events. She clapped along with the disciples of the righteous sect, appearing as though she too was a cultivator from the noble path. At that moment, the cultivator who leaped forward sent a wave of sword chi towards Xian Kong. The air buzzed as Xian Kong's kasaya glinted with gold, and he seemed to grow taller by 10 feet. Arhat golden body? Bang! A loud explosion echoed in the air as the cultivator was swatted away by the Arhat golden body. He flipped in the air and nearly lost his footing when he landed. The sword in his hand still buzzed from the impact, and his arm was numb. Kongxian extended one hand, standing still, and said emotionlessly, "Dear benefactor, why is there a need for anger? The villain is from the evil sky pavilion. You and 10 great nascent divinity tribulation realm elites all fought and lost against the old villain. Even heavenly sword sect master Luo Changfeng met a gruesome end. Only by handing this she-fiend over to the temple of great emptiness will everyone remain safe." In other words, Kongxian meant that if Ji Tiandao were to come, how many of them were capable of stopping him? "You have a nasty mouth, you bald donkey. If the noble path can't hold him back, what makes you think the temple of great emptiness can?" Kongxian's expression remained calm as he said slowly, "The abbot has been cultivating in seclusion for a century and has raised his cultivation base tremendously. We can deal with that old villain." Kongxian's words were like a rock thrown into a still lake, causing everyone on the Holy Altars Plaza to break into an uproar. Many of them even had a frightened expression on their faces. They knew that the temple of great emptiness Kong Yuan was a 6-leaf golden body, divine monk a century ago. They did not expect him to have been cultivating in seclusion all this time. Someone from the Clarity sect stood up, bowed, and cupped his hands together at Kongxian. "If Master Kong Yuan can handle the old villain from the evil sky pavilion, the Clarity sect agrees to hand over the she-fiend, Zhao Yu, to the temple of great emptiness." The people from the noble path were stunned. The Clarity sect and the Righteous sect were of the same lineage, but the leaders were not present currently. If they agreed to this, how would they explain themselves to their deceased disciples? They could not make the decision. Kongxian nodded. "This old monk thanks the benefactors from the Clarity sect. The temple of great emptiness will not let you down. We will certainly reform the villain." At that moment, a deep voice sounded from behind Kongxian. "You'll need my permission if you want to take Zhao Yu away." Kongxian turned to face the fiend temple. "This old monk has said this visit is not intended for negotiation. I am merely here to inform you of the decision." His tone was gentle, yet it irritated the listeners. The third seat of the fiend temple raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "What a sanctimonious bald donkey. The temple of great emptiness clearly planned this and cast the great meditation Dharani around the holy altar. How dare you pretend to be a righteous enforcer after playing such tricks?" He paused before continuing, "The temple of great emptiness has always claimed to view all life equally, without distinguishing between the righteous and the wicked. It has also never meddled in worldly affairs. Don't you have better things to do today?" Kongxian straightened his right arm. "Benefactor Duan, are you going to stop this old monk? Wretched monk. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The third seat of the fiend temple waved his arms, and several black-robed cultivators leaped out from behind him onto the plaza. Facing the hostile newcomers, Kongxian remained calm, his right hand extended. He did not seem anxious, and his demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing. Arhat golden body. His 20-foot golden body emitted a vast energy as his kasaya fluttered in the air. Jiang Aijian was shocked when he saw this. The Arhat golden body is on par with a nascent divinity tribulation realm's 2-leaf avatar. This bald donkey isn't your average monk. Old sir, quickly move to the back. The fiend temple has clearly come prepared. If that bald donkey uses a Zen mark, you'll certainly be affected since you're only at the sense-condensing realm. As he spoke, he tugged on Lu Zhou's arm, pulling him to the back. Jiang Aijian did not even have time to turn around when he saw the few black-robed cultivators being repelled by the golden light. They did not even have a chance to land a blow. The expressions of the righteous path's cultivators changed slightly. The people from the fiend temple looked up. The 5 they sent had cultivation bases at the divine court realm and were also the fiend temple's main force on this occasion. They did not expect Kongxian to repel all of them with a single move. The Fiend Temple's third seat, Tianxin, was the only one who remained unfazed. He sat calmly on his seat, staring at Kong Xian in the plaza, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. A cultivator from the Clarity sect said, "I can't imagine what would happen if Abbot Kong Yuan were here. To think that Kong Xian possesses such a high cultivation base." Based on Lu Zhou's memories, the Temple of Great Emptiness had indeed stayed away from the affairs of the world. During past events in the cultivation world, the Temple of Great Emptiness had almost always kept itself out of it. Rumor had it that the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness was a cultivation genius of the Buddhist Zen sect, so passionate about the Zen sect that he was said to have become a Buddhist monk immediately. However, rumors were just rumors. Back then, Zhao Yu had encountered the Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Ming. They fought, and Zhao Yu killed Kong Ming. If Kong Ming had truly been a cultivator of the mysterious Heaven Saint realm, Zhao Yu would not have defeated him. Since the Temple of Great Emptiness had chosen to interrupt the grand ceremony this time, they were clearly declaring the evil Sky Pavilion as their enemy. Meanwhile, the Fiend Temple's third seat, Tianxin, glanced at his defeated subordinates and said indifferently, "Kong Xian, an honest person doesn't need to resort to schemes. You're the one who kept the elders of Clarity sect and Righteous sect away, right?" Kong Xian shook his head. "The Great Temple of Emptiness is an open and upright institution. Why would we need to resort to such methods?" "Open and upright? Didn't you station the stick monks outside the holy altar?" Tianxin said with a sneer. "It seems you greatly misunderstand the Temple of Great Emptiness, dear benefactor. If you insist on stopping me, Benefactor Duan, I'll play the game with you." Both sides were waiting with swords drawn and bows nocked. At the same time, Jiang Aijin chuckled softly and said, "Old mister, didn't I tell you? That sword enthusiast, Chen Wenjie, has always held an ambiguous stance. He has killed many elites from the Clarity and Righteous sects. If he steps forward now, the two sects would definitely love to turn him into ashes." Lu Zhou was puzzled. Chen Wenjie is ambiguous with his stance? "Old mister, think about it. If you sell the sword to me, I'll tell you everything you want to know," Jiang Aijin said in a hushed tone, covering his mouth with his hand. "I even know who Master Zhang Yuanshan's wife from the Righteous sect is seeing." He winked at Lu Zhou, his expression suggesting there was nothing under the heavens he did not know about. Lu Zhou was once again rendered speechless by Jiang Aijin, but kept a straight face. "That ignorant man, Zhang Yuanshan, has cursed me so many times. Is his wife's affair a punishment?" He coughed and dismissed this preposterous thought, focusing his attention on the plaza. At this moment, Tianxin, the third seat of the Fiend Temple, rose to his feet slowly. He raised both arms, and a subordinate standing behind him respectfully caught his black robes. The onlookers got a clear look at Tianxin's appearance. He was a young man with a sour face, thin lips, and cold eyes. "Bald monkey. I won't agree to you taking Zhao Yu away," Tianxin said before he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood in front of Kong Xian. "Nascent divinity tribulation realm." The onlookers saw at a glance that Tianxin was an elite. Their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect to see an expert of the nascent divinity tribulation realm at this small grand ceremony on the holy altar. Clearly, the Fiend Temple placed great importance on Zhao Yu, especially since Shuxinchan was dead. No wonder Tianxin refused to back down. Shuxinchan was the only nascent divinity tribulation realm expert who managed to cultivate the Fiend Zen to the four-leaf golden lotus stage, but he died inside the evil Sky Pavilion. How could they not be enraged? Arhat golden body. Kong Xian activated his golden body again. His kasaya fluttered in the wind, caused by his surging energy. In the next moment, Tianxin's body seemed to split into 10, 100, 1,000. They surrounded Kong Xian and attacked at the same time. The onlookers were stunned. What technique was this? Why had they never seen this before? Even the subordinates from the Fiend Temple shook their heads in wonder. They had never seen such a dazzling technique. Cultivators from the righteous or fiend paths rarely practiced agility techniques. These afterimages were created by moving at an incredibly fast speed. Daoist technique, Dao invisibility, Lu Zhou said, stroking his beard. Jiang Lijian was slightly surprised. Old sir, you know this technique? This technique originated from the Daoist societies. It spread to Fuyu before eventually becoming a lost art, Lu Zhou explained. Fuyu? The other tribes. Jiang Lijian's eyes widened. He looked at the Fiend Temple's third seat and the dazzling silhouettes he left across the plaza. In a world dominated by Great Yin, there was no place for the other tribes. Thousands of silhouettes landed blows on the Arhat golden body. Kong Xian felt immense pressure, causing him to frown. As expected of the Fiend Temple's third seat. This old monk has indeed underestimated the nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation base. Bang! 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 Shadow punches hit the golden body, creating blasts of air and energy networks in the air above the plaza. Those who were closer took a few steps back to avoid the crossfire. Kong Xian moved his hands and said, "In that case, this old monk won't hold back." Primal chi surrounded him as he joined his palms together. Seeing one's nature. His heart was clear and bright, steady as Mount Tai. The Zen sect's Dhyana Mudra. The thousands of silhouettes were immediately dispersed by the Dhyana Mudra. Duanxing paused midair as if frozen in place. During this brief moment, Kong Xian moved his arms again. The Dhyana Mudra vanished, and he aimed a hand seal at Duanxing. Great Vajra will hand sign? BZZT. Duanxing frowned slightly, raised his arms, and blocked the powerful attack. Four-leaf golden lotus avatar. It was as if the Vajra had hit a tough wall, bouncing back. The cultivators scattered to dodge the attack. The hand sign struck the holy altar's portico, and the 48 doors shook violently. The shockwave from the energy blasted the doors open like a raging wind. The main door in the middle, the most sacred and tallest, burst open with a loud bang, revealing Zhao Yu. The cultivators from the righteous and fiend paths looked over. Holy daughter. A small, round dais could be seen inside the door. Zhao Yu was tied to a pole on the dais, her face furious, but not struggling. A bright red lotus could be seen between her brows. Zhao Yu, the she-villain, the crowd cried out in shock. Lu Zhou looked up and saw Zhao Yu. He could not sense any aura around her. As expected, her cultivation base had been sealed. Kong Xian maintained his Arhat golden body and said haughtily, "Benefactor, why must you go out of your way to make things difficult for me? Wretched monk. If this is all you have, I advise you to take your band of bald donkeys and run for your life." Duanxing bellowed angrily. Under the effects of his four-leaf golden lotus avatar, his aura was much more domineering than before. Kong Xian joined his palms together. "Since you insist on standing in my way, this old monk won't hold back anymore." Boom! The Arhat golden body vanished, and Kong Xian sat on the ground, supporting his chin with one hand. At this moment, a projection of the Arhat golden body could be seen. Buzz! The monks around the holy altar discarded their rods and joined their palms together. Meanwhile, the monks around the flying chariot in the air moved into a new formation. Once again, the buzzing chants echoed through the holy altar. Although Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, he was inwardly surprised. Brahman lullaby? This is bad. How am I supposed to withstand this, with my cultivation base at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm? The Brahman lullaby was a type of Buddhist sound technique similar to the meditation Dharani. When recited, it benefited the practitioner's own party while causing enemies to suffer by rattling their minds. Those with weaker cultivation bases could be intimidated to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying. However, Buddha's mercy meant that the word die was never used, thus, it was called a lullaby, suggesting that those afflicted were merely falling asleep. Those with stronger cultivation bases would be confused and dazed by the lullaby, leaving them unable to defend against incoming attacks. Currently, this sound technique was being chanted by many monks, making its power unimaginable. Lu Zhao, at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm, could not withstand it. Bzzzt. 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 The sounds were like flies buzzing around the holy altar. Lu Zhao lifted his arm, and a technique instinctively came to him. He quickly tried to activate it and turned to look at little Yuan and Jiang Aijin. Where did Jiang Aijin go? Lu Zhou's instincts told him that Jiang Aijin was skilled, but he had been focused on the plaza and hadn't paid attention to Jiang Aijin. Little Yuan frowned slightly, pouted, and stomped her foot in anger. However, she did not seem to be affected in any other way. Her pure heart and lack of distracting thoughts were an advantage in such a situation. Additionally, her cultivation base was at the divine court realm, so the beginning of the Brahman lullaby hardly affected her at all. Bzzzt. 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 The Brahman lullaby grew louder, like waves crashing over the people on the holy altar. Lu Zhao raised his wizened hand. He knew his cultivation base at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm had reached its limit. He flipped his hand and took out an item card. If he could kill the Temple of Great Emptiness Tianxin with a single strike, the monks would lose their leader, and the chant would automatically stop. However, this would draw everyone's attention, which would be disadvantageous if he planned to bring Zhao Yu away unnoticed. After considering it for a while, he flipped his hand again, and the item card disappeared. He decided to use the impeccable card at the right moment to avoid the worst of the attack. His old face remained calm as the loud buzzing continued to disturb the minds of the people. Ouch! Ouch! These bald donkeys are giving me a headache. A young cultivator standing next to Lu Zhou cursed, holding his head and rolling on the ground. Oh, old man, why are you not affected? That's right. Why am I unaffected? Lu Zhou looked around. Everyone's faces were contorted in pain, shimmering with sweat. The buzzing grew louder, several times more intense than before. Lu Zhou suddenly felt a wave of impact surging toward him. This was the Brahman lullaby's greatest effect. He saw many people with weak cultivation bases spitting out blood, their 7 orifices also bleeding. A burning sensation spread from Lu Zhou's sea of qi in his dantian. Bzzzt. Bzzzt. To gain the mental intelligence of others, we must understand that there is no difference in the hearts of people across the 3,000 worlds. They are, in essence, one and the same. To gain the power to hear everything, enabling us to perceive voices in all realms at will. To gain enlightenment and the power of speech that can change the world with words and free the common people from suffering. Lu Zhou was stunned. He was not hearing the droning chants of the Brahman lullaby, but the contents of the scrolls of heavenly writing. It was the human scroll of heavenly writing. When the burning sensation in his dantian subsided, it was replaced by a faint coolness that spread from his dantian to his belly, chest, heart, and brain. At this moment, he became wary. Meanwhile, the sound of the Brahman lullaby reached his ears again. He looked around and saw that most of the cultivators were already sprawled on the ground, clearly in so much pain that death seemed a better option. The few remaining cultivators who managed to stay on their feet could not move at all. On the other hand, the monks around the holy altar had their palms joined and their eyes closed, chanting with increasing fervor and urgency. At this moment, only the 4-leaf golden lotus avatar was arrogantly hovering in the center of the plaza. Little Yuan was now sitting on the ground, not terribly affected, but rather annoyed. In contrast, Zhao Yu was unconscious. Meanwhile, the Fiend Temple's 3rd seat, an elite of the 4-leaf golden lotus nascent divinity tribulation realm, was looking at the kasaya worn by the monk, Kong Xian. The kasaya was shining with radiant golden light. Seeing that Duan Xing was still standing, Kong Xian increased the strength of his golden body. Arhat golden body. Double Arhat golden body. Duan Xing laughed, extended his 4-leaf avatar, and charged toward the Arhat golden body. Boom. 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 When they collided, the violent shockwaves shook the holy altar's plaza, as if space itself had warped. Tianxin activated his Dao invisibility, leaving afterimages of his avatars around him. The remaining conscious cultivators watched the four-leaf avatars with fear, and they also saw 4 Arhat golden bodies. With the enhancement of the 4 sources of golden light, the Brahman lullaby sound technique reached its peak. The lullaby thundered through the air, amplified by the monks' synchronized chanting. Boom! An explosion echoed as Tianxin's 4-leaf avatars vanished. He was thrown back and landed among the Fiend Temple's ranks. Tap. 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 Tianxin tapped his meridian points to stop his injuries from worsening, caused by the sound technique. He glared at Xian, who was displaying his formidable power in the plaza. The bald donkey is so powerful? Tianxin pushed himself off the ground with one hand. A fierce expression appeared on his face. He tried to move, but found himself immobilized. The Brahman lullaby's fearsome effect covered every inch of the holy altar. Xian's eyes were clear and bright as he rose into the air, radiating a brilliant golden light. What is he doing? Why isn't he stopping? He has already won. Zhao thought to himself. That's enough. A deep voice, clearly unaffected by the Brahman lullaby, sounded from behind the monk, Xian. Xian was stunned. Who was it? He turned his golden body around slowly and saw an old man walking toward the holy altar with ease. The old man's speed was neither rushed nor slow, and his demeanor was neither servile nor domineering. Zhao stroked his beard and said dryly, "The Buddhist sect has always prided itself on not taking any lives, yet you've broken that rule today. Is this the will of the great temple of Emptiness Abbot, Kong Yuan, or is it your will? Benefactor, why are you unaffected?" Although the monk, Xian, was filled with confidence and knowledge, he was still taken aback by the old man's leisurely manner. The Brahman lullaby was chanted by dozens of monks, including himself, a nascent divinity tribulation realm monk. The old man should have been affected in some way, at the very least. Zhao said indifferently, "Answer my question. Old benefactor, are you trying to stop this old monk?" Xian widened his eyes. His instinct told him this old man would not be easy to deal with. Zhao shook his head. That was not the reply he wanted to hear. He sighed softly. "You stubborn monk." He raised his arm slowly. At the same time, Xian's Arhat golden body burst with a blinding golden light again, and it increased from 4 to 8 bodies. The Arhat golden bodies instantly attacked. Boom! 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 A Buddha golden body, 100 feet tall and 10 feet wide, appeared by Zhao's side, keeping the 8 Arhat golden bodies at bay. It looked like a grandfather stopping his grandchildren. At this moment, those who still managed to retain their consciousness were filled with disbelief. The Arhat golden bodies they thought were so powerful had suddenly become so weak. This golden body was too big. They had to strain their necks just to look at it. Most of them cried out in surprise at the sight. A senior Buddhist monk. He's a senior Buddhist monk. Zhao swung his sleeve lightly, and a small hand seal shot out from the golden body toward Xian. Xian stared with his mouth agape at the incoming hand seal, before quickly abandoning his Arhat golden bodies and retreating. He descended to the ground immediately. Boom! 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 A series of explosions reverberated in the air as debris flew everywhere when Xian retreated at lightning speed. Deadly strike card is a sure kill move. Can you really run from it? Zhao thought to himself that the monk, Xian, was no pushover. As Xian retreated, he launched countless palm strikes that hit Zhao's massive golden body before disappearing. He was neither harmed nor affected. This was all due to the impeccable card. However, why did it manifest with a Buddhist sex technique? Xian was in disbelief at what was happening. The small palm strike seemed to possess eyes as it pursued him. He had no choice but to move backward and retreat. His instincts told him that this small palm strike was dangerous. The holy altar was wide, spanning dozens of miles. Just when Tianxin thought he had successfully evaded the palm strike, it suddenly grew in size in the blink of an eye. As he continued to retreat, he could not shake off the feeling that something was amiss. As time went on, he noticed the palm strike grew bigger and bigger. Soon, the size of the palm was taller than a man. A hint of desperation grew in his heart as he continued to retreat, his survival instinct kicking in. When the palm strike was just a hairbreadth away from Tianxin's face, it enlarged several times again. This made it even more difficult for him to dodge the attack. The palm strike closed in on him as if it knew he was about to unleash some technique. Currently, the size of the palm strike was enormous, indescribable in its magnitude. It resembled an extra-large version of the Great Vajra hand sign. Meanwhile, back at the holy altar's portico, Zhao finally managed to open her eyes as the Brahman lullaby had somewhat died down. When she saw the shocking scene before her, she mumbled before fainting again, "Master?" Boom! The extra-large Great Vajra hand sign landed on Tianxin as if he were a fly being swatted. Soon after, the hand seal vanished, and Tianxin was reduced to dust. As soon as the monk, Tianxin, disappeared, the chanting of the Brahman lullaby ended abruptly, and the monks around the holy altar fell. At the same time, the temple of Great Emptiness flying chariot, which had been hovering in the air, began to totter perilously. The monks strained to support it and slow its descent. Silence fell over the holy altar. Lu Zhou's 100-foot-tall Buddha golden body disappeared at this moment. Everything happened in 10 seconds, neither too long nor too short. However, for the cultivators of the noble and fiend paths, every second seemed to last a year. Currently, every cultivator's attention was focused on Lu Zhou. This old man had defeated Tianxin with a single strike. He stroked his beard leisurely, as if it were a lovely day for a stroll. A question appeared in everyone's mind at this moment: who is this cultivator who unleashed such a powerful Great Vajra hand sign? Is he another enlightened senior monk from some Buddhist sect? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was lost in thought, calculating the results. He decided to pursue the matter of merit points and rewards later. After that, he surveyed his surroundings. Most of the cultivators were currently unable to fight. The plans of heaven superseded those of man. No one had expected Tianxin to use the Brahman lullaby on everyone. However, this was inconsequential to Lu Zhou now. The deadly strike card and impeccable card he had used had a powerful intimidating effect. At this moment, no one would risk attacking him. He had not expected this either. He continued to survey his surroundings as he stroked his beard. His eyes took in the expressions of shock and reverence on everyone's faces. In the end, he settled his gaze on the Fiend Temple's third seat, Duanxing. He paid more attention to Duanxing, knowing that if anyone were still capable of fighting, it would be Duanxing. He wondered if Duanxing would take the risk and attack him. A hint of reverence and respect for the strong was evident in Duanxing's eyes at this moment. After a long silence, Duanxing slowly rose to his feet and cupped his hands together before Lu Zhou. This junior from the Fiend Temple, Duanxing, thanks the master for his aid. The expression on Lu Zhou's old face was calm. He had expected this reaction. The two techniques he had unleashed were from the Buddhist sect, and individuals who did not cultivate in the Zen sect would find it difficult to attain such a cultivation base. Even elite cultivators like Shuxinchan had to cultivate the Fiend Zen for a long time and endure countless hardships to achieve the four-leaf avatar. Shuxinchan was the only one to have achieved this in a century. Even Lu Zhou himself had not expected he would be able to unleash that Zen mark. The cultivators from the righteous sect cupped their fists together and said in unison, "Thank you, Master." The people of the Clarity sect followed suit. "Thank you, Master." In their eyes, Lu Zhou was an enlightened senior monk who had withdrawn from the secular world and did not interfere with worldly affairs. Deciding to play along with everyone's misunderstanding of his identity, he raised his hand and said loudly, "The Buddhist sects value mercy above all else. I'm greatly distressed to have killed one of my own kin today, but I had no choice. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from the noble path gave him a thumbs up. In their opinion, Lu Zhou's behavior was befitting of a senior monk. There's no need to concern yourself about this, master. Kong Xian was despicable and shameless. He intended to kill all of us with the Brahman lullaby and take the holy daughter away. This outcome is to everyone's satisfaction. A person like Kong Xian doesn't deserve to be a disciple of a Buddhist sect. Master, you're doing all Buddhist sects justice by killing that man. You're truly an enlightened senior monk. Compared to those sanctimonious bald. Well, you're 10,000 times better than them. A cultivator from a righteous sect, who had spoken up, suddenly changed his tone mid-sentence. It did not seem appropriate to refer to monks as bald donkeys in front of this master. His heart raced as he thought about his transgression. However, Lu Zhou remained indifferent. It seemed he did not mind the others referring to monks as bald monkeys. At this moment, a cultivator from the Clarity sect cupped his hands together and said, "If it weren't for you, Master, all of us would have died. Master, you have such profound cultivation. I wonder what brings you to the holy altar today." Lu Zhou glanced at him and replied, "I was just passing by." "I see. I heard that senior monks who cultivate with their hair prefer to travel the world and regard the four corners of the earth as their home. I am truly blessed for 3 lifetimes to have met you today, Master." Each cultivator was better at flattery than the last. Many of the cultivators slowly got to their feet with labored movements. On the other hand, the monks had been under immense pressure before this. The sudden disruption of the incantation did them no good either. They were panting heavily as they sat on the ground. With a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator like Tianxin here, there was no need to fear the remaining monks. These monks did not even dare to take a single step toward him. Lu Zhou knew he could not stay any longer. He cast a glance in little Yuaner's direction. It seemed like little Yuaner was sound asleep. This little girl. How carefree is she? How can she fall asleep amid all this commotion? This won't do. I'll have to re-educate her. However, this was not the time to discipline little Yuaner, so he had no choice but to let it slide for now. He called out softly, "Yuaner." Little Yuaner's body trembled for a moment before she finally woke up. She rose to her feet immediately. Master? Impudent. Lu Zhou glared at her. Little Yuaner quickly moved to Lu Zhou's side, an aggrieved expression on her face after being reproached. Seeing this, someone asked, "Master, I see you have a female disciple. Is your Buddhist sect so liberal that it's even accepting female disciples now?" Lu Zhou worried that more questions would come if he stayed any longer, questions he had no answers to. Who knew if he would have to use another item card? That would be a great loss to him. The others were still in a daze as he looked at the unconscious Zhao Yu. He said clearly, "Go get her." Meicham little Yuaner leaped toward Zhao Yu immediately. Upon seeing this, a shocked expression appeared on the cultivators' faces. "Master, what are you doing? Master, you can't take her away. Are they trying to stop me?" Lu Zhou's eyes swept across the cultivators, and they fell silent immediately. Did you think Kong Xian was acting alone when he boldly attacked this venue? Everyone was stunned by Lu Zhou's words. That was right. Although the monk Kong Xian had a profound cultivation base, he would not have acted this way on his own. The abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness, Kong Yuan, must have approved of Kong Xian's actions. Such scum is an embarrassment to the Buddhist sects. Abbot Kong Yuan has cultivated for a century, and yet, he has ventured down the wrong path. A cultivator said, and after a moment, added, "If Kong Yuan comes, we ask you to defend us, Master." Everyone quickly bowed to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head, stroked his beard, and remained silent. His expression was indifferent. However, he thought to himself, what does it have to do with me if Kong Yuan comes looking for trouble with all of you? What a joke. If I weren't here today, all of you would have died. Lu Zhou's impression of the Clarity sect and Righteous sect was not good to begin with. He was already showing them great mercy by not holding them accountable for bringing Zhao here. How dare they ask him to defend them? He thought these people deserved it if Kong Yuan came looking for them. At this moment, little Yuaner, carrying Zhao, returned to Lu Zhou's side. Upon seeing this, the cultivators began to speak up one after another. Master, please don't do this. Zhao is the fifth disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion's old villain. She has committed many crimes. If she's not dealt with, she'll bring calamity to the world. Please reconsider your decision, Master. Lu Zhou sneered inwardly. A few moments ago, they were asking him to defend them, and now, they were asking him to reconsider his action. They should weigh their own worth on the scale. It's indeed true that the noble path is filled with sanctimonious prigs. After a while, he said coldly, "Is there anyone who has a problem with me taking her away?" The cultivators seemed to be put between a rock and a hard place. Air. Lu Zhou turned around and said, "Let's go." Duanxing, the Fiend Temple's third seat, appeared before Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was not surprised. Duanxing was the only one among this band of cultivators who was skilled. He did not have to trouble himself with the others. It was within his expectation for Duanxing to stop him. Just as well. Dealing with Duanxing will serve as another warning for these noble path cultivators. However, something unexpected happened. Duanxing bowed slightly and said with a smile, "It's most appropriate for Master to bring the she-villain, Zhao, away." The Fiend Temple fully agrees with this. As soon as Duanxing finished speaking, the cultivators from Clarity sect and Righteous sect exchanged glances. Although the noble and fiend paths are at odds, today's grand ceremony was meant to use Zhao's marriage alliance to ease the tension between the two sides. Your second seat was also killed by the evil Sky Pavilion's old villain. Why would you let Zhao go now? Duanxing, have you forgotten how Xinqian lost his life? Duanxing replied with a smile, "The second seat went up the mountain to challenge the evil Sky Pavilion. He was outmatched and lost his life. That's all there is to it. Can you speak for the entire Fiend Temple?" Duanxing looked at everyone, his eyes flashing coldly. "Fuh." Duanxing moved quickly, raising a palm. The Clarity sect's cultivator who was hit staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of blood before crashing onto the portico. He was dead. Seeing this, everyone's faces showed shock as they took a step backward. The noble and fiend paths are at odds. I'm not that bald donkey, Kong Xian. If you're here to preach, you'd do well to go home and preach to your own mother. I'm tired of hearing all this. The holy altar was deathly silent. Who would dare oppose Duanxing at this moment? They were brave enough to argue with an enlightened senior monk, but they did not dare to do the same with someone from the fiend path. After all, those from the fiend path were unreasonable. It was no wonder those on the fiend path in Great Yin were despised by those on the noble path. Duanxing approached Lu Zhou. He bowed and cupped his hands together, saying, "You are merciful, Master, to be willing to reform this she-villain. This is a blessing for all under the heavens." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. This man was much more tactful than the people from the Clarity sect and Righteous sect. However, he remained wary. If necessary, he would use another item card. Duanxing said, "Since you're taking the she-villain away, the Fiend Temple will consider the second seat, Xinqian, avenged." Lu Zhou nodded indifferently and replied, "You've done well in cultivating your Tao of invisibility." Duanxing was taken aback by this comment and quickly lowered his head. Lu Zhou waved his hand lightly. Soon, Bian charged over from beyond the holy altar, roaring like a tiger and baring its fangs. The monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness had been manning the perimeter, but Bian paid them no mind. It ignored them completely and charged toward Lu Zhou. Bang! Bang! 2 Brahma Sea Realm monks, with 8 connected meridians, staggered from the impact. The crowd was shocked again. This mount. What a fierce beast. Who would have thought that a senior monk with this cultivation base would have such a violent mount? I didn't expect this. Lu Zhou leaped onto Bai and little Yuan, carrying Zhao Yu, easily leaped onto Bai An's back as well. Bai An roared again, pushing back with its 4 hooves and dashing away from the holy altar, through the air. Once it left the boundaries of the holy altar, the others would need a grand technique to catch up with such a legendary mount. However, grand techniques require a vast amount of energy. A cultivator cannot use them at will unless they have a profound cultivation base. The others looked on enviously as Bai An flew away from the holy altar's plaza like the wind. At this moment, the pressure on the holy altar plaza was lifted. The cultivators from the Righteous sect and Clarity sect shook their heads and sighed, feeling powerless. After a while, they spoke up again. We can't forgive this band of bald donkeys. Lock them up. However, the Fiend Temple's 3rd seat said coldly, aren't you being too lenient by just locking them up? Then, what would you have us do? Duanxing said, remove the weed by pulling up its roots to prevent any mishaps in the future. The cultivators from the Clarity sect and Righteous sect looked at Duanxing in shock. Since they took pride in being on the noble path, they naturally would not do such a thing. However, the Fiend Temple had no such qualms. The noble path's cultivators remained silent, their silence giving tacit approval. The fury of the Fiend Temple, fueled by the ordeal caused by the Brahman lullaby, would find its outlet in these monks. Lu Zhou steered by and through the clusters of buildings on the holy altar. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had stepped out from behind a random building. It was none other than Jiang Aijin. A conflicted expression was on his face as he watched Bai An's retreating back. He muttered under his breath, that's impossible. His cultivation base is clearly at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. How can he be a great master of the Buddhist sect? Jiang Aijin stroked his chin, falling into another dilemma. Should I follow him? Will I be reduced to dust? However, he's a senior monk, so he probably won't kill me on a whim, right? The old man seems like a nice person, so I'm sure there won't be any problem. When Jiang Aijin looked up, Bai An had already vanished from his sight. He didn't even know which direction the beast had gone. He was stunned. He turned around in a circle. Who am I? Where the F***ck am I? What was I going to do again? Lu Zhou did not head toward Golden Court Mountain. Instead, he flew toward Runan City. Although he had found Zhao Yu, there were still many questions that needed answers. Lu Zhou dismounted from Bai An and dismissed him when they were near Runan City. After all, Bai An would attract too much attention. Lu Zhou and little Yuan brought Zhao Yu with them back to the inn. When they entered, the innkeeper was even more excited to see them than his own parents. He ran up to Lu Zhou, knelt, and kowtowed. My lord, you've finally returned. If you had arrived any later, I would have lost my head. Lu Zhou said suspiciously, what do you mean? The officer has told me that you're from the palace. I've acted impertinently toward you, and that's a great crime. No matter. Lu Zhou waved his hand. He motioned for little Yuan to bring Zhao Yu into the room. He had no need to argue with an innkeeper. Lu Zhou took a few steps up the stairs before turning around. He asked, coldly, did you find the culprit? The innkeeper shook his head and said, the officer would never reveal such information to me. I truly don't know. Lu Zhou nodded, stroked his beard, and went up the stairs. After the incident at the holy altar, Lu Zhou could rule out Jiang Aijin. That sort eccentric, Chen Wenjie, was fighting against a Clarity sect elite, so he could not have been the culprit either. This left 2 other possibilities, his second disciple, Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, or the Luo sect's Luo Chongqing. Luo Chongqing was currently in the northern regions of Great Yin, and it would take him some time to get here. The likelihood of him being the culprit was not high. Lu Zhou stopped and looked at the corner where Zhuo Ping had been killed. Yesterday, my second disciple, Sword Devil Yu Shangrong, was only dozens of meters away from me. Master, little Yuan called out. What's the matter? Senior sister has woken up. Lu Zhao nodded and walked up the stairs with a stern expression. That wicked disciple. I've truly outdone myself this time. Lu Zhao walked into the room with a stern expression on his face. Zhao Yu was indeed awake, but she seemed weak as she lay on the bed. Moving seemed to be too much of an ordeal for her at this moment. Her cultivation base had been sealed, and she was tormented by the Brahman lullaby. It was a miracle that she had managed to hold on to her life, thanks to her solid foundation. Lu Zhao walked up to the table and slowly sat down, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yu. Loyalty, 10%. Just as expected, Lu Zhao thought to himself. When Zhao Yu saw her master beside her, her face paled immediately. She quickly scrambled off the bed, disregarding her appearance or condition, and nearly fell to the floor due to her weak limbs. Fortunately, little Yuaner caught her just in time. Master. This disciple knows she has done wrong. I know I have done wrong. Zhao Yu didn't bother to come up with an excuse and began to kowtow. Zhao Yu continued for some time before Lu Zhao waved his hand indifferently and said, "That's enough." Zhao Yu looked at him with a hint of remorse and a slight trace of fear. Before Zhao Yu could explain herself again, Lu Zhao asked bluntly, "Who abducted you?" Zhao Yu shook her head like a child who knew she had made a mistake. At this moment, there was not a trace of the dignity of the villain of Golden Court Mountain. She said softly, "I only know the person is an elite from Clarity sect. His cultivation base is profound. He's almost on the same level, no, he's slightly weaker compared to you, Master." There were 3 true elites in the Clarity sect. The first one was the sect master, Mochi. Rumor had it that his cultivation base was at the 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. The second elite was their grand elder, Pan Lydian. This man had vanished without a trace long ago, and no one knew where he went. It was said that Pan Lydian's cultivation base surpassed that of his sect master, though this rumor was never verified. The third was the second elder, Yu Hongyi, the most powerful female cultivator in the Clarity sect. Zhao Yu. I've said that I won't deal with traitors of the sect lightly. Do you remember that? When Zhao Yu heard this, she trembled and shook her head. Master, you must listen to my explanation. I had no intention of betraying you. I wanted to return to my hometown to pay homage to my parents after completing my mission the other day, and I was intercepted by the Clarity sect's elite along the way. Bang! Lu Zhao raised a hand and slammed it down on the table. Zhao Yu's heart raced from the shock. You dare lie to me? Lu Zhao turned to look at Zhao Yu with a piercing gaze. Under Lu Zhou's gaze, Zhao Yu withered. She began to recount what happened systematically and in detail. I went to the derived moon palace. Junior sister Tianxin wanted to harm you, but I didn't plan to cooperate. Lu Zhou remained silent, waiting for more of Zhao Yu's confession. Zhao Yu continued, It's true that I returned to my hometown, but... Did you waver? Lu Zhou's voice rose. Zhao Yu did not dare to retort. She could only swallow her frustrations. Although she felt her master was different compared to before, she did not dare to push her luck. This disciple knows that she has done wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Yi Tianxin's slanderous words. If you hadn't thought about leaving, things wouldn't have escalated to this stage, Lu Zhou said calmly. Zhao Yu seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly said, Yi Tianxin has laid a formation near Blue Sun Mountain. I falsely promised her that I'd activate it. You're good to me, master, so I would never think about harming you. I'd rather not go than bear the sin of killing my master. I'm telling the truth. If my words contain even the slightest lie, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Lu Zhou recalled the scene where Yi Tianxin led the cultivators into battle. With his 9-leaf avatar, it was true that he did not sense Zhao Yu's presence. Zhao Yu remained on the floor, not even daring to breathe loudly. In the end, Lu Zhou decided to address Zhao Yu's punishment once they returned to Golden Court Mountain. Recalling the events of the past 2 days, he asked, Who sealed your cultivation base? The only thing I know is that he's from the palace. I didn't see his face, Zhao Yu replied. The palace? These incidents seemed linked to the palace. Since Lu Zhou had descended the mountain to investigate the kidnapping in the CI family, from the impersonation of the CI mansion's butler, Wang Fugue, to the palace elite who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base, all signs pointed to the palace taking a keen interest in the evil sky pavilion. Zhao Yu looked at Lu Zhou with a grievance-filled expression. After I was kidnapped, I was kept in the holy altar by the Clarity sect. Lift your head, Lu Zhou's tone was still stern. Zhao Yu did not dare to disobey Lu Zhou. Gathering her courage, she lifted her head. She thought her master was going to punish her, but she did not expect him to study her glabella. The peculiar golden lotus usually looked enchanting and eye-catching under the sun, but it appeared dull and washed out in the room. Witchcraft. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu and little Yuaner were taken aback. There were a plethora of cultivation methods under the skies of Great Yin. The Taoist societies were the largest, followed by the Buddhist societies. The Confucian school could not regain its former glory, and the remaining cultivation methods were hardly refined or presentable. Witchcraft was one of those methods. Most witchcraft practices were extremely evil in nature. A cultivator would gain far less from practicing witchcraft compared to cultivating Taoist methods. Over time, witchcraft was rejected by those on the noble path and gradually waned, with the number of its practitioners dwindling. Who would have expected there to be a witchcraft elite in the palace? Zhao Yu hastily kowtowed and said, Master, please free me from the restriction. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu indifferently. It seemed her loyalty was increasing. Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu hastily lowered her head in fear, keeping her eyes trained on the floor and not daring to make a sound. Lu Zhou said, I've already said I won't deal lightly with those who betray me. When Zhao Yu heard this, she did not resent Lu Zhou. On the contrary, she began to feel hopeful. She remembered the incident on the holy altar and hastily kowtowed. This disciple willingly accepts any punishment. That will come in due time. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he slowly rose to his feet. Zhao Yu quickly said, I'll respectfully see you off, master. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhao Yu and then said to little Yuaner, Yuaner, write to your senior brother. Tell him to take Zhao Yu back and punish her. Oh, little Yuaner said, trembling slightly with fear and trepidation. When Lu Zhou left the room, little Yuaner helped Zhao Yu up. She said with a smile, I knew you weren't like senior sister Yi Tianxin. Zhao Yu shook her head and sighed, in any case, I've made a mistake this time. If master hadn't brought me away from the holy altar, I would have been. It's all right, little Yuaner said. You don't know this, but master displayed his majestic strength on the holy altar. Those self-righteous noble path sects and the fiend temple were all defeated. Little junior sister, you were there? Of course. There were many bald donkeys there, too. They kept buzzing like flies. I was irritated to no end. Little Yuaner conveniently left out the part where she had fallen asleep. Zhao Yu sighed again. You're the only one who cares for me, little junior sister. Only moments after Lu Zhou left Zhao Yu's room, he saw the officers who had investigated Shui Ping's death. They ran up the stairs toward him. My lord. I've finally found you. You were looking for me? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He had nothing to do with Shui Ping's case. What did these officers want with him? We're tasked with escorting you to the general's residence in Runan City to make a statement, an officer said as he went down on one knee. I'm busy. Lu Zhou spat out 2 words, coldly, then returned to his room and slammed the door shut. The officer seemed to understand the situation at once. How can I let the lord run to meet the general? Isn't that like taking his rank lightly? He quickly apologized, my lord, I've spoken out of turn. It's not my intention to make you travel there. Lu Zhou ignored him. Clearly, the royal token had made its way to the general's residence in Runan City. The palace would be notified of this in half a day as well. Would the elite who harmed Zhao Yu be bold enough to show up? After the incident at the holy altar, Zhao was exhausted. However, his mind was still working overtime. He called up the system console. Name Zhao. Race human. Cultivation base sense condensing realm, chi refining and soul forming stage. Merit points 4490. Avatar 3 condensing flowers. Remaining life 5804 days. Items Deadly Strike card X2, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Wizard, Buy-in. Weapon Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin. Requires re-refining before use. Cultivation method 3 Scrolls of Heaven writing. Zhao was surprised to see his merit points had exceeded 4,000. He had been too preoccupied with the battles to pay attention to the system notifications, so he hadn't noticed which mission contributed to his current merit points. Zhao went through the list of missions. His completed missions were listed on the mission board. Zhao discovered that bringing Zhao Yu back had earned him 1,000 merit points. Killing the monk Kong Xian netted him another 1,000 merit points. Disciplining Zhao Yu gave him an additional 200 merit points. The remaining points were earned from by and charging through the cultivators who blocked its path. Zhao was surprised to find that buy-in could help him earn merit points as well. Still, it was not easy to accumulate merit points. He was still 500 merit points short of being able to purchase the avatar, the mighty 4 quadrants. He had used 1 impeccable card and 1 deadly strike card to defeat the monk Kong Xian. Without considering the missions, he had merely broken even. Fortunately, he hadn't used too many of his item cards. If he had used the item cards to kill unworthy opponents, he would be eating a loss. The item cards were mighty, but he could not use them on a whim. He only had 2 deadly strike cards and 2 impeccable cards left. I should use them sparingly. Suddenly, Zhao recalled that the heavenly writing had activated when he was attacked by the Brahman Lullaby, negating all of its effects. He was truly surprised by this. Is this the so-called extraordinary power mentioned in the scrolls? Thinking about this, Zhao attempted to activate it. Alas, all he managed to do was circulate his own primal chi, a technique widely used by cultivators. It seemed he had no means of discovering how to utilize that extraordinary power. That power must have been exceptionally potent to be able to completely negate the Brahman lullaby chanted by so many monks. After a while, Zhao looked at the system's dashboard. Should I choose merit points or the heavenly writing? Should I go for another lucky draw? But my luck has never been good. I shouldn't risk it. Zhao decided not to try for another item card. His current cultivation base was too low, and his body needed to be able to withstand a more profound cultivation base. He had to increase his avatar's level as quickly as possible and improve his cultivation base. No matter how powerful the item cards were, they were still external tools. He did not like the feeling of treading on thin ice all the time. Zhao opened the Heavenly Writings interface and began reading. Just as expected. He noticed the contents of the scroll had increased, with fewer indecipherable symbols. There seems to be a meaning to the words of the heavenly writing. I'll just memorize it for now and understand it later. It was similar to when he was young. He would memorize Tang poems without worrying about their meaning, confident that he would understand them one day. After the incident at the holy altar, Zhao decided to dedicate more time and energy to reading the heavenly writing. Time continued to pass. As dusk approached, the sound of hurried footsteps pulled Zhao from his concentration. Soon after, a voice rang from outside the door. "My lord, General Zhao has requested an audience with you." Zhao closed the heavenly writings interface. Without opening the door, he said indifferently, "What's the matter?" This time, General Zhao replied. His deep, resonant voice carried through the door. "Zhao Shua of Runan City wishes to have a conversation with the old mister. I wonder if he has the time." Before Zhao could respond, little Yuaner appeared and shouted down the corridor, "No, he doesn't." General Zhao cupped his hands together in greeting and asked, "And you are?" Little Yuan placed her hands on her waist and said, "My grandfather is tired." "Who do you think you are to demand to meet him at a moment's notice?" The innkeeper, aware that this young girl was a divine court realm expert, dared not criticize her. He only said, "Miss, this is Runan City's General Zhao." "I don't care which General Zhao he is. Even if General Li or General Wang were here, I wouldn't agree," Little Yuan said assertively. Zhao Shua was stunned. This girl has quite a temper. She doesn't understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Well, they do say that the young are fearless. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally replied, "Let him in." Initially, he had not planned to meet this person. However, when he considered the royal token and the palace's possible involvement in all the events that had occurred, he decided to try and extract some information from the man. Oh. The door opened, and Little Yuan moved toward Lu Zhou and obediently planted herself next to him. Zhao Shua was taken aback when he saw Lu Zhou's appearance, but managed to maintain his smile as he bowed and said, "Greetings, old sir. I am Zhao Shua from Runan City." Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent as he ignored the general. Zhao Shua felt awkward at Lu Zhou's response, but powered through and said, "Old sir, I hope you will forgive my rudeness earlier." "State your business," Lu Zhou said curtly. Zhao Shua had prepared a complete introduction, but it seemed like Lu Zhou's 3 words rendered it completely useless. "I heard that the royal token is in your possession, old sir?" Lu Zhou did not deign to reply to the question. It was a meaningless one. Zhao Shua continued, "Many years ago, the token was in His Majesty's possession, allowing him to mobilize the capital's imperial guards. The token represents His Majesty. Then, at some point, the token was lost." "I'll say this again, state your business," Lu Zhou said. In other words, this was all meaningless chatter. Zhao Shua could not have felt more awkward. He cupped his fists together and said, "In that case, I'll cut to the chase." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Please surrender the token, old mister." After Zhao Shua finished speaking, he glanced furtively at Lu Zhou, worried he might be displeased. Lu Zhou asked, "You want the token?" "I don't dare to demand it from you. I'm sure you're not an ordinary person, given that you've had the royal token for so many years." "I'm just here under orders," Zhao Shua replied. "Whose orders?" Lu Zhou asked curtly. "Well," Zhao Shua hesitated before saying, "I'm not entirely sure. However, that person is an elite from the palace, with profound cultivation. He came with a decree, so I have no choice but to obey." Lu Zhou now had a clear grasp of the situation. He said coldly, "If he wants the royal token, tell him to come here himself." "Old mister, why must it come to that? I know you must have an extraordinary cultivation base, but offending a high-ranking person from the palace is—" Lu Zhou didn't let Zhao Shua finish. He rose slowly, placing one hand on his back and stroking his beard. Seeing this, Zhao Shua assumed Lu Zhou agreed with him, and a pleased expression appeared on his face. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said, "Send them away." Zhao Shua wanted to try to persuade Lu Zhou. However, Little Yuan, standing to the side, waved her small fist and said menacingly, "Beat it. This young girl, she's really feisty. How is she so different from her grandfather? This is no way for a young girl to behave." "No, wait, old mister is quite an eccentric person too." Zhao Shua shook his head helplessly. He could only retreat from the room. Zhao Shua had barely stepped out when Lu Zhou suddenly asked, "Who sent Shui Ping?" Zhao Shua was shocked. He turned to look at the innkeeper waiting outside but didn't answer. At that moment, a man with a long sword standing downstairs said with a smile, "Naturally, it's someone from the palace. Old mister, we meet again." Although Lu Zhou couldn't see the person speaking, he recognized the voice. It belonged to Jiang, the man who loved swords to the bone and valued them as much as his own life. This was within Lu Zhou's expectations. Jiang appeared before everyone, long sword in hand, with a smile on his face. Lu Zhao wondered how Jiang had managed to escape the Brahman Lullaby's area of effect. He was also curious about how Jiang had found this place. Although Jiang was annoyingly persistent, Lu Zhao found him intriguing. He was certain there was more to Jiang than met the eye. Jiang glanced at General Zhao Shua and greeted him politely. "General Zhao, greetings." Zhao Shua merely nodded in response. He was still stifled by frustration and had no mood to be friendly to strangers. Jiang's expression turned solemn as he approached Lu Zhao. "Jian pays respect to master." Little Yuana rolled her eyes and said, "How shameless." Jiang chuckled and replied, "You won't survive if you're not shameless." Suddenly, Zhao Shua made a move to grab Jiang. Before he could tighten his grip, Jiang had already evaded his hands. "General Zhao, it's inappropriate for you to try and grab me like that," Jiang said. Zhao Shua's expression darkened as he asked, "What did you call the old mister earlier?" "Master." "What about it?" Jiang replied flippantly. "Master?" Jiang gave Zhao Shua an appraising look, clicked his tongue, and said, "Judging by your outfit, you must be from an officer's family. You talked to the master for so long, but you didn't know he's a senior Buddhist monk?" He spoke calmly, with no trace of mockery in his words. Although he found this military officer rather dim-witted, there was no need to offend him. He decided to be honest with Zhao Shua. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "Jiang, it's good that you came. I have some questions for you." Jiang replied with a smile, "Ask away, master. I'll tell you everything I know." At that moment, an imperial bodyguard walked up to Zhao Shua and whispered into his ear. Despite his efforts to control his expression, he failed when he heard the imperial bodyguard's words. His attitude toward Lu Zhao softened even more as he bowed and said, "I was blind to the fact that you are a senior Buddhist monk. Please forgive my ignorance, master." "Great. It seems the misunderstanding about my identity is getting slightly out of hand." Lu Zhao did not want to be a senior Buddhist monk. However, since being one did not negatively affect him in any way, he did not bother to explain himself. "This master has defused the crisis at the Holy Altar and dealt with Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness. For this, I have the utmost gratitude, master." After all, Runan City was under Zhao Shua's jurisdiction. He would have to bear the consequences if something untoward happened here. Previously, he had heard about the incident at the Holy Altar. He thought it was just a ceremony to settle the conflict between the two sides, so he did not give it much thought. He could not help but shudder when he thought about it. Who knew there would be so many elites at such a small grand ceremony? Lu Zhao did not deign to reply to Zhao Shua. He looked at Jiang and said, "You're a sly one." Jiang chuckled, "I'm just trying to survive. Please don't mock me for that, master." He did not dare to bring up the topic of the precious sword. Lu Zhao asked, "Shuaping was from the palace as well?" Jiang winked at Zhao Shua before replying, "That's right. We have General Zhao here. With his rank, I'm sure he has met a few people from the palace." "Am I right, General?" Zhao Shua was rendered speechless. "You're the one giving the information, and yet, you want me to verify it for you?" Finally, he said, "To be more precise, Shuaping was a subordinate of a high-ranking person in the palace." Lu Zhao nodded. All of this was no longer important. He was certain someone in the palace was trying to oppose the evil Sky Pavilion. Lady Jade from the western region was the most suspicious. However, it was also possible that someone was using her to sow discord between them. Lu Zhao decided to leave this matter for a later date. There were plenty of elites in the palace. He would not risk himself just because of a witchcraft restriction. For now, he was satisfied with the information he had gained. Before he acted, it would be more practical to accumulate merit points and improve his cultivation base. After a while, he asked, "Jiang, are you cultivating the escape technique?" Jiang's expression froze. He smiled awkwardly, as though his secret had been exposed. I'm impressed by your vast knowledge, master. At this moment, an urgent report came from downstairs. General Zhao, there's a report from the east. The Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain has left the Golden Court Mountain and is making his way to Yu Province. Zhao Shua frowned when he heard this. You good for nothing. Do you want everyone in the vicinity to know about this? Jiang Lijian nodded and said, I expected as much. Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Mingshi. He's cunning and mischievous, a petty man who changes his stance on a whim. Hypocrisy is second nature to him. When little Yuana heard this, she asked, he's evil? What about Evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple? What's he or she like? Jiang Lijian stroked his chin, seeming to know a lot about the Evil Sky Pavilion. The ninth disciple is amazing. She's the last to join the pavilion, yet her cultivation base improved the fastest. She's a diabolical cultivation genius. Alas, what? Tell me. Jiang Lijian replied, the little villain lacks real-world experience. It's a shame she's eccentric and has no sense of propriety, joining the Evil Sky Pavilion. She'll surely become the greatest villain, bringing calamity to the world. Little girl, why are you glaring at me like that? When Lu Zhou saw that little Yuaner was on the verge of losing her temper, he said indifferently, let's call it a day. He was genuinely exhausted after a whole day of work. Little Yuaner scoffed but had no choice but to obey her master's wish. Zhao Shua cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, since Evil Sky Pavilion's villain has descended from the mountain, he'll surely be up to no good. I'll go and inform the cultivators from the Noble Path about this. Just as Zhao Shua finished speaking, a soldier downstairs cried out, Ji General. The villain. When the villain passed through Qing province, he abducted many girls. Zhao Shua's lips twitched. That scum. I'll be taking my leave. He was secretly relieved that it happened in Qing province and not Runan City. However, what would he do when that villain arrived in Runan City? Lu Zhou's brows were tightly knitted. He was puzzled. Mingshi had always conformed to societal norms. Could he truly be behind this act of villainy? Ding. Killed a mounted brigand. Earned 10 merit points. Ding. Killed a mounted brigand. Earned 10 merit points. Mounted brigands? Not girls? Jiang Lijian smiled and said, General Zhao, wait up. What business do you have with me? Zhao Shua asked, puzzled. The fourth villain of Evil Sky Pavilion is clearly coming to Yu Province. It's highly likely that his destination is Runan City. Zhao Shua's eyes widened. How do you know that? Jiang Lijian pointed at his own head and smiled. The Holy Daughter at the Holy Altar's grand ceremony is the fifth disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion. A member of Evil Sky Pavilion has been taken away, surely, the old villain would send someone to retrieve her. It's not hard to figure this out. General Zhao, the fourth villain has a profound cultivation base. When he left the mountain previously, he already had 1 foot in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. That was a long time ago. I'm sure he must possess the 100 tribulations insight by now. Who could stop him? Jiang Lijian said with a smile, gripping his sword. Zhao Shua's brows furrowed again. How troublesome. Why were troubles coming one after another, each more troublesome than the last? Jiang Lijian continued, since a Buddhist master is here, why don't you politely ask him for help instead of taking a long trip to the palace just to request reinforcements? Zhao Shua's eyes brightened when he heard Jiang Lijian's words. Dear brother, these are truly wise words. He quickly turned to look at Lu Zhou, cupped his fists together, and said with reverence and sincerity, Master, I beg you to help Runan City capture this villain and bring peace to its citizens. Little Yuaner was truly speechless when she heard this. Although little Yuaner really wanted to laugh at that moment, she stifled her laughter as she stole glances at her master. Lu Zhou's expression was as calm as still water, and no one could discern his thoughts. He kept stroking his beard. Little Yuaner looked at her master askance, thinking to herself, Master never used to stroke his beard so much. Why did he suddenly have this habit? When Zhao Shua saw that Lu Zhou did not respond, he said, Master, please help us. In the end, Lu Zhou only replied indifferently, I have my own plans. Yuaner, see them out. Little Yuaner nodded, hopped toward Zhao Shua, and gestured for them to leave. Zhao Shua felt helpless, but had no choice but to depart. Lu Zhou was speechless. As the master, did he have to raise the banner of justice to deal with his own disciple? Moreover, Mingshi was only killing mounted bandits, not abducting young girls. It was clear that the public had a biased opinion of the evil Sky Pavilion. No matter what the evil Sky Pavilion did, they would be seen as causing trouble. Jiang Aijin did not leave. Master. Master? Lu Zhou, still seated, looked at Jiang Aijin and said, Jiang Aijin. Jiang Aijin quickly jogged up to Lu Zhou and said with a grin, I knew you wouldn't keep me at arm's length, master. Lu Zhou's wizened face lost a bit of its indifference as he said, I spend my days holed up on the mountain, disconnected from the outside world. If you're willing to be my eyes and ears, I won't treat you unfairly. He wanted to make himself seem as friendly as possible. Let's not scare this fellow away. After all, it was natural for a timid person to be cowardly. Jiang Aijin said in a self-deprecating manner, Master? Please don't joke. You're a Buddhist master, surely you have no need for someone like me to be your eyes and ears. You're not willing? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Zhou's behavior stunned Jiang Aijin. It seemed that if he did not agree to this request, Lu Zhou would no longer interact with him. He stroked his chin, considering this. Finally, he said, Master, given your position and standing, you'll give me some sort of compensation, right? I can't do this for nothing. Lu Zhou remembered that there were many precious swords back in Evil Sky Pavilion's hidden chamber. He had never appraised their grade before, but he did not think they were of low quality. At the very least, that saber was quite good and matched unnamed. It might very well be a heaven-grade weapon. Finally, he asked, Do you like sabers? Huh? Jiang Aijin was confused by the sudden question. Never mind, Lu Zhou rose to his feet and stood with his hands behind his back. He said slowly, My sword has already recognized me as its owner, but if you become my eyes and ears, I can give you a couple of good swords. Jiang Aijin's face lit up at the mention of good swords. It seemed that his usual quick wit was lost whenever swords were mentioned. He asked with bright eyes, How good is it? No weaker than the male and female double swords. Jiang Aijin slapped his thigh and cried out without any hesitation, Deal. Lu Zhou was rendered speechless by Jiang Aijin's behavior, but he maintained a calm expression. Jiang Aijin was overjoyed at this moment. He had collected many fine swords in his life. His collection included swords with strange designs and patterns of various grades. However, heaven-grade weapons were always the most precious. After all, heaven-grade weapons could only be discovered, not sought out. He had always had an innate talent for gathering information, so this task would not be difficult for him. After a while, he looked around the room and asked, Master, where did you put the she-villain? Lu Zhou barked, Get lost. Leaving now. Before Jiang Aijin left the inn, he left Lu Zhou with a way to contact him. When he stepped out, he felt refreshed. He stretched his limbs and smiled. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. How long would I have to do this? We didn't discuss the time frame. Wouldn't it be bad if I have to do this for a lifetime? This is bad, have I been duped? Will I be beaten up if I return to negotiate with him now? Inside the room, little Yuaner said with disdain, What a shameless man. Lu Zhou said calmly, He's useful. Little Yuaner could tell that her master was tired. She half rose from her chair and said, I'll be taking my leave. After little Yuaner left, he did not go to bed immediately. He brought out the system dashboard and scrolled through them all. Under the avatar column, there were no changes. The only avatar he unlocked was the mighty 4 quadrants. In the cultivation base realm, there was only comprehending the heavenly writing. He could only improve it slowly, as there were no shortcuts. He checked again to see if he had unlocked any weapons or cultivation methods. He willed the interface to change and discovered the weapons and cultivation methods column was still red. Zhao wondered if this was because his cultivation base was too low to unlock the weapons and techniques. He sighed in understanding, as Tianxin had been in his prime when he accepted disciples. He would have to be careful not to follow in Tianxi's footsteps. Zhao wondered if Tianxin had died because his life had reached its end and his cultivation base had regressed. However, since Zhao had the reversal cards, he did not think he would face the same issues. He would not repeat Tianxi's mistakes. Still, one problem remained. Frowning, he thought, what would happen if I keep using the reversal cards? Would I have to crawl back into my mother's womb? That's no different from suicide. However, Zhao's mood improved. If he used the reversal cards every year as he aged, would that not mean he would gain eternal life? He thought to himself, this logic is flawless. After that, Zhao pulled up the Heavenly Writings interface and continued his quest to understand it. Time slipped by as he immersed himself in the text, and dawn came without him realizing it. Zhao had fallen asleep halfway through reading. When he woke up, he felt as though he had returned to his student days. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he heard hurried footsteps outside his door. The pitch of Zhao Shua's voice seemed higher as he said urgently, Master. Please help us. The evil Sky Pavilion's villain has already arrived in Runan City. He's raining down disasters on the public. Zhao said nonchalantly through the door, let him be. He won't do anything evil. Since he had entrusted Mingshi with a mission, Mingshi would be extremely bold if he dared to commit evil acts at this juncture. Master. The villain is evil by nature and notorious for his wicked acts. He entered the city early this morning and hung two heads at the city gates. The citizens are too terrified to leave their homes. The villain has a profound cultivation base. His speed and movements aren't something ordinary people can compare to. I'm afraid you're the only person in Runan City capable of defeating him, Master. Zhao shook his head and got off his bed. After doing some simple stretches, he felt much better. Finally, he opened the door. When Zhao Shua saw Zhao emerge from the room, he was overcome with emotion, making it difficult for him to form coherent sentences. After a while, he finally said, Master, please do something. I'm begging you on behalf of Runan City's citizens. Zhao remained silent as he stared at Zhao Shua. At this moment, little Yuaner and Zhao Yu appeared. Master. Zhao Yu was dressed in plain white robes, different from the one she wore on the holy altar. Let's go, Zhao said, waving his hand. Zhao Shua called out tentatively, Master? Come along, Zhao replied, placing his hands behind his back and descending the stairs. When Zhao Shua heard this, he was overjoyed and hastily caught up to Zhao. He was certain this was a sign of Zhao's agreement to help. After Zhao Shua returned to his residence yesterday, he listened to his subordinate's detailed account of the incident on the holy altar. When he heard about how Zhao remained unaffected by the temple of great emptiness Brahman Lullaby, defeated the monk Tianxin, and subdued the female villain, he was filled with respect for Zhao. He did not want to offend Zhao at all. Therefore, he sent a message to the palace, informing them that the royal token was in the possession of a senior Buddhist monk and that he was powerless to retrieve it. As they left the inn, Zhao Shua turned to look at little Yuaner and Zhao Yu. He thought to himself, this girl with the golden lotus between her brows must be the evil Sky Pavilion's female villain. He nodded in agreement, continuing his thoughts, the master's cultivation base is profound. With him on our side, there's no need to fear the evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain. Victory is in the bag. They left the inn and sped toward the east of Runan City in a horse-drawn carriage. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Naijian obstructed their path, holding a sword in one hand and a half-eaten pear in the other. He moved toward the carriage with a smirk and said, Master, I'll be tagging along. Zhao Shua had a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Dear brother, we're going to deal with the villain. Aren't you afraid?" "Of course I'm afraid. I'm so scared I feel like I'm going to die. However, since Master is here, there's nothing to worry about," Jiang Aijian replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "Do you have any news?" Jiang Aijian only smiled. Although he was shameless and crafty, he was truly skilled at obtaining information. Lu Zhou didn't care about Jiang Aijian's methods as long as he got results. He gestured for Jiang Aijian to board the carriage and then signaled for the horse-drawn carriage to continue on its journey. Jiang Aijian stared straight ahead and whispered, "Someone from the palace is here." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou remained silent, stroking his beard. Jiang Aijian continued, "Someone from the palace is the mastermind behind the incident at the holy altar. I'm sure they're dissatisfied with you since you foiled their plan. However, aside from your profound cultivation, I don't think they'll attack a senior Buddhist monk, no matter how displeased they are." Lu Zhou nodded. The horse carriage rattled as it picked up speed. Jiang Aijian looked at the road ahead and said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Mingshi, has cultivated the Bluewood Heart technique. It's a troublesome cultivation method. His opponents will have a hard time subduing him. When you encounter him later, please don't hold back, Master. You should take him down with a single strike and not give him any chance to run away." Lu Zhou said, "You seem to know a lot about the Evil Sky Pavilion." A confident expression appeared on Jiang Aijian's face as he said, "I won't hide this from you, Master." When Ji Tiandao was attacked by the 10 great elites, he paused for a moment, pointed at himself, and continued, "I was there." Jiang Aijian looked proud as he continued, "That was the battle of the century. 10 great elites. Half of them had 6-leaf avatars, and the other half had 7-leaf avatars. And yet, they still couldn't defeat Ji Tiandao, who had an 8-leaf avatar." Lu Zhou was taken aback inwardly when he heard this, though his expression remained calm. He, of course, had access to this memory. However, he truly did not expect Jiang Aijian had personally witnessed that fight. Jiang Aijian continued to ramble on. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they only fought to a draw. The old villain, Ji Tiandao, was injured. Even now, I still can't figure it out. How did the 10 great elites fail to capture the Golden Court Mountain after a month? Lu Zhou did not continue with the topic. Instead, he asked, "Are you afraid of him?" Jiang Aijian sighed and said, "Ever since I witnessed that great battle, I swore to stay away from that man. He's too terrifying." "How can a human be so terrifying?" Little Yuaner quickly covered her mouth with a hand, stifling a burst of small laughter. It didn't take long before she began to laugh uproariously. Jiang Aijian found this unsurprising. After all, he was used to the young girl's ridicule and decided to let her be. Zhao Yu seemed at a loss, unsure if she should laugh. "Halt!" Zhao Shua's voice suddenly rang out. The horse carriage skidded to a stop. Jiang Aijian leaped off, shocked by the chaotic scene before him and the heads hung on the city gates. "How cruel," he exclaimed. Lu Zhou also alighted from the carriage, looking at the bloodied human heads. Zhao Shua said with a deep frown, "The villain must be nearby. I've already contacted several Divine Court Realm cultivators to search the area. We should be able to locate him soon." "The dead were mounted brigands," Lu Zhou remarked. "That's not important," Zhao Shua responded righteously. "I'll do anything to capture the villain." Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhao Shua, shaking his head. "It's meaningless to talk to him." A mocking and maniacal laughter suddenly echoed through the air. "You people think you'll be able to capture me? Dream on. The Evil Sky Pavilion's villain is here. I'm taking my leave." Jiang Aijian started to run, but Lu Zhou grabbed his arm. "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid," Jiang Aijian scratched his head. Several figures shot past the rooftops in the air, and the maniacal laughter continued to echo. "Here comes the villain." Everyone looked in the direction of the laughter. A man with peculiar eyes and flowing black hair, dressed in a white robe, shot toward them at high speed, taunting and hurling insults at the cultivators around him. Come on. Come after me. Zhao Shua's eyes widened in anger as he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh. Before he left, Zhao Shua said, Master, I'll leave the safety of Renan City's citizens in your hands. Lu Zhou looked calmly at the approaching Mingshi. His eyes took in the cultivators chasing Mingshi, but his expression remained unchanged. Since Lu Zhou was there, Jiang Lijian was not overly worried. However, he felt a bit strange, as he was used to observing from afar, hiding in a corner. This was his first time observing out in the open. Mingshi Yin's laughter grew closer. I'm getting bored. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up, covering the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Nascent divinity tribulation realm. Jiang Lijian's words shocked everyone. Based on Mingshi Yin's speed, it was clear he was a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Jiang Lijian gulped, feeling diffident. As an early-stage nascent divinity tribulation realm elite himself, he felt those from the evil sky pavilion were much stronger in comparison. As everyone watched Mingshi charging toward them, Zhao Shua cried out, Villain of the evil sky pavilion. Die. He slashed his sword through the air, enveloped in destructive energy, aiming for Mingshi Yin's face. Mingshi Yin laughed and swatted the sword away with one hand. Bang! The sword shattered instantly. Mingshi Yin said smugly, You won't be able to do anything to me with these techniques. Suddenly, he came to a halt, muttering under his breath, That old man, looks like master. Zhao Shua stumbled back in shock, thinking he had incurred the villain's wrath and was now being targeted. This villain was someone who killed without batting an eyelid. He quickly retreated to Lu Zhou's side. Lu Zhou, calmly, stroked his beard. He could not blame his other disciples for not recognizing him, since the reversal card had altered his appearance quite a bit. However, there was no way Mingshi would not recognize him. Mingshi frowned as he studied Lu Zhou. After a moment, his expression changed drastically. He quickly dispelled the energy around him and descended. Jiang Lijian hurriedly took a step back and unsheathed his sword. This is bad. The villain is coming down. However, when he saw Lu Zhou, he was baffled by how calm Lu Zhou was. As soon as Mingshi landed, he quickly ran over to the group. He cried out in excitement, Master. Upon arriving before the group, he bowed and then lifted the hem of his robes with his right hand, falling to his knees, with a thud. He said reverently, This disciple pays respect to Master. Jiang Lijian and Zhao Shua were baffled. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and waved a hand. Stand up and talk. Mingshi smiled modestly, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, he asked carefully, Master, didn't we agree to meet in like the clouds in? What brings you here? Zhao Shua's eyes widened in understanding as he quickly retreated to the side. He stuttered, why you, little Yuaner said indignantly, watch your mouth. If you keep offending my master, I'll pull your tongue out. Jiang Lijian was stunned. This is great. Is it too late for me to run away now? Zhao Shua's actions caught Mingshi Yin's attention. As a quick-witted person, he rose to his feet and stood before Lu Zhou, asking, Master, should I kill him? When Jiang Lijian heard this, he fearfully took a step back. Lu Zhou patted his shoulder heavily, and he fell to the ground with a frightened expression. Frantically waving his hands, he said, Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with me. Can everyone just let me go and treat me like a fart? Little Yuaner felt as though her anger had been vented. Let's see how my master will deal with you, you shameless person, she said. Mingshi turned around and looked at Jiang Lijian in confusion. Master, should I kill this man as well? He asked. Just how badly did Mingshi want to kill another person? Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Zhou at this moment. Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent as usual. He glanced at Mingshi and slowly said, You shouldn't be showing off like this. Mingshi bowed and said, You're right, master. Lu Zhao asked, there's a rumor going around that you're abducting young girls. Is it true? Mingshi fell to his knees again. Gesturing with his hands, he said, I've been wrongly accused. It was the mounted brigands who abducted the girls. I was just passing by and saved them. I was meting out justice for the heavens and acting chivalrously. Not only was I not committing evil acts, but I was doing good. He emphasized the words meting out justice for the heavens and acting chivalrously. The people around frowned when they heard Mingshi words. Jiao Lijian was speechless. The villains from the evil sky pavilion are as bad as they come. Do you think people will believe you were doing good? Mingshi continued, if you don't believe me, master, you can send someone to investigate this. The truth will become clear once it's looked into. Lu Zhao was not concerned about these matters. He did not care whether Mingshi was doing good or evil. As long as his disciples did not cause trouble and chaos wherever they went, like they used to, he would be content. After all, he couldn't clean up their mess every single time. General Zhao, Lu Zhao said, looking at Zhao Shua. Zhao Shua trembled before lifting the sword in his hand, only to realize too late that he had raised the scabbard in defense instead. Could a scabbard protect him from the world's most powerful villain? What if we leave this matter as it is? Lu Zhou's piercing gaze sent another wave of fear through Zhao Shua's heart. At that moment, the few divine court realm cultivators who had been chasing Mingshi finally arrived. With the difference of one realm, their speed was naturally much slower. General Zhao. We came just in time. Where's the senior Buddhist monk? The senior Buddhist monk, they imagined, was a bald old man in a kasaya. They did not notice Lu Zhao, the only old man present at the scene. Zhao Shua coughed and said softly, retreat. Retreat? The divine court realm cultivators were taken aback. We can't. We've chased after him for so long, just to stall him. We can't let him off that easily. Jiao Lijian felt like crying. As he looked at the foolish divine court realm cultivators, he was reminded of his own foolishness. Mingshi bowed and said, Master, these people refuse a toast and are then forced to drink a forfeit. I ask that we teach them a lesson. The 5 divine court realm cultivators were dumbfounded. In truth, they were only stalling for time by giving chase. With their cultivation base, there was no way they would dare to charge at Mingshi. Even if Mingshi cultivation base was not at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, they still would not dare to do such a thing. When they saw the villain they had been chasing for half a day address this old man as master, they instantly knew who this old man was. Upon discovering this, they were even more frightened than Zhao Shua, their faces shining with sweat. Lu Zhao shook his head. Just give them a slap on the wrist. Yes, master. When Mingshi looked up, he saw Zhao Shua as the first to run. Zhao Shua ran as fast as his legs would carry him, and the other 5 had no choice but to frantically run for their lives as well. Mingshi covered 300 miles in a single step, leaving afterimages in his wake as he gave chase. Lu Zhao turned around and looked at Jiao Lijian, patting his shoulder in a grandfatherly manner. Don't be nervous. Master. Oh, no, Senior Ji. Jiao Lijian stuttered after he gulped, instinctively leaning backward. Can I break our agreement? Am I that terrifying? Lu Zhou remembered that Jiao Lijian had said Ji Tiandao was the person he feared the most. And no. Jiao Lijian said, contrary to his true feelings. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I've always valued promises. Similarly, I hate those who don't abide by their words the most. But you didn't tell me who you are. Jiao Lijian weakly protested, his voice cracking. Did you ask? Lu Zhou retorted. He had never said he was a senior monk either. Jiao Lijian racked his brain. It seemed he had never asked about Lu Zhou's identity. He had been duped. Oh, this is 8 lifetimes of accumulated bad luck. I boarded a pirate ship without noticing it. Even if he tried to run away now, he would definitely be hunted down in the future. It was better to dismiss such thoughts. A moment later, Mingshi returned. He cupped his hand at Lu Zhao and said, "Master." Lu Zhao nodded and said, "Bring Zhao Yu back and lock her in the cave of reflection." "Yes, master." Mingshi walked up to little Yuan and glanced at Zhao Yu. When he saw the golden lotus on her forehead, he appeared shocked. "Witchcraft?" Little Yuan said, "Senior brother, fifth senior sister's cultivation base has been sealed." If master hadn't arrived in the nick of time, I'm afraid, she did not finish her sentence. Jiang felt like crying for the second time that day. All this trouble is just a master rescuing his disciple. I thought we were going to punish the she-villain. I really overthought it. Lu Zhao waved his hand casually. Wizard materialized out of thin air. When Jiang saw the legendary mount, his eyes widened. He was stunned. He was not interested in mounts, but he knew how difficult it was to possess two legendary ones. As expected of the master of Evil Sky Pavilion. He truly lives up to his name as the greatest villain who dominated the world. "Master, you'll let me return with Wizard?" Mingshi asked, disbelief in his voice. "Go on," Lu Zhao waved his hand. Mingshi was overjoyed, nodding continuously. "Thank you, master." Zhao Yu bowed to Lu Zhao and said, "This disciple knows she has committed a grave mistake. She will surely repent back on Golden Court Mountain." After that, the two villains rode Wizard and took to the air, before departing. Little Yuan moved next to Lu Zhao and asked, "Master, where should we go to have fun next?" Lu Zhao knocked her head gently, reprimanding her, "I still have some business to attend to." "Oh." Lu Zhao turned to look at Jiang, who was smiling bitterly. He did not say anything, just continued to stare at Jiang. After a while, he shook his head helplessly and said, "What a shame." Little Yuan asked, puzzled, "Master, what's a shame?" "That person is smart and cautious," Lu Zhao said, still staring at Jiang. "Where else would he be but here?" Realization dawned on Jiang. He rose to his feet, turned a full circle, and flew into the air, to scan the surroundings. However, he did not find anything. When he landed, he asked, "Old senior, you mean someone from the palace has been following us?" Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "It's just a guess." Jiang chuckled awkwardly. "Jiang, why don't you drop the act?" Jiang was startled. He looked at Lu Zhao incredulously, his legs feeling weak as his guilty conscience weighed heavily on his mind. After a while, he chuckled and said, "Senior Ji, what are you talking about? Are you joking?" Lu Zhao spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. "You're from the palace." His tone left no room for argument, as though he was certain of it. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile and said, "How is that possible?" Lu Zhao did not bother to reply. Jiang was smart, there was no need to waste words on someone perceptive. Jiang knew about the monk's plans from the Temple of Great Emptiness, the grand ceremony, and that Shuoping was from the palace. Most importantly, when he boarded the carriage, he mentioned that someone from the palace was nearby. Who else would be so familiar with the incident on the holy altar? Who else would know about the palace's schemes? Lu Zhao sent Mingshi off with Wizard while he stayed behind. The elite from the palace also remained, not daring to act recklessly now that Lu Zhou's identity was exposed. He had also received information about the she-villain, Zhao Yu. Most crucially, when Jiang discovered that he was the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, he was completely flustered, his plans disrupted, and he began to panic. All these signs pointed to Jiang being from the palace. "I've always been direct with my words." "You're smart, so you should know what I mean," Lu Zhao said calmly. Jiang remained silent, his silence serving as an admission. Beating around the bush would only waste everyone's time. He sighed before he said, "You're very astute, Senior Ji." Lu Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, remaining silent. Jiang continued, "You're only half right, old senior. Indeed, I'm from the palace, but that's in the past. I left the palace a long time ago. There are too many schemes in the palace, and a person like me isn't suited for a place and life like that. He sighed again. His usual smiling face had been replaced with a solemn expression. The people from the palace fight and scheme against one another, deceiving each other. Old senior, would you believe me if I told you this? He didn't expect the old villain to believe his words. I have my own thoughts on this, Lu Zhou answered ambiguously. Jiang Aijian shook his head helplessly and said, to each his own, I suppose. I like the outside world, where I'm free and unfettered. However, my friends prefer to stay in the palace. Whenever we meet for a few drinks, they share what they know about the palace with me. Jiang Aijian's words made sense. Otherwise, a rogue cultivator like him wouldn't know about the palace's plans. After a while, he said regretfully, alas, it's too late for some of my friends to leave the palace now. Some of them have even died. Lu Zhou replied, their lives have nothing to do with me. Jiang Aijian nodded. It was true. The human relations in the palace were much more complicated than in the outside world. He took a deep breath before asking cautiously, old senior, since you know about my identity, can we call off our previous agreement? Jiang Aijian loved his life very much. He was extremely guarded when he asked this question, as he was not sure if the always calm Lu Zhou would attack him. Lu Zhou shook his head and said indifferently, you can try. Jiang Aijian was speechless. I don't think I'll ever be able to disembark from this pirate ship. He said, will I be safe if people find out about this? Lu Zhou replied, I don't care about that. Inwardly, he thought, I don't think there's a need to worry about your safety since you value your life so much. Lu Zhou turned to Jiang Aijian and said, as long as you're not working against Evil Sky Pavilion, I won't interfere with whatever you do. He was naturally lenient toward those who were talented. He added, since you were from the palace, I'm sure you understand how Evil Sky Pavilion operates. Jiang Aijian nodded. He sighed and said, fine. About the swords you promised me, old senior. I'll give them to you. Jiang Aijian hugged his sword and said, it's a deal then. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. He flicked his sleeve lightly, and his mount, Bayan, rushed forward. Before leaping onto Bayan's back, he said, I don't care about the palace's affairs, but they better not drag the Evil Sky Pavilion into their schemes and feuds. Little Yuaner pulled a face at Jiang Aijian before leaping onto Bayan as well. Jiang Aijian cupped his hands together and said no more. Bayan rose into the air and rushed toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as Lu Zhou left, Jiang Aijian slumped to the ground. He was genuinely surprised the old villain did not press him about the palace matters. This was good. After all, there were many things about the palace he did not dare to voice. As Bayan traveled across the sky, Lu Zhou checked the system dashboard. His merit points were now at 5,010. He had only gained 500 merit points when he obtained an informant, but he thought it was a good deal. Someone like Jiang Aijian was only suited to collaborate with, not to be a subordinate. Little Yuaner asked in a small voice, Master, are we not going to Divine Capital? Lu Zhou chided her softly, little girl, all you think about is playing. Little Yuaner pouted and said, Master, we shouldn't trust Jiang Aijian. I know. Little Yuaner continued, he worked for the palace. Why would he become your informant? Enough. Lu Zhou tapped his knuckles on little Yuaner's head. However, he was pleased inwardly that she was thinking about such matters. This was much better than before. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Ridge headquarters, the person sitting on the throne was not the notorious evil King Zhu Honggong, but the Darknet cult's chief, Si Wuya. Seventh senior brother, your information network covers the land, and your information has always been reliable. However, isn't there something wrong with the information about the incident on the Holy Altar? Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness is at best a four-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. Can he really take Zhao Yu away with so many people from the noble and fiend path around? I find it hard to believe, Zhu Honggong said. Si Wuya said indifferently, Kong Xian didn't take Zhao Yu away. He was killed by a senior Buddhist monk. Kong Xian is dead? Impossible. Zhu Honggong exclaimed in shock. My informants have always been reliable. The bald monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness activated the Brahman Lullaby, which impeded my men from advancing, so they could only observe from a distance. However, based on what they saw, there's no doubt that only a senior Buddhist monk is capable of casting the hand seal for the Great Vajra Wheel. How ironic that Kong Xian was killed by one of his own kind, Zhu Honggong scratched his head. As they continued their discussion, a cultivator rushed in and fell to one knee. Reporting to the cult master. Sword freak Chen Wenjie has been killed by senior sword devil. Alright, Si Wuya replied, not seeming surprised, but Zhu Honggong was stunned. Cult master, I have another report, the cultivator continued. Speak. Ren Buping, the master of the Fiend Temple, has come out of seclusion. Si Wuya shot to his feet. A breakthrough? I don't know. Is the Fiend Temple making any moves? Not yet. Inform me immediately if they do. Understood. The Fiend Temple's influence has been expanding in recent years, and many elites have joined its ranks. Currently, it is like a tiger that has sprouted wings. Previously, Si Wuya had heard that Ren Buping, the master of the Fiend Temple, had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Occasionally, there would be news of Ren Buping's significant improvements, but he had never been able to verify these reports. The growth in the Fiend Temple's influence has affected the Darknet, especially the Nether sect. For this reason, he had placed a spy near Ren Buping to keep an eye on his every move. Ren Buping was not the only one in seclusion. The Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Yuan, Luo Xingkong, the former sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, and Chang Xian, an elite of the Confucian school who had failed to take down Golden Court Mountain, had all gone into seclusion in hopes of achieving a breakthrough in their cultivation. However, none of them had shown any signs of a breakthrough yet. Si Wuya thought to himself, if Ren Buping achieves a breakthrough in his cultivation, what will he do? Will he expand the influence of the Fiend Temple, or will he seek revenge from the evil Sky Pavilion? He turned to Zhu Honggong and asked, Old Eighth, what are you thinking about? Zhu Honggong pondered all the possibilities before he said, I'm just wondering if the senior Buddhist monk who cast the hand seal for the Great Vajra Wheel is Master's ally. Master never liked to ally himself with others. However, times have changed, and it's not entirely impossible for him to do something like that. After all, there seems to be a new addition to the evil Sky Pavilion. Zhu Honggong's eyes brightened. Has Master accepted another disciple? I wouldn't say that person is a disciple. He's more like a staff. Apart from that, the Golden Court Mountain's barrier has been restored, even though the reason for that is unclear. As for the other matters, let's wait until he has exhausted his allocated lifespan. Another staff? Seventh senior brother, why don't we return to the evil Sky Pavilion? Zhu Honggong suggested. Si Wuya did not deign to reply. He only looked at Zhu Honggong coldly, causing shivers to run down Zhu Honggong's spine. In a hidden chamber in Evil Sky Pavilion on Golden Court Mountain, Lu Zhou glanced at his current merit points, 5,010. He didn't earn many points from the Holy Altar incident. He thought to himself, 5,000 points are just enough to purchase the avatar, the mighty 4 quadrants. I can improve my cultivation base immediately. However, should I spend all my merit points just to purchase the avatar? Lu Zhou didn't think it was worth it as he calculated the numbers inwardly. He considered the lucky draw for a moment but then dismissed it. He once spent 66 merit points on the lucky draw and only received a reversal card. However, there was always a chance of hitting the jackpot. Unfortunately, he had a little more than 5,000 merit points and didn't have the extra points to try his luck on the lucky draw. I should wait until I have more merit points. It was safe on Golden Court Mountain, so Lu Zhou could take his time to earn more merit points. For now, he decided to improve his cultivation base. Item cards were only effective against single opponents, after all. He got lucky during the incident on the holy altar. Under normal circumstances, he could not guarantee that he would always have a one-on-one showdown. Lu Zhao controlled the system with his mind and purchased the Mighty Four Quadrants avatar. Ding! Obtained the Mighty Four Quadrants avatar. As the system notification popped up, Lu Zhou's original avatar, the three condensing flowers, disappeared and was replaced by the Mighty Four Quadrants. He felt his primal qi surging like a flood within his body. With his new avatar, it broke through his Dantian seat of qi. His primal qi grew rapidly and easily advanced from the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm to the peak of the sense-condensing realm. It did not take long before his Dantian sea of qi was filled with primal qi. A man standing between heaven and earth was like a vessel. The vessel's endurance determined how much primal qi it could contain. The sizes of the meridian channels and the Dantian sea of qi were crucial factors in determining a cultivator's strength. Lu Zhou was no ordinary cultivator. He was the most powerful villain in the world. His Dantian and meridian channels had been sculpted and tempered for a long time. When the primal qi surged in, it was as though the floodgates of the Yangtze River had been opened. Lu Zhou could not stop it, and his cultivation base rose quickly. He quickly sat down, crossed his legs, and focused his mind. He did not dare to take this lightly and quickly directed all his attention to improving his cultivation base. Additionally, Lu Zhou understood something. Initially, when he obtained the system, his cultivation base was at the ninefold body tempering. Body tempering cultivated his muscles, bones, and skin. Ji Tiandao had already accomplished this before, so there was no need for him to cultivate them again. As for the 5 apertures of the mystic enlightening realm and the sense-condensing realm, they were like the cultivation of the will. In other words, the improvement in his cultivation base now was entirely dependent on the avatar's level and the amount of primal qi he absorbed. With his 8 meridians connected, if he had the right avatar and primal qi, he could open all 8 meridians in one go. Heavenly Writing. With just a thought, Lu Zhou summoned the heavenly writing. He felt it would be easier for him to calm his spirit and concentrate, keeping distracting thoughts away, if he read the heavenly writing. As soon as the heavenly writing appeared, his eyes fell on the intricate scripts. Mingshi locked Zhao in the cave of reflection upon their return. He had been pacing back and forth, keeping guard since he locked her up. When Zhao entered the cave of reflection, she saw Tianxin, whose hair, skin, and expressions were pale. She was utterly terrified. Mingshi explained, Junior Tianxin's cultivation base has been disabled by Master. Without her cultivation base, it's inevitable that her body would deteriorate. It's no surprise that she ended up looking like this. When Zhao heard this, she was inwardly shocked. What did she do to deserve such a severe punishment? Suddenly, she felt extremely grateful that she still possessed her cultivation base. She was not as tenacious or bold as Yi Tianxin and felt there was no difference between having no cultivation base and being dead. She thought to herself emotionally, luckily, I didn't commit a grave mistake like junior sister Tianxin did. Junior sister Zhao, this time, you're very lucky to have been brought back unharmed by Master. Master has ordered me to keep both of you in here to reflect on your actions. Please don't blame senior brother for this, Mingshi said. Zhao nodded and replied, I'm grateful, senior brother. I don't blame you. Compared to her eccentric master, she much preferred her 4th senior brother. At the very least, she wouldn't have to tread on eggshells all the time. Moreover, she wouldn't have to worry about being beaten or punished for saying the wrong thing. At that moment, Yi Tianxin suddenly looked up. Her eyes, filled with exhaustion, met Zhao. A hint of surprise was also visible in her gaze. Witchcraft, Mingshi nodded and said, indeed, it's witchcraft. Junior sister Tianxin, you've learned a lot during your time in the outside world. Yi Tianxin gave a hollow laugh and said, witchcraft restrictions. Cultivators would find it difficult to undo them. It's no different from having your cultivation base disabled. I was dealt this fate, and now Zhao suffers the same. I wonder who will be next. Zhao Yu asked in confusion, "Junior sister, what's the point of resenting master at this point?" She looked at Tianxin, who was as pale as a sheet. Mingshi shook his head helplessly. "Junior sister Tianxin, do you really want to stay in the cave of reflection for the rest of your life? If she didn't change her mindset, she would be trapped here forever. What's the difference? In my state, it's no different from being dead." "Stubborn." Mingshi shook his head. Suddenly, the resonance of primal chi energy reached their ears from afar. "Dong," Mingshi frowned slightly and said, "the two of you should reflect on your actions here. I'll visit you every day." "Thank you, senior brother," Zhao Yu said, nodding. Ding. Disciplining Zhao Yu. Obtained 100 merit points. Loyalty, plus 5%. Mingshi stepped outside and cast a suspicious glance in the direction of the noise. It was coming from the evil sky pavilion. Although the primal chi's resonance was subtle, he sensed it immediately. Someone is connecting meridians in the evil sky pavilion? How did a Brahman sea cultivator get into Golden Court Mountain? He was puzzled. The evil sky pavilion was not a place where scoundrels could run rampant. "You've got the nerve to come here. I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he covered 300 miles in a single stride, leaving afterimages in his wake. What will the others think if any Dick, Tom, or Harry can just barge into the grand evil sky pavilion? I'll have to bear the consequences if Master blames me for this. Mingshi knew he was extremely fortunate not to have been blamed when the Golden Court Mountain's barrier broke previously, giving the cunning Zhou Jifeng a chance to sneak up on Master. However, if it were to happen again, he would feel annoyed at himself even if his master did not blame him. Mingshi had coincidentally passed by the back of the mountain. Zhou Jifeng, once the grand disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, was a divine court realm cultivator and well known among cultivators. He had felt the strange pulse from the evil sky pavilion as well. When he saw Mingshi shooting past, he could not help but call out, "Mr. Fourth? Get lost. I'll beat you up if you dare return." Mingshi cursed. Zhou Jifeng was startled into jumping. The sound wave from the primal chi made his ears go numb, causing him to stumble several steps back. Then, he stood as still as a wooden chicken. "I don't think I've offended you, did I? Are there no normal people in the evil sky pavilion?" When Mingshi finally arrived at the evil sky pavilion, he saw little Yuan. He walked up to her and asked, "Little junior sister, did you see any outsider sneaking into the evil sky pavilion?" Little Yuan replied with a puzzled expression, "I didn't." "What's wrong?" Mingshi sped through the pavilion, leaving afterimages in his wake like a phantom. Little Yuan found the sight dazzling. She clapped her hands and said, "Senior brother, your bluewood heart technique is truly amazing." Whoosh! Mingshi appeared before little Yuan again, his afterimages fading. He looked at little Yuan solemnly and asked, "You're certain you didn't see anyone?" "I'm certain." Little Yuan tapped the tip of her left index finger with the tip of her right index finger as she looked at Mingshi in confusion. "Where's Master?" "He's resting." Little Yuan pointed in the direction of the hidden chamber, where Lu Zhou usually rested. However, he spent most of his time in the East Pavilion and rarely visited the hidden chamber. The hidden chamber? Mingshi looked in the direction of the hidden chamber with a perplexed expression before walking over. Little Yuan barred Mingshi way and said, "Senior brother, Master has said that he doesn't want to be interrupted." Mingshi raised a hand and gestured for little Yuan to keep quiet. Then, he said in a hushed tone, "I'm just going to take a look. What if there's an intruder?" He cautiously walked toward the hidden chamber, convinced that the aura he sensed earlier had come from there. As Mingshi approached the hidden chamber, he thought to himself, "Is it possible that someone is trying to steal something from Master's hidden chamber? Maybe Master isn't in there at all. What other reason could there be?" Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was completely engrossed in the scroll, oblivious to what was happening outside. The hidden chamber was as quiet as a library. The burst of aura had occurred when Lu Zhou's primal chi surged through his 8 meridians. He was intrigued to find that the 8 meridians were not as powerful as before, even though they had been connected by Ji Tiandao when he was still alive. It felt as though a drain had been dug, but the primal qi he had obtained was only a bucket's worth. According to the normal cultivation sequence, the first meridians to be connected were the Ren and Du meridians, followed by the Chong, Dai, Yangwei, Yinwei, Yangqiao, and Yinqiao meridians. Lu Zhou's cultivation base would need to reach a certain level before he could connect all 8 meridians. Each meridian required a more profound cultivation base than the previous one. However, Lu Zhou was the exact opposite. His avatar's level was too low, which restricted the amount of primal qi he could absorb. In the Brahman Sea realm, 2 connected meridians would enable him to cultivate the 5 energies universe. 4 connected meridians would enable him to cultivate the 6 recombinant trigram lines, and 8 connected meridians, the peak state, would grant his avatar the 7-star soul. The Great Realm had 3 avatars, and the difference in their strength was immense. His avatar was only at the level of the mighty 4 quadrants. Lu Zhou did not stop cultivating. He continued reading the heavenly writing. As usual, when he was focused on reading, he would immerse himself so deeply in the text that it was difficult to snap him out of it. Although the text was dry and boring, and he clearly could not understand it, he still enjoyed the feeling. Shortly after, Lu Zhou felt a faint cooling sensation again. It originated from his Dantian sea of qi and spread through his 8 extraordinary meridians. His heart was as calm as a still lake, and his mind was clear and alert. At this moment, Lu Zhou heard Mingshi voice. Master? Mingshi stood at the door of the hidden chamber. He tried to peek inside through the gap, but the door was completely sealed, and he could not see a thing. For this reason, he decided to call out to his master. Shortly after, a grunt from the other side of the wall reached his ears, accompanied by a powerful sound wave of primal qi. Bang! Mingshi was thrown back by the impact, falling to the ground. His expression was one of fright as he stared at the sky. Even with his nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation base, he had been knocked down by a sound wave without time to react. Impossible. Little Yuaner looked at her senior brother in shock. He had flown back several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. Although Mingshi could have broken his fall, he did not dare to do so. He took the full impact, then got up on his knees and pleaded, "This disciple is wrong. I suspected that someone had infiltrated the Golden Court Mountain. Please forgive me, Master." A silence hung over the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou was surprised by the strength of the sound wave. It was certainly not something a cultivator who had just entered the Brahman Sea realm could produce. The Brahman Sea and nascent divinity tribulation realms were 2 worlds apart. How could he have possibly repelled Mingshi? Lu Zhou stood up slowly, a suspicion forming in his mind. Is he putting on an act? Mingshi knelt on the ground, glancing at the hidden chamber. He was truly amazed by his master's strength, but he was curious why his master had not come out. At the same time, he sensed his surroundings. There were no enemies or any signs of movement. How strange. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of moving machinery. Bzzzt. The stone door of the hidden chamber slowly slid to the side, and Lu Zhou walked out with his hands behind his back. His expression was emotionless. Mingshi hastily praised Lu Zhou, "Your strength is truly unrivaled, Master. I'm no match for your sound technique at all." Meanwhile, little Yuaner ran over and supported Lu Zhou. "Master, you've come out." Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Mingshi and said, "Old Fourth." Nice show, Lu Zhou said knowingly. Mingshi was dumbfounded. Nice show? Lu Zhou said coldly, "Since you like acting so much, go to the Cave of Reflection and stay there for 3 days. Mingshi was truly bewildered. He tried to explain, "Master, I'm telling the truth. I didn't put on an act at all." Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he interjected, "Are you questioning your master? Did a master need an excuse to punish his disciples?" "Of course not. I dare not." I'll accept the punishment. I'll head to the Cave of Reflection now. Mingshi obediently accepted his punishment. Lu Zhou thought he would obtain merit points from disciplining Mingshi, but he did not hear a notification from the system. He thought to himself, dissatisfied? I'll deal a heavier punishment next time. Mingshi kept shaking his head until he reached the Cave of Reflection. He could not help but sigh. I thought Master is different from before. It seems like I'm thinking too much. Master is still as unpredictable as ever. He scratched his head, genuinely confused. Nice show? Mingshi quickly entered the Cave of Reflection. It was extremely cold and uncomfortable inside. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Zhao shivering in the corner. Zhao's cultivation base has been sealed. How can she possibly resist the cold? Mingshi pushed aside his dissatisfaction and said, Junior sister, don't blame me for not helping you. Senior brother, you're doing more than enough by visiting me. I can't possibly ask for more, Zhao said, then turned to look at Tianxin. I'm just worried that junior sister Tianxin won't be able to hold on for much longer. Tianxin's head was lowered. Due to her prolonged stay in the cave, she appeared listless. Most of the time, she seemed unconscious. Although her cultivation base had been disabled by her master, her physical constitution was strong. The cold from the Cave of Reflection was not enough to take her life. Out of curiosity, Mingshi approached Tianxin and helped her up. However, as soon as he touched her, he almost pushed her away in shock. He discovered her skin was as white as jade, and her hair was much whiter than before. Without her cultivation base, it was inevitable that her body would deteriorate, but it should not have deteriorated to this extent. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself, what's happening? In any case, this isn't normal. Zhao asked, fourth senior brother, what's wrong with junior sister Tianxin? I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this. She doesn't seem to be hurt, and this isn't a residual effect from losing her cultivation base. Look closely, Mingshi motioned toward Tianxin's skin with his eyes. There were no wrinkles on her skin, it was smooth like a piece of white jade. He was also at a loss as to why she was unconscious. Junior sister Zhao, please look after her. I'll try to beg for mercy from Master. Senior brother. Junior sister Tianxin has committed such a grave mistake. What if Master no longer cares about her? Zhao was slightly worried. She had a feeling there was something else going on apart from her disabled cultivation base. She could not help but feel that it was dangerous. Mingshi did not waste any time and shot out of the Cave of Reflection. When he saw some of the female cultivators from the derived moon palace hurrying about, he called out to one of them, prepare a stretcher. Mr. Fourth. Why do you need a stretcher? Just go get it. Why are you asking so many questions? Mingshi did not have the time to explain himself to them. His words made the female cultivators nervous. The female cultivators from the derived moon palace had been taking care of Golden Court Mountain lately. Apart from repairing the damaged buildings, they stayed in the Evil Sky Pavilion's West Pavilion. Although they felt the villains of the Evil Sky Pavilion were eccentric, it was fine as long as they were able to keep their lives intact. They naturally carried out Mingshi order. In no time at all, Mingshi arrived at the Great Hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion. When he saw his master and little Yuan, he quickly made his way to them. Lu Zhou frowned. So, Old Fourth isn't satisfied at all. Mingshi had no time to think about other matters. He quickly kneeled on the ground and said, Master. Junior sister Tianxin is dying. That was all he said. He did not plead for mercy, nor did he badmouth Tianxin. He only waited silently for his master's reply. Mingshi did not understand his master's thoughts. Did his master intend to torture Tianxin and make her life a living hell? Or was he only seizing this chance to punish her harshly? If it was the former, pleading for mercy would not do any good. If it was the latter, there might still be some hope. Since he was not certain of his master's intention, he did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Has she thought things through recently?" "Well." Mingshi hesitated, caught in a dilemma. He had visited Tianxin frequently in the Cave of Reflection. Her stubbornness had exceeded his expectations. She had never once reflected on her actions. Little Yuaner only watched, not daring to speak up. Lu Zhou shook his head. He searched his memories for information about Tianxin but found nothing. Instead of making an instant decision, he left the evil sky pavilion with his hands behind his back. When Mingshi saw this, he was overjoyed. He hastily got up and followed Lu Zhou. On the mountain, Lu Zhou saw the female cultivators from the derived moon palace gathered together, preparing a stretcher. They kneeled in unison as soon as he appeared. He ignored them and made his way to the Cave of Reflection. The others had no choice but to follow Lu Zhou. When the female cultivators from the derived moon palace saw Lu Zhou and the others heading to the Cave of Reflection, they kneeled again and pleaded for mercy. Before Lu Zhou could reprimand them, Mingshi spoke in his deep voice, "Don't cause trouble. 3 or 4 of you stay back. The others can return to their tasks." He had wanted to tell them to leave, but did not think it appropriate to lose his temper in front of his master. Lu Zhou walked into the Cave of Reflection, with little Yuaner following closely behind. "Greetings, master." Zhao Yu endured the cold and kneeled to greet her master. Lu Zhou waved his hand in acknowledgement before walking to the other corner of the cave. He saw Tianxin leaning against an ice-cold wall, her head hung at an awkward angle, her hair obscuring her face. Just by looking at Tianxin's shoulder, he knew what was happening. Her skin was as white as jade. He brushed her hair to the side and frowned when he saw her face. Little Yuaner covered her mouth in shock and took a step back. She had never seen anything like this before. Confused, she asked, "What happened to senior sister?" Lu Zhou merely frowned, he did not seem surprised. He was calm, as though he had expected this day to come. In fact, Lu Zhou had been more shocked when he first met Tianxin. However, due to the circumstances at the time, he did not have the time to ponder the matter. When he first met her, he felt she was pure and unsullied, principled, and incorruptible, despite growing up in the mud. More importantly, the system dashboard displayed a completely different notification. Name, Tianxin. Race, Bi. Cultivation base, Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, Disabled. Hatred, 40%. Her hatred level has decreased, Lu Zhou thought to himself. The main point was not her hatred but her race. Lu Zhou had noticed this during their first meeting. He knew that people from the Bai Nation had white complexions and white hair, like white jade. However, that was all he knew about her since he had no memories of her. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep her confined in the Cave of Reflection. "Master," Mingshi cupped his hands again. Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent as he said, "There's no need to worry. She won't die. Keep her in the South Pavilion. I have questions for her." Mingshi nodded. He quickly called 2 female cultivators from the derived moon palace over to carry Tianxin out. Zhao Yu was left alone in the cave. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhao Yu's forehead, which still bore the mark of a golden lotus. He called out, "Zhao Yu." "Yes, master," she replied. "This is the evil sky pavilion, and it's also the only place where you can stay alive. This witchcraft restriction doesn't just seal your cultivation base, it also exposes your whereabouts," Lu Zhou said. "Please, master, have mercy and help me undo this restriction," Zhao Yu said as she fell to her knees immediately. "Do you think I can undo the restriction?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yu gave it some thought before answering, "I don't know. When you've sorted out your thoughts, we can talk more about witchcraft," Lu Zhou said before leaving. He noticed that Zhao Yu's loyalty was only about 30, which was far from enough. Moreover, this was Lu Zhou's first time dealing with witchcraft, and it would be easier for him to kill someone. A deadly strike card would have done the trick. However, item cards could not be used to undo witchcraft spells. Since he was still uncertain about Zhao Yu, it was best to leave her in the Cave of Reflection for now. After leaving the Cave of Reflection, Lu Zhou made his way to the South Pavilion, where his 9 disciples once lived. Little Yuaner and Mingshi quickly caught up to him. "Master, how did senior sister Tianxin end up in that state?" Little Yuaner asked. Lu Zhou didn't reply to Little Yuaner's question. Instead, he waved his hand and went into the room alone. The others waited outside, not daring to follow him. The few female cultivators from Derived Moon Palace kneeled at the door, worried sick. Duan Muxing, Pan Zhong, and Zhou Jifeng arrived when they heard about the matter. Duan Muxing dragged his chains along as he made his way over, but they didn't seem to impede his speed. It appeared his wounds were almost completely healed. He asked, "How's junior sister doing?" Mingshi shook his head and said, "Not too good." Duan Muxing frowned and asked, "Old Fourth, what happened?" In other words, he was asking about what transpired between Lu Zhou and Yi Tianxin. As soon as Duan Muxing spoke, everyone turned to look at Mingshi. Mingshi sighed and said, "All I know is 6th junior sister was brought back from Fish Dragon Village, south of the Great Yan River. Since then, she's been staying on the mountain." He didn't dare divulge much about his master, shuddering at the thought of the consequences of speaking too much. Pan Zhong chimed in, "South of the Great Yan River. That's the territory of the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects." As soon as the 3 sects were mentioned, a stifling atmosphere seemed to descend on the place. However, little Yuaner clearly didn't notice the strange atmosphere. Confused, she said, "Fourth senior brother, senior sister, I don't understand." Mingshi said in a hushed tone, "All the lands under the heavens belong to His Majesty. Some years ago, there were other tribes near the Measure Heaven River. They were constantly fighting with cultivators. Shortly after Master brought junior sister back, Fish Dragon Village vanished." Duan Muxing frowned. "So, does this mean that Master?" Mingshi quickly interjected, "Shu." As soon as Mingshi hushed Duan Muxing, a deep voice rang from the room. "Have you said enough?" Duan Muxing and Mingshi hearts sank. "We're dead. Slap each other 30 times and reflect on your actions in the Cave of Reflection for 3 days, Lu Zhou said in a tone that was neither heavy nor light. Duan Muxing and Mingshi felt like crying, but no tears came. Mingshi kept shooting looks at Duan Muxing. The others did not dare to speak up for them. They did not even dare to breathe heavily. A boneheaded teammate could do more harm than a formidable opponent. Duan Muxing and Mingshi could only bow toward the room with gloomy expressions. "We accept our punishment." Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong used to be proud and boastful. However, since they arrived on Golden Court Mountain, they had been forced to become humble and keep a low profile. Being nosy here came with its own consequences. Inside the room, Yi Tianxin had regained consciousness after leaving the Cave of Reflection. Since her cultivation base had been disabled, she could not heal her wounds. It was impressive that she had managed to hold on until now. She opened her eyes in a daze. The room was quite bright. As soon as she saw Lu Zhou, she instinctively shrank back. Seeing this, Lu Zhou was speechless. Among his 9 disciples, little Yuaner was the only one who did not fear him. "And Master?" Yi Tianxin called out, a hint of disbelief in her voice. It was as though she could not believe her master would send her to a room. Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he shook his head and said, "I don't have a disciple like you." Yi Tianxin had instinctively addressed Lu Zhou as master. She realized she had misspoken as soon as she heard his words. She looked at him and stubbornly said, "I deserve this." "Yes, you do," Lu Zhou replied. Yi Tianxin was speechless. She did not know how to react. She did not dare to retort more harshly, afraid of dragging her sisters in Derived Moon Palace into the matter. The room was deathly silent for a while. When Yi Tianxin recalled what her 4th senior brother had said in the cave, she hesitated before asking, "Since you're capable of annihilating the entire Fish Dragon Village, why didn't you kill me as well?" A hint of derision could be heard in her voice. Zhao was bewildered when he heard this. After all, he had no recollection of annihilating the entire fish-dragon village. He saw Tianxin's emotions rise as she spoke, and her hatred increased slightly from 40%. It was clear her hate stemmed from his apparent destruction of the village. He could not be certain if he was the one responsible. However, based on the memories he had, Tianxin, despite being the world's most powerful villain, known for outrageous actions and strictness toward his disciples, was not the type to slaughter innocents. Zhao sighed. His lost memories were becoming a problem. Why did I lose them? Is this an effect of transmigrating? He knew there was no point in dwelling on this matter, he could only slowly seek the answers. After a moment, he looked at Tianxin and asked, "Did you see me destroy the village?" Tianxin was slightly stunned, her expression not right. Finally, she bit out a reply, "It's the same as personally witnessing it." Zhao shook his head and said, "The 9 of you know me best in the world. Have I ever acted in secret?" Tianxin was speechless. Indeed, Zhao was the greatest villain the world had ever known, the top name on every blacklist. Did he need to hide or cover up his actions? Tianxin, Zhao called out softly, making Tianxin inwardly shudder. "If you ever try to defame me." He did not finish his sentence, leaving it to Tianxin's imagination. Zhao's meaning was clear. He was no longer the old Tianxin. Though he acted as he pleased, he would not tolerate anyone defaming him. Ding. Disciplining Tianxin. Gained 100 merit points. Zhao waved his sleeve and walked out of the room. He did not mention Tianxin's identity as a buy or press her on it. Tianxin was stunned. At that moment, she heard her sisters from the derived moon palace pleading outside the room. Unfortunately, Zhao remained unmoved. He returned to the evil sky pavilion. Little Yuan trembled with fear the entire way. She did not even dare to speak. Once they entered the evil sky pavilion, she quickly brought her master a cup of tea in an attempt to appease him. "Master, please don't be angry," she said. "If there's no other way, I'll kill that little traitor for you." Zhao was not angry. On the contrary, he was calm and even felt cheerful. At the very least, he had gained some basic information. "Yuan, send word to Jiang Aijin." Little Yuan nodded and said, "I'll get a pen and paper. Tell him to investigate the incident at Measure Heaven River's Fish-Dragon Village. Tell him to report back to me as soon as possible," Zhao said before returning to the hidden chamber. Initially, Zhao had planned to continue reading the heavenly writing. However, when he recalled how his Brahman sea had opened his 8 meridians, he felt conflicted. He hadn't expected his avatar would restrict his cultivation base. He had thought it was a good thing that he could directly purchase his avatar, as this meant he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks while cultivating. Many cultivators spent their entire lives trying to break through a bottleneck but to no avail. Currently, Zhao did not have enough merit points either. 210 points. What can I do with these meager merit points? Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Gained Binding Cage x3. Binding Cage, 30% chance of shackling the target. Zhao's eyes brightened. The system was suddenly being kind to him. He finally had a stroke of good luck. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Thanks for trying. Luck +1. As expected. He had a bad feeling about this. He chose the lucky draw 3 times consecutively, and was only thanked for his efforts. In the end, he was left with 10 merit points and 3 additional luck points. Just as well. There's no need for me to keep drawing. Zhao turned his attention to the binding cage. Cage. Isn't that a bit low? 30% chance? Isn't that too low? He could just imagine how embarrassing and humiliating it would be if the world's greatest villain missed when to capture his target. Zhao opened the Heavenly Writings interface and prepared to study it again. He had connected his Brahman sea's 8 meridians, but they were not the true Brahman sea's 8 meridians. All he had were drainages, not the water source. His avatar, the mighty 4 quadrants, had restricted his intake of primal chi. Moreover, he had no other way to quickly earn merit points. He had no other choice but to study the heavenly writing. After a while, little Yuaner's voice rang from the other side of the door. "Master, I've written to Jian." Lu Zhou did not reply. He was confident in leaving the investigation to Jian. Suddenly, he remembered he needed to give Jian a sword or 2 as a reward. Thinking about this, he shook his head. It was not easy to find a sword that was not inferior to the male and female double swords. Lu Zhou looked around and his eyes fell on a saber that Unnamed had scratched previously. A hole? Lu Zhou noticed a hole in the saber and was shocked by this discovery. Is this caused by Unnamed? He removed the saber from the rack and inspected it. The saber's quality was good. Although it was a mediocre weapon, it was forged from good metal and would not break easily. Lu Zhou thought to himself in disbelief, Unnamed is so powerful? Well, seeing is believing. Lu Zhou raised his right arm, and Unnamed materialized in his hand. He wielded it and slashed at the saber without hesitation. Then, he inspected Unnamed and found it undamaged. However, the saber was not so fortunate. He discovered a fine crack where Unnamed had landed. Lu Zhou was truly shocked. He did not think Unnamed was useless, but he did not expect it to be especially powerful either. Who knew Unnamed would be able to damage the high-quality saber? He felt satisfied. This isn't junk, it's a treasure. He quickly waved his arm, and Unnamed vanished into thin air. Perhaps Unnamed had improved along with his cultivation base. No matter how weak his Brahman sea's 8 meridians were, they were still much more powerful compared to the sense-condensing realm. Lu Zhou continued his search for another sword. Many weapons on the rack were covered with a layer of dust due to neglect. Lu Zhou waved his hand slightly, using primal chi to clear the dust. What's this? Lu Zhou discovered a spear with strange designs. It was roughly 13 feet long, with its tip and pole forged from pure steel. A dragon wound around the pole. Lu Zhou gripped the spear, shocked by its weight. It was about 100 caddies. Fortunately, this weight was nothing to a cultivator who had undergone body tempering. Ding! Recovered the weapon, the Overlord spear. Recommended owner, Duan Muxing. Lu Zhou muttered skeptically, Duan Muxing? The Overlord spear was huge and heavy, looking majestic and imposing. Indeed, it was not suited for Lu Zhou's old bones. He much preferred Unnamed. Moreover, Unnamed could transform into various types of weapons, making it undoubtedly more useful. After a while, Lu Zhou discovered a sword lying on the floor in a corner. Treasures often appeared insignificant. He picked up the sword and pulled it out of its scabbard, the sound of metal against metal ringing in the air. What a good sword! Lu Zhou exclaimed. His words were still echoing in the room when... Crack! The sword broke. Lu Zhou coughed in embarrassment, his face flushing red as he tossed the treasure aside. It was as brittle as glass. It shattered at the slightest touch. Why was a defective weapon stored in the hidden chamber? Lu Zhou suddenly lost all interest in the weapons in the room. He didn't have the time to inspect each one. He decided to have some of his disciples sort through the weapons later. Jian's sword would have to wait. Shortly after, Lu Zhou returned to his spot, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. The next day, early in the morning, little Yuaner skipped and hopped as she made her way to the evil sky pavilion. Master, that shameless person has replied. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner emotionlessly and said, read it for me. Little Yuaner cleared her throat and mimicked Jian's way of speaking. First, nothing can be found in the cultivation world regarding the destruction of Fish Dragon Village at the Crossing Heaven River, for now. However, there is something in the palace's archives and the local records. Investigations show that the culprit is Tianxin, meaning you. Second, there are signs that the records have been tampered with. The most suspicious person at the moment is an officer of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen. The Black Knights are under the Emperor's direct command and are a special squad of Imperial Guards. I'll add 2 additional pieces of information. First, nobody believed Zhao Shua when he told them about your true identity. Second, please don't forget about my sword, old senior. Ha ha ha. She even mimicked his laughter, which sounded somewhat unnatural. Jiang Lijian was truly talented. He had managed to get to the heart of the matter in such a short time. Lu Zhou muttered, Black Knights. Fan Shouwen? Master, is this person powerful? Little Yuaner asked. Lu Zhou did not respond to Little Yuaner's question. He did not seem to have any memories of this person. Well, he must be a minor character. After a while, he said, bring Old Fourth here. Oh, Little Yuaner was slightly puzzled, but she still obediently carried out the order. A short while later, Mingshi ran over with an ingratiating smile on his face. Anything was better than having to stay in the cave of reflection. He did not want to spend a second longer in there. He respectfully saluted Lu Zhou, greetings, master. Lu Zhou said nonchalantly, I have a mission for you. When Mingshi heard this, he was overjoyed. He quickly said, all you need to do is ask, master. Lu Zhou asked, do you know the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen? Not really. He seems to come from a family of officials. He doesn't have much to do with the cultivation world. Inform him that I want to meet him. Lu Zhou's voice was light. Understood. Mingshi accepted the order reverently. He seemed to be reinvigorated. I like this. There's nothing better than a simple mission like this. He descended the mountain like an arrow that had been shot out. As soon as Mingshi left, Little Yuaner saw a messenger bird above the evil sky pavilion. A letter. Little Yuaner waved. The messenger bird dropped the letter and disappeared with amazing speed. Little Yuaner cried out, Master. It's another letter from Jiang Lijian. Read it. Little Yuaner began to read. I'm sorry, I ran out of paper. Anyway, Fan Shouwen's actual name is Leng Luo. He's known as the Grim Yama. He was ranked on the top of the Blacklist 300 years ago. Old senior, I think you know this person better than I do, so there's no need for me to elaborate. Little Yuaner clicked her tongue. She crumpled the paper scornfully, and it turned to dust in her fist. She scratched her head in confusion when she recalled the content of Jiang Lijian's second letter. She was not even 16 years old, so there was no way she could be familiar with someone from 300 years ago. However, if that person had lived so long before becoming the leader of the Black Knights, his cultivation base must have been quite profound. Leng Luo, suddenly, memories of this person surfaced in Lu Zhou's mind. It's him? Master, who is this person? We can't trust Jiang Lijian's words, Little Yuaner added. Lu Zhou shook his head. These matters did not conflict with Jiang Lijian's interests, so there was no reason for him to lie. Where is Old Fourth now? With Fourth senior brother's speed, he should have gone beyond the barrier by now. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head slightly. Leng Luo was 200 years younger than Tianxin. However, 300 years ago, Leng Luo was a notorious villain who committed every evil act imaginable. Known for his cunning in the cultivation world, he burned, killed, robbed, and looted, humiliating others wherever he went. Despite this, he usually operated alone and never worked with anyone else, committing many evil deeds on his own. Even though thousands of cultivators went against him, he managed to escape with his life intact, earning him the top spot on the Blacklist. Tianxin had fought this person to a draw previously. Although Tianxin was older than Leng Luo, at that time, he had not yet reached the peak of his power. After reaching the pinnacle of his strength, Tianxin began accepting disciples in earnest. The name of Golden Court Mountain's evil sky pavilion soon became renowned. Shortly after, Tiandao rose to the top of the blacklist. It was then that Lin Luo seemed to have vanished without a trace. In this world, only accomplished cultivators could live for more than 300 years. It was only natural that the younger generation had never heard of Lin Luo. 300 years ago, Lin Luo was at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, with a 6-leaf golden lotus 100 tribulations inside avatar. Now, 300 years later, what was his cultivation base like? Even if he made no progress over the centuries, he was certainly stronger than Mingshi, who had recently attained his 100 tribulations inside avatar. Mingshi was not someone who could defeat him. Lu Zhou said solemnly, "Send word to Old Fourth. That man is extremely dangerous. Tell him to be careful." Extremely dangerous? When little Yuaner heard this, she blinked and asked, "Master, should we summon Fourth's senior brother back?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "There's no need for that." Mingshi was, after all, a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. After so many years of being tormented by Tiandao, he had developed a slippery character, much like a loach. When the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect elites besieged Golden Court Mountain previously, even Lu Zhou's third disciple, Duan Muxing, was captured. However, Mingshi managed to stay free. Moreover, his task was only to pass a message to Lin Luo. Even if a trap were laid, it would be difficult for anyone to capture a disciple like Mingshi. If Lu Zhou did not have item cards, he wouldn't even be able to control Mingshi. Lu Zhou thought to himself, Lin Luo might have attained a 7-leaf or even an 8-leaf avatar by now. However, anything higher than that is likely very unlikely. He was quite concerned about the skills and hidden tricks that Lin Luo, known now as Fan Xiuwen, had gained after 300 years. A day later, in the eastern capital, also known as Upper Prime City, a troop of mounted soldiers clad in black armor and dark masks rode their huge stallions along the street. The commoners scattered to the side, clearing the way for the troops. They did not dare to obstruct them. Some cultivators would glance at them from a distance before continuing their own business. Nobody dared to offend these black-clad riders. The soldiers halted at Upper Prime City's gates. At the front of the troop, 3 mounted black knights led the way. They were clearly different from the others. These 3 men were rumored to be 3 of the 4 most powerful black knights, collectively known as the 4 Dark Knights. Each had a specialized talent and a profound cultivation base. No one knew the extent of their strength. The first Black Knight asked, "How long will Old Third take?" Old Third's archery is peerless under the heavens. Any target unfortunate enough to fall into his radar will surely die. It shouldn't be difficult for him to kill the traitor of Upper Prime City. Our mission in Upper Prime City can be considered complete. The 4 of us should drink to our heart's content when we return to the divine capital. I hope the leader will be satisfied. At that moment, they heard the whistling sound of a flying arrow. Whoosh! With a loud thud, the arrow embedded itself in the city gate, a human head attached to it. The 3 black knights did not seem surprised or frightened, they only nodded in satisfaction. As expected of Old Third. His archery is truly peerless under the heavens. The black knights looked down the street. A black knight, the one most skilled in archery among the 4 dark knights, was speeding toward them with a bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. The leader of the 4 dark knights spoke in a deep voice, "Report back to the divine capital." Understood. The black knights paraded majestically out of the city gates. Hoofs thundered on the road, kicking up clouds of dust as they sped toward the divine capital. When the troop passed a forest, a cunning and strange laughter echoed in their ears. Nay! The leader of the 4 dark knights immediately pulled on the reins of his steed and raised a hand. The black knights were well trained and quickly stopped in their tracks. They were well synchronized as well. When they heard the laughter, Old Third, the one skilled with a bow, immediately leaped into the air. He nocked an arrow and scanned his surroundings. If he could see the target, this arrow would send the person to meet their maker. However, even after the laughter faded, no one appeared. "Who dares block our way?" The leader of the Black Knights said in a deep voice. For some unknown reason, they were slightly unnerved by this peculiar laughter, even though they were used to operating in darkness and tainting their hands with blood. The laughter rang in the air again. Old Third. Roger. Look for the target from the direction of his laughter. Twang. Old Third of the 4 dark knights sent his arrow flying through the air in the direction of the laughter, piercing the dense foliage before disappearing. The feathered arrow was shrouded in primal chi. There was no sound at all. Did you get him? This question was directed at the archer, Old Third. Only users of the bow would know if the arrow had hit its target. Old Third had a slight frown on his face. He fell silent for a moment before finally replying, no. An elite could tell by their instincts. This person must be a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite. The black knights behind the 4 dark knights shuffled around to shift formations. The laughter rang in the air again, this time accompanied by a mocking statement. Nice shot. A black knight shouted, who's there? The voice rang in the air. I'm a disciple of Golden Court Mountain's Evil Sky Pavilion. Where's the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen? The 4 dark knights exchanged glances. Although they were wearing masks, they could feel each other's astonishment. There was not a single soul under the heavens who did not know about the Evil Sky Pavilion. So, it's a friend from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the person laughed derisively. Friend? The voice seemed to come from all directions. The trees around them began to move. Where is Fan Shouwen? This voice belonged to Mingshi, the 4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshi was not only intelligent but also exceptionally cunning. This forest was advantageous for his bluewood heart technique. Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator with a 6-leaf avatar might not be able to capture him. In this place, he was the king. The leader is in the divine capital. What business do you have with him? Mingshi was displeased. He had made many inquiries before finally discovering that the Black Knights were on a mission in the eastern capital. He had waited here all day, certain that the Black Knight would pass by. He thought, I waited all day for the 4 dark knights and a bunch of small fries. Listen up. I'll give you 3 days. The Evil Sky Pavilion wants to meet Fan Shouwen. If he doesn't show up, your fates will be the same as this tree. A towering tree suddenly snapped and fell, crashing toward the Black Knights. The Black Knights, being elite troops, quickly retreated and dispersed. The 4 dark knights wrapped themselves in energy. Bang! The huge tree fell with a loud crash before the Black Knights, shattering on impact. The Black Knight in the lead looked up and gave the archer, Old Third, who was still hovering in the air, a meaningful look. Old Third landed on his steed. I shall convey your message. After that, the troop of Black Knights hurried along the small path toward the divine capital. Shortly after, peace and quiet returned to the forest. Mingshi walked out from behind a huge tree and looked at the departing Black Knights with interest. Since 4 of them are so strong, it's impossible for Fan Shouwen to be weak. Oh, Master, who are you trying to provoke this time? The 4 dark knights' cultivation bases were nearly at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, while the remaining Black Knights were at the divine court realm. Without considering the great and second disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion, these Black Knights could have fought on par with the Evil Sky Pavilion. There was no way that a person who commanded such a group could be a nobody in the cultivation world. Mingshi's curiosity was piqued. He wondered aloud, Fan Shouwen, who are you? He tapped the ground with his foot and flew up into the trees with the agility of a swallow. His bluewood heart technique was at its full potential in the forest, allowing him to move with lightning speed before vanishing without a trace. When the Black Knights arrived in the divine capital, they did not enter the city immediately. Instead, they skirted around the capital and continued north. The Imperial Guards guarded the city, while the Black Knights operated covertly, only acting in the shadows. Their existence was not publicly acknowledged, so naturally, their base was not located in the capital. Only a handful of people knew the location of their base. At the foot of a hill stood the Black Knight's headquarters. The 4 Dark Knights entered a hall simultaneously. "My lord, we have completed our mission. The traitor in Upper Prime City has been eliminated by the Black Knights." They kneeled on the ground and clasped their hands together. A long, brown, empty table stood before them. Next to it, a tall, muscular man in black armor stood with his back to them. "Very good," the hoarse, deep voice said. "My lord, I have another report," one of the knights ventured. "Speak." "On our way back, we encountered a villain from the Evil Sky Pavilion. They have a message for you." The 4 Dark Knights exchanged glances. Their leader paused before saying, "The Evil Sky Pavilion wishes to meet you. They have given us 3 days." He had softened Mingshi Yin's words, fearing his leader's anger. Fan Shouwen was not angry. Instead, he slowly turned around, walked to the table, and gracefully sat down. He, too, wore a mask, covering his face entirely. No one knew what he looked like. After a moment of silence, Fan Shouwen chuckled and, in his deep voice, said, "This is a tribulation I must face in my lifetime. My lord, the Evil Sky Pavilion is notorious in the cultivation world. Over the centuries, it has produced 9 great villains whose names struck fear into the hearts of many. The patriarch of the Fiend Path, Tianxin, possesses an unfathomable cultivation base. My lord, I suggest we avoid the Evil Sky Pavilion." Fan Shouwen raised a hand slowly. "I have received an order from the palace. The Evil Sky Pavilion has meddled in the palace's plans." The 4 Dark Knights were stunned by Fan Shouwen's words, their masks hiding their shocked expressions. "My lord, are we making an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Fan Shouwen shook his head and spoke in his raspy voice, "The Evil Sky Pavilion is indeed terrifying. We have no idea about the cultivation bases of its 9 disciples. Rumor has it that Tianxin possesses an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar. It's not surprising that he can repel the 10 great elites." Fan Shouwen's 4 subordinates lowered their heads and listened quietly. After muttering to himself for a while, Fan Shouwen placed his hands behind his back and said, "I have no intention of making the Evil Sky Pavilion an enemy. It's only natural that we avoid making enemies of such powerful people." The 4 Dark Knights felt relieved inwardly. They were worried their leader might be overconfident. Although the Black Knights were powerful, if they were to clash with Tianxin, both sides would surely sustain great losses. After all, there was no need to rush. When Tianxin's time was up, they could easily destroy the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, when Fan Shouwen spoke again, his words seemed to take a sharp turn. "However, since the palace has issued an order, we must obey. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion wants to see me, I'll go see them." The 4 Dark Knights were taken aback. They did not expect the palace to order the Black Knights to negotiate with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Was this just a coincidence? As Fan Shouwen's most trusted subordinates, they naturally knew about his identity. Fan Shouwen was younger than Tianxin, but he was a unique talent in the cultivation world. When he was at the top of the Blacklist, the Evil Sky Pavilion had not even existed yet. Tianxin and his leader fought to a draw. However, Tianxin experienced a significant leap in his cultivation base and went on to establish the Evil Sky Pavilion. They did not know how profound Fan Shouwen's cultivation base was, but they were certain it was not higher than an 8-leaf avatar. "Master." At Tianxin's age, his time should be up in a decade, at most. He'll be gone by then. Why do we have to rush there now? "I concur. I concur. I concur." The 4 of them raised their cupped hands at the same time. Fan Shouwen looked at all 4 of them but was not angered. After all, these 4 were his most trusted subordinates. He stayed silent for a moment before finally speaking in a deep voice, "I can wait, and the Black Knights can wait. Even the Emperor can wait. However, Great Yen cannot wait." The 4 Dark Knights were baffled. They did not understand their leader's words. When Fan Shouwen saw his subordinates were about to speak, he waved his hand and said, 3 days from now, accompany me to the evil sky pavilion. This matter is settled. Ding. Mingshi has accomplished his mission. Gained 300 merit points. When Lu Zhao received this notification, he was not surprised, but he was pleased. Apart from the rascals who left the evil sky pavilion, those who remained were quite intelligent. Their only shortcoming was that it was difficult for them to improve their cultivation bases after being suppressed by Ji Tiandao for so long. He had to change this situation quickly. Lu Zhao had a feeling that the world did not dare to act against the evil sky pavilion due to Ji Tiandao's cultivation base. However, as time passed, probing attacks like the one before would only increase in frequency. After all, the limit of one's life was set. Lu Zhao was still lost in thought when he heard little Yuan calling out to him. Master, I've waited all day, but fourth senior brother still hasn't written back. Do you think he received my letter? Little Yuan launched into a lengthy complaint as soon as she appeared before Lu Zhao. It's fine. Mingshi had completed his mission. As long as he didn't cause trouble elsewhere and returned safely, there wouldn't be a problem. However, little Yuan said, Master, is senior brother dead? I asked Blockhead about this, and he said the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen, is very dangerous. Nobody knows who he truly is. Blockhead? Pan Zhong. He said that fourth senior brother will die. I gave him a piece of my mind after I heard his words, little Yuan said huffily. A piece of your mind? Lu Zhao recalled the time when Pan Zhong's face was swollen and bruised. Little Yuan raised a thumb and said in a small voice, well, I might have accidentally scratched him. Lu Zhao shook his head. When will she change her habit of hitting others on a whim? He knocked her head. You're becoming more unruly by the day. This disciple knows she's wrong. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly rang from the back of the mountains. Lu Zhao frowned. The Golden Court mountain was protected by a barrier. Who's causing the disturbance? At that moment, Pan Zhong appeared in a rush. He quickly cupped his hands together and said, Mr. Third has had a breakthrough. Duan Muxing had attained the nascent divinity tribulation realm?